know we never ever change. It's just like that. I get the shivers whenever I'm thinking about you. Just wanna leave and live without you. Be on my own again. I get the shivers whenever you go out of line, yeah. I feel it creeping down my spine, yeah. Wanna be alone again. It's almost nighttime, waiting for the right time. Gotta get this right, I'm scared to death. Scared of your eyes, looking into my eyes. Scared that I'll back out and hold my breath. Wake up one morning and see your face, I can feel it coming back. These shivers are every day. Whoa, I say it's over, I get out of bed and leave, yeah. Just like that. I got the shivers whenever I would think about you. Now that I left, I live without you. I'm on my own again. I got the shivers whenever you went out of line, yeah. Now it's like everything is fine, yeah. 'Cause now I'm alone again.
When it's real good to you, you wanna do it one more time.
I know you think of me, but you really gotta go. 'Cause if you're not here, I can lose control. I lose control. I can lose control. If you're not here, I can lose control.
What you feel? What do you feel? You feel like doing it one more time.
I know you think of me, but you really gotta go. 'Cause if you're not here, I can lose control. I lose control. I can lose control. If you're not here, I can lose control. I'm having so much fun. I know you think of me, but you really gotta go, 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 go. I can lose control.
Grand Finals. This is a tournament hosted by Soar Gaming, brought to you by Asus, ROG, and Intel Gaming. Joining me today are the so very talented Van Silly and Lemon Kiwi.
We're talent, yay!
Yeah,
I
so talented.
I like the widescreen view, man. You got some nice guitars in the background, Ethos.
Oh,
Love
thank
it.
you, Alex. I got some more in the back too, but you know.
Also, chat bias caster is already wearing a 100 Thieves sweater.
Oh my
so
god.
biased.
Wow.
I thought it was subtle enough. You know, I got some money on the game, so I got to show my support.
Virtual bits. I mean,
Virtual bits, yeah, not
gambling.
not actual money. That's like the channel points, you know, like the
So
predictions.
So cooked already.
Oh man, it's gonna be a good time today. I could already tell.
Absolutely. But for everyone just tuning in, if you guys don't know, this has been a long journey getting here to the grand finals. It's been 2 online qualifiers featuring 16 teams battling for a chance to play against the powerhouse squads of TSM and 100 Thieves, and also for a chance at $15,000.
Yeah, it's gonna be pretty awesome. $8 grand for first place. It's actually pretty cool, right? So there's a lot of money to be won today for an off-season
Yeah,
event.
and we haven't seen like TSM and 100 Thieves in a while. And then I know everyone's here clocked in to see how 100 Thieves are going to do with that new player. But to just summarize what y'all missed from the 2 qualifiers, it was an absolute gauntlet. We had all best of 3s. We had 3 matches a day, and we had 2 teams come out of that. So being Trust and Plug from qualifier number 2 and Washed from qualifier 1. So they get a chance to face the big dogs.
Yeah, and that's the cool thing though, because if all of you in chat missed the qualifiers last week and over the last weekend, there's been actually a lot of decent teams that played in this open qualifier, right? You're looking at Turtle Troop, for example. You have signed team for challengers like Core and Sad Esports, and then you had a couple of them that are like core teams like Trust and Plug, that's coming from like the X-Core Blend, or the X-Blend Core rather. And then you also had probably the most anticipated one going into qualifiers number 2, which we thought we were going to see in this event today, which was Cubert Academy, which had like the looks of Redux, Governor, Scuba, Victor, and Mitch, and they actually did make it through as they lost to Ambrosia.
Yeah, that was definitely a surprising upset. There was just a lot of upsets throughout the entire qualifiers, I won't lie. I really expected them to do a lot better, but again, some of these teams are just, it's the confidence that really shows, and anything can happen in these like qualifiers. I feel like we're back in 2021 Valorant again, where any team can beat any team, and it's so exciting to watch.
Yeah, like what, Moon Raccoons versus 100 Thieves or something like that.
Yeah,
like 2021. So that's definitely some good times. I'm actually pretty stoked about it as well. And you talked about it, the joys of the off season where anybody could beat anybody. I think we're seeing that especially also in challenges right now as well, where a lot of the top teams didn't make it through into the season that's going to happen later. But that said, I think looking at these 4 teams that you see on the current screen, pretty stoked to see how Team Wash is going to do. I think TSM's like a first big test, but I think it's more for TSM to make sure that they don't lose to Mocking, right? I don't know if people know who's in this roster for Wash, but it's not necessarily a roster that you would think of for a team that would participate trying to go pro in challengers or in the VCTs.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when we talk about underdog versus powerhouse, really, I feel like the underdogs here are TSM and the powerhouse is Mocking. So
Said with the straightest of faces. So are we thinking like 100 Thieves are just gonna win the whole thing? Like, are we obviously expecting 100 Thieves and TSM to be finals, or what is the likelihood of Plug and Wash going all the way?
I mean,
Just
I
start
think,
Ethos.
yeah, I mean, I think that 100 Thieves and TSM, they definitely have that experience. They both have very strong rosters. TSM, obviously, last season, they made a really great run into Ascension, but 100 Thieves, they didn't change too much, but they do have Xander now, which I'm super excited to see. I feel like this guy's been a player to look at over the coming years, just in general. Even before franchising, this guy was great on Soar. He was great on M80. This guy has always just been a person to look at, and to see him now kind of surrounded by people who might be more like of the same like kind of tier 1 caliber. Not to say that M80 wasn't tier 1 caliber, but you know, no shit to those guys. But to see him on the big stage finally, I think I'm super excited to really see him get his opportunity to kind of shine and just show everyone what he can do. So, I mean, but before we get into all of that, we have to talk about the giveaways for today. So if you guys tuned in last week, we had some giveaways, but today's giveaways are going to make those giveaways look so much worse because these giveaways are insane. Today, for the very first giveaway, we're giving away a graphics card. That's right, a dual RTX 3060 Ti white graphics card. And that's not, you guys heard that right. It's an actual free graphics card for you guys tuning in to watch. Everyone in chat watching on twitch.tv /Soar, SOAR will be eligible to win this prize as long as you type in the keyword RAZE. That is raise, RAZE. But the only kind of stipulations is that you need to be a lawful US or Canadian resident over the age of 18. So make sure you heard that last part, because if you win and you don't fit that description, then we're gonna have to give it to someone else. So sorry.
So chat, you know the drill. I think a lot of people are currently watching it from Valorant Americas or from Sliggy's chat or any other watch parties right now, because I'm sure there's going to be a lot of people watching today because they want to have like a clear-cut look of what the new 100 Thieves is going to look like with Xander, right? There's a huge question mark. Not the biggest of question mark, because he's still going to be a really good upgrade or a good player that will fit in the shoes of Bang like perfectly in a lot of people's eyes. But it's still yet to be tested. So a lot of people are watching right now, so make sure you head on over to twitch.tv /SOAR, spam out your RAZE, and make sure you have that just in your background so you could continue to watch on your main channel with your favorite watchers and your favorite parties.
Well, we obviously had to start with the most interesting match of being 100 Thieves versus Trust and Plug. And don't worry for you TSM washed fans, that'll be after this. But of course, we had to highlight the impact that Xander had during Ascension. Like a pretty good clutch percentage, a huge part of their success to go all the way to finals, but not making Ascension was a tough one to see. But we knew that the players from M80 were going to have big futures. And of course, look where Xander ended up.
That's a thing too, because when you're looking at Xander joining 100 Thieves, the rumor is also that he was going to play for Sentinels. So it was going to be bittersweet no matter who he gets to play with, because if it was going to be with Sentinels, he'll be rejoining with John Cutie. But now he gets to play again with his old compatriot of EU when they're both playing an M80 together. Unfortunately, didn't qualify into VZTs the first time that M80 made it into the Ascension playoffs. So Xander now, again, big eyes on him and big looks on 100 Thieves overall, because if you're thinking about this team, you talked about deep runs ethos for other teams in the past, but for 100 Thieves themselves, they didn't have like the hottest of starts going into VCT in 2024, but they had one hell of a run going into stage one. They made it all the way, or sorry, they made a run into playoffs, to kick off to make it into the first Masters. And then going into stage two, unfortunately, they didn't make it to like the playoffs. We didn't get to see them a chance, but they had to play like the hardest team. You're still looking at the G2, the Sentinels and whatnot of the Americas. So, there's still question marks in terms of that stock, and a lot of 100 Thieves fans are hoping that this addition now, or this change from Bang to Xander, could be like the thing that's going to bring 100 Thieves back to the top going in 2025.
Yeah, absolutely. I think 100 Thieves, they've always had that firepower. They've always had that potential to be a top team, to even potentially win a whole Masters. And not to say that Bang is any worse than Xander, but
no,
Xander coming in, he has the mechanics as a smokes player, which is very rare to find, and also he has that IGL experience too to help out Boostio if needed. So maybe we could see the team fundamentally play better as well, just more together, and just kind of cover those little mistakes and let those little mishaps not happen, and then we still see those miracle hero rounds come out from just the amazing mechanical prowess of each individual player. I would love to see
both these teams.
Both
these teams had mishaps, but this is kind of a tournament to get back on your feet, right? You had 100 Thieves who missed out on champions by like a couple of points and one placement at stage two. Same thing with Trust and Plug. They missed out on going to Challengers proper by being one match away from the group stage and losing to, Ambrosia? Or no, it was Blue Otter in the group stage for Challengers. So I'm looking forward to seeing how Trust and Plug can bounce back from that. That was only 2 days ago, but there's very exciting players on this roster like Monty and Teague, who come from that Blinn roster that surprised a lot of people later on in Challengers.
I agree with you. I think this is also not necessarily going to be a walk in the park for 100 Thieves. I think a lot of people and a lot of fans, including myself, will probably think that 100 Thieves should be able to win this 2-0. But if you all have been watching Trust and Plug in the open qualifiers for those who dare presented by Soar, Mikey has been popping off. But when he's not the one that's being challenged here, playing even a chamber, for example, on maps like Haven, Teague and Monty were such good initiator support players for the team overall, and really helping Jerwin and Bao around to get the best of values. And even then, like Bao and Jerwin are probably players that you don't think about too much. I think they played together over at Lemonade Stand to try to qualify into Challengers 3. And they were like up and coming players, right? They're all very, very young. And I also remember seeing like even Asna hopping in one of the watch parties saying, yo, keep an eye out on Ban Bao. He's actually really, really cracked. So there's definitely going to be a lot of respect for a player like Asna played against Bao today. And I don't think it's going to be like the type of run it down and no respect type of Valorant. 400 Thieves, I think they're going to try to take this as seriously as possible.
And Ethos, what do you think of the clash of play styles that we're going to see between these two teams? Because Trust and Plug did win qualifier number 2. They went 6-1 in maps. They lean a lot on the Neon from Jerwin, whilst 100 Thieves, you know, they have stuck to a lot of the traditional Raze and Jet with maybe the double duelists of ISO and Yoru every now and then. How do you think this matchup's going to go?
So as far as I know, coming from last qualifier, the team that they played against Ambrosia was they had a good game plan going into it, right? Remember on like Haven, for example, they had a good game plan for manipulating the map, you know, drawing rotations and having good protocols. Plug didn't care. They just stood there and they would single-handedly just individually disrupt the game plan entirely, just straight with confidence and mechanics. And whether or not that can work against a team like 100 Thieves, you know, I think it'll just come down to really if 100 Thieves can also match that same confidence. And yes, they should respect them. Yes, they should play with respect and discipline, and you know, not try to give mistakes. But they also can't kind of cower in fear against these guys just because they're good at aiming either. Because if you do that, then you're gonna let them do exactly everything that they want, which is kind of what Ambrosia did last week against teams like Mikey and. Players against like Mikey and Jerwin, who's just getting up in their face and just stopping things before they could even get started. So it really, you know, I think 100 Thieves, you know, again, they have the highs and the lows. They really got to bring their A game here, because I don't think that Plug will let them walk away with just playing safe and just textbook Valorant.
Nice. I get to move the camera a bit so I can see your guitars a little bit better here, Ethos. But no, you nailed it on the head, pretty much, because it was making sure that you play with confidence for the side that's of the underdog. It's not because you're playing against such a prolific name as 100 Thieves that you should quake in your boots. You know, you have to play with a lot of confidence on your end to be able to bring this back in your favor. And I like it, at least when you're looking at the veto so far for Trust and Plug, they actually will be able to play their best map so far. They've been playing it the most as possible as this core, as this group, throughout this Soar event and also through Challengers. And they had some pretty decent results
for Haven?
out of it. For Sunset here for Trust and Plug. But for Haven here is 100 Thieves' map pick. It hasn't been seen too many times. I think they tried to do some cool stuff of, like, for example, maybe bring in, I think, like the Fnatic style of like the ISO and Yoru, but didn't get the best of results out of it against Sentinels. But to have the decider map being Bind, that's where it's going to be. I'd love to see the decider map, to be honest with you guys, because Bind was actually, you know, a meta defined by a team like 100 Thieves, where once you got into stage 2, though, and you got into like the Masters playoffs, a lot of teams figured out how to play and counter that. So I'm hoping to see a new look for 100 Thieves on how they approach Bind.
And, you know, despite Haven being 100 Thieves' map pick, I was saying that was also a good map for Plug, because we had just finished highlighting Mikey and how good his chamber was. They were undefeated on Haven when it came to the For Those Who Dare qualifiers, although they played this a lot in Challengers in that group stage, and they fell both times to Blue Otter, so it could just be a Blue Otter diff there. But I'm wondering how 100 Thieves are going to approach the chamber. Ethos, what advice would you have if you were 100 Thieves coach? Is the chamber going to be a problem there for Mikey?
I think you just send Cryo to wherever Mikey's playing and just have them just face off in a one-on-one gauntlet every single round, and just, you know, see how it goes from there. Because I think that, you know, Cryo, he has the experience playing chamber. He knows how to play against one. On top of that, he is one of the best aimers just when it comes to just straight mechanical hitting your shots when you need to. So kind of simplifying that, because that's exactly what Plug is looking for. But if you can kind of get that on your own terms for 100 Thieves, then I think that things could go in the way of 100 Thieves for sure.
Cool. The Plug are going to continue with the Neon, but what's interesting is Asuna is going to match it too.
Yeah, even more interesting. Sorry, Ethos, I'm going to let you say the last words here before we boot you off this cast. So go ahead, Ethos. What do you think about the 100 Thieves roster and seeing Cryo as a Cypher?
I mean, I think that's totally fine. I think Sentinels, like Sentinel players, they fit people like Cryo very well, like kind of baity, but kind of like you give them the opportunity to just focus on your gun and just take a 1v1. You even see Mikey getting swapped off of that chamber, put onto Cypher as well. This is going to be a straight up 1v1 between the slow mechanical aimers like Cryo and Mikey, and I want to see kind of who wins in that just like lurk battle in the shadows of the map while everyone else is kind of doing their own thing, making noise and taking map control. This is a very standard comp that we kind of see nowadays with the Silver Breach Neon, and I think that we're going to see some very good, kind of not really textbook, but kind of in meta Valorant.
Cool. Well, thanks so much, Ethos. We'll be checking in with him after the map. But Vans, I know you're really stoked about this.
Yeah.
I don't think it's too weird to see Boostio on Breach because he usually plays Breach on maps like Split. But like you said, Cryo's usually not the one playing Sentinel.
I'm already loving the role changes that's coming out of 100 Thieves for sure, because you would think 100 Thieves as an IGL, Boostio has always played pretty much a Sentinel role from like his EG days going to 100 Thieves. But to basically what Ethos was saying before, you have an opportunity for your Cypher player, a duelist, to play that role when you want to add a lot more aggression out of a Neon. So the Neon's going to try to create your space. I wouldn't be surprised to see Cryo on an operator on the defensive side too, and this is where we're going to start, right? But we'll have a chance to witness that right away. We go straight into the piss round. Big a choke control from 100 Thieves, and just a solo hold from Crowd to get as much information as possible. And Plug is starting well. They're working the map perfectly. They broke the camera already, so they're probably going to force 100 Thieves' hand to start reacting on potentially a triple flank, rather.
Yeah, Plug just did not like what they were seeing over at A long, so good stack from 100 Thieves there, but that means a pretty weak B site. Jerwin opens up with first blood. You gotta plant. Smokes on left side. Will be Cryo waiting for the pole and the flank from 100 Thieves coming through courtyard. Watching that closely is Monsi in a 1v2, and he could be actually taking an isolated duel. We'll see how that goes. Meanwhile, Cryo is still being a menace, getting 2 kills on his own. We're left with a pretty big advantage for Plug, and that is starting to dissipate. Oh, and a good point to mention that this is patch 9.09, so just to keep that in mind if you're looking out for the patch changes, but it is Plug on the pistol.
Yeah, patch 9.09 is super important actually, which is why you can still see Xander and Banbao playing the Omen on this role on Haven. The one ways that you can play on the pulse plan on A side is going to be very, very good to use against the Flood retakes, especially on a composition here of a Neon and Breach on these attempts. But I like, at least from 100 Thieves, with Cryo opening up in his new role as a Sentinel player, anchoring towards that C choke, just to anticipate that Plug's going to push towards that area and gets a nice 2-piece out of that one. But the flight didn't really work out. Plug opens up greatly in that piss round, and they're able to come in with full force. The only thing and the only weapon that they have that's strongest for 100 Thieves right now is a Neon Sheriff. By the way, wielded by Asuna, who gets to play a little bit more of a main duelist role in this composition. So all the question marks, and it adds a lot of excitement. A lot of conversation for sure is going to be, is this today going to be the right decision here out of 100 Thieves as they're testing out these new role changes with Xander coming in?
There's a lot of classic buys, so you can just max out on util, and 100 Thieves are still going to heavy stack this A short, hoping to just maybe react off of contact from Xander's paranoia or anything, a fault line from Boostio, who's sitting there. So Plug usually have faced a smoke down this way, so now it's just a little too quiet, so they have to be very careful. As Monsi and Jerwin, could go for the trade, but Asuna managed to get out of the breach util. Monsi not so lucky, and Asuna gonna show Jerwin how it's done.
Double stun was so nice off the contact from EU. So that really is going to put a wrench here into the plans of Plug to take control of A site. And with the time remaining, they're just going to pivot right into B, where they should have a free plant so far, especially when Boostio doesn't have a fault line to stall. And he has the aftershock to delay.
Only 12 seconds left to plant, and Cryo is just not gonna let this go easy. 100 Thieves have just shut the door on B, knowing Plug, that's where they like to pivot.
That's a full classic round with at least 80% of the kills used with free util. The stun that came through from the breach to get this assist, and then also just the paranoia that came from Xander across the line. So the fact here that you were trying to work the map for Plug in that second round, but you haven't wasted too much of that utility, when you're running into the site with so little time remaining, you just get flooded by so much more utility that it just owns you. And unfortunately here, Plug, they're going to have to go into a hero rifle in the third round, and that's going to be in the hands of Banbao, by the way, not in the hands of Jerwin. They're going to try to leverage the cracked aimer to play behind enemy lines, play behind the push, play the pulse plan.
Just using their neon as bait to draw the fire and get info out of that, but Plug really just went in blind. It didn't play smokes, and well, they got crunched yet again. At least Plug tried to go the direct route they usually pivot into B, and it's a later hit, but 100 Thieves just crunched them.
You at least put a little check mark on what Ethos was mentioned before here on the desk, that you want a team like Plug to play with a lot of confidence. So when they're getting hit by paranoias, I love that Teague is closing a gap while he's being paranoid to go face to face, close range against Xander and still get that pick. And Banbao just runs through the smoke to get all the trades as possible once that first wave of util has been wasted out by 100 Thieves. They got some decent kills out of that. They forced the buys out of 2 players. So you're going to have a pretty, you know, still a strong buy for 100 Thieves for this round on to the next, but it's a great attempt here for Trust and Plug to keep as much as they can that economy low for 100 Thieves.
Oh man, Asuna has kept A short on lockdown. Plug were trying to place a smoke deeper into long A to really fight for that control, because 100 Thieves really go for a deeper defensive smoke, and Plug were just more focused on A long, and Asuna had such a great cutoff. He took damage in the process, as 100 Thieves could still expect a hit. They're just gonna lay low, as Plug now have to re-clear these things.
A good start too for 100 Thieves. They're doing a lot of these crunches with the fault lines into the choke. Something that Trust and Plug will have to start working together. And now at least they're clearing the right angle, so they push Xander away. They have an opportunity to scale, but I don't think they're going to be falling back at this point because there's so many players lean towards this A side. The camera is pretty much going to attempt to try to watch flank, but you already saw that timing from Cryo. He slipped through.
Yeah, you could always, well, Omen teleport, like Omen ult into heaven. We've seen that in the qualifiers before, but Plug just decided to address this front to back, and it's Mikey who still has the spike as all the dust settles in a 1v2 with the neural theft. Knows one's in short, one's at backside, has time to plan, was very wary on bringing out the gun in case Cryo were to swing early, making sure Boostio didn't make it out, and hoping to just take these duels isolated, but he has 5 bullets. I wouldn't mind if Mikey reloaded.
Cage triggered.
Now he's been revealed by Cryo. He's just gonna try and do his best to hide and buy time and let 100 Thieves push into him, but a good cage. This is 100 Thieves just playing against the fire, and it is 100 Thieves that defuse.
But just for him to stay calm for that long and wait it here when the cage came through and still dodge a couple of bullets, there was a chance because there was a last lineup from Cryo and Boostio right in front of his crosshair that he maybe could have lined both at headshots. There was no crouches, coming through, and if he wasted potentially another second and a half, that was going to be the round there in a clutch coming in for Mikey and for Trust and Plug right over here. The lineup right in front, and thankfully here he gets the kill through the bodies of Boostio, and thankfully there's no friendly fire in this game either when it comes down to rifles. But 100 Thieves are able to escape here what could have been difficult here for them to continue the economy on their side, but they continue with this aggression. This time, actually it's pushed forward by the defensive end, or the attacking end rather, and Durin gets the pick onto Asuna.
Yeah, with Plug being able to be aggressive, they got a deeper smoke from Bao that creates that isolated duel for Jerwin, and he checks the corner, and kind of unexpected for 100 Thieves to be pushed back that far. And it's Plug really settling into this map, finally getting a first blood in their favor. Aftershock will force Jerwin back, so 100 Thieves realizing they could still be in A long, they're just gonna sit tight. And you don't have anyone in mid. Plug still have their camera there, so it'll be easier to re-clear.
And one Aftershock is actually a nice little trade for against Jerwin as well, because Jerwin had to use his second slide, which then means they don't have the best space creation move inside the A site with no neon wall, no slides. So you have to be a little bit more grouped up on the hits. And it seems the idea is to try to sell a fake with this owl drone. Like a triple face right in front of the Cardin, and Banbao just got the pick.
Still a really great information from that lurk from Cry, who spotted 3 in courtyard, so the B pivot could happen. C is open. 100 Thieves now race to get in sight. Xander misses the doesn't get flash, doesn't get paranoid, and goes 1 for 1. It's the best you could ask from him, as Plug should be able to close this out. Boostio is a huge threat here at the back. And Bao just locked him in, so Plug will stay within 1.
Okay, something about the Phantom again, but at least it's older patch. It's older patch, so it's no shenanigans really, but it was a nice little smoke kill that came out from Boostio. There was an idea that was attempt, but I love this right here. The triple face onto grass when he threw the Allen drone up on the A side, because the last time they were trying to add this pressure on A, Cryo actually was able to push forward and slip through the grass, and that was never really challenged by Trust and Plug on the garage or C side since the beginning of this game. Outside of the pistol round, maybe, when they tried to go a little bit more aggressive. So they'll go back to the same type of conditioning. The confidence for them to want to continue to fight against the A main choke.
I like this adaptation from 100 Thieves to shut down this aggression at long A that Plug went for last round, and a huge reason they won that round. So Jerwin gets stopped in his tracks off the Paranoia and the Hunter's Fury. So here's Plug pivoting to C. There's a flank teleport though from Xander. And this is up to Mikey to just kind of hopefully get some backup uses to Cage to maybe try and rejoin his team and get into the mind of Xander. Well, this is a tough spot for Plug to be in.
Oh, he even got caught by the trip, so Mikey pushes down to kill him.
Works out, and now 100 Thieves though are on the side. You don't have to worry about pushing through smokes, but Teague fault line and one away from Rolling Thunder, and it's just EU left. So Plug, the aggression is really throwing off 100 Thieves.
They're doing a great job with conditioning, just as I mentioned before on 2 rounds ago with the Owl Drone, but this time continuing to add the pressure up towards the A side, but it was a fake all along. Only 2 players were there, and everybody was still leaning towards the C side. So when Asuna gets the pick, yes, with nice combinations to take down Jerwin, he continued towards the A side. And then you had EU continuing to drone towards Heaven, so they thought that it was a full hit, that they missed the timing, that Trust and Plug actually made it inside the A site. And now they potentially go back to an A side hole with a full death ball, because you think there's going to be less players there because they've done 2 rounds of great conditioning. So now they have power numbers until this recon guard just pinged up 3 players though.
Now Plug are just trying to take a different angle. The Rolling Thunder though from Boostio misses, and Jerwin pulls out his the overdrive, and Asuna heads for the hills, and Jerwin's on the chase, but a lot more enemies that he expected. I like that Jerwin will take a step back, and that extra second for his team to get established. Plug overwhelmed the site, and now it's just Cryo in a 1v4.
Money is the best too, but I like it from Trust and Plug to just stay behind. So traded out breach ults, but it was 100 Thieves that had to try to close that gap because they were on that lower buy. So they went forward, Plug stayed in spawn, and they didn't allow here 100 Thieves to get the best of values out of behind a Rolling Thunder. So very, very nicely done to stay and adapt and change their gears throughout the pressures and the rounds that are coming through. They're really dictating the pace now since the last 3 rounds. I'm going to have to give them that advantage for that for sure. And that's what we're talking about, right? This matchup against 100 Thieves and Trust and Plug, it's not going to be an easy game for her team like 100 Thieves. And already, you're actually forcing a timeout out of the powerhouse team, the overdogs of 100 Thieves. So Zix is going to have a conversation here.
And I think you talk about just the setup of Boostio, Xander. There was a lot more focus from 100 Thieves on A short when A long has been... There's been a lot of approaches from Plug and how you insert Jerwin, using the neon walls, just running it down, using Bao's smokes to kind of isolate duels for Jerwin. There's a lot of strats from Plug being thrown at A long, so I think 100 Thieves just have to talk about how, where, and how do you insert Boostio and Xander to slow it down and to mainly hit Jerwin, because they tried the Rolling Thunder from Boostio, it didn't affect Jerwin. There was a sense of security that you thought you hit everything from that Rolling Thunder, and 100 Thieves moved in, got caught by Plug, and now you also need to calm yourself down because there's a 3-round streak from Plug.
Yeah, especially that when it could have been even more dangerous, especially that Plug won the piss run, and thankfully 100 Thieves was able to come back with a full classic and 1 sheriff in the 2nd round. So Plug, again, manipulating the map quite well, and for 100 Thieves, maybe they want to start testing out a little bit more aggression towards grass and B, right? Every single one of these rounds for Trust and Plug has been conditioning towards the A side, but there's at least 2 players on that side consistently at the beginning of these rounds, so there is a potential weakness that could be exploited by 100 Thieves down towards the middle.
There's the adjustment already. Shock dart where Jerwin was hiding during that Rolling Thunder. So getting him weak is just 1 step closer to taking care of that duelist that creates so much space for Plug. And you had that smoke, so you're trying to draw that attention from 100 Thieves towards A main as Plug are have liked to pivot at B previously, and they're gonna smoke, or 100 Thieves are gonna smoke it off to not let B go so easy. Now Plug are trying to explore garage and avoiding all that util from, well, mainly the fault line from Boostia was a good start for Plug.
Everything for 100 Thieves so far has been good stalls. Look at the reposition from the trip as well. Double trips on C site, and then as soon as you re-clear it and smoke it back and it's given up by Plug, well, they themselves plug the garage side with that trap, so everybody can focus back on the A side. This is great pivoting by 100 Thieves so far. And the more time that you're taking for Plug, the next fault line is gonna refresh you for Boostia, who's already trying to look down that line and try to support the A side on the
30
hit.
seconds left.
Racing on in, Sherwin. Just trying to see like who would be
Triple
shooting his
pump.
way and just trying to fake it. Look how 100 Thieves were sat ready, but there's already noise in garage. Cryo's gonna make the call. 100 Thieves racing towards C. There's only one trip that could stop the garage push. There's 12 seconds. Time may just stop Plug from winning
10
this
seconds
round, and
left.
it's not going well. Cryo and the rest of 100 Thieves have reinforced the
remaining.
C site, and
Spike
Plug,
down,
a
C.
couple more seconds, and it's all she wrote. 100 Thieves post timeout.
And
Figured it out.
Great hold by Cryo towards the end, and it was a simple trade of utility that you saw the shark dart come in from Monsi at the default boxes, but unfortunately it didn't break that trip that Cryo placed out at the default box. That actually started everything in terms of falling like dominoes for Plug trying to move back towards the C site. That's where Asuna was able to get a full wallbang kill onto one player, and then the aftershock to get the second kill, denying a plan. And 100 Thieves are just very quick on the rotates because they have a knee on their composition too for this matchup. So it works out quite well, and now you see this aggression towards middle that Zix was potentially mentioning and talking about with the team for 100 Thieves, that it was weak in the very beginning. Now John already comes out early. I don't think it's
Right here.
It saw Asuna, so there's an opportunity for him to surprise here.
100 Thieves also just keeping Xander and Boostia in the middle of the map, ready to pivot wherever, and Asuna with a huge start will fade back into the shadows, and Plug will have to truck on without Mikey. So out of all the people to lose, your Cypher's not the end of the world. Heaven is open, no smokes yet. EU, when is he gonna swing out and get a kill, get information? Asuna's around the corner too. If 100 Thieves want to try and flood in and at least do damage before Plug gets settled in too much at A. Deep though, Asuna versus Jerwin, and Asuna just hesitated a little bit, but EU off the info is still a threat here on the high ground. And Plug only have 2 left, and the spike down. That's recovered there in main from Bao.
30 seconds left.
You don't have smokes to cover Heaven, so you just gotta take shelter behind this box and hope for the best, and the shock darts are still so annoying. Now you got the aftershock, the fault line. Here's 100 Thieves evicting Plug from the A site.
It started off well from the pathing from Trust and Plug towards the A site.
If you're
And it
not
really
a
just
good
had to
shot
come
today,
down to
don't
how
worry.
to
There are other
hold
ways.
towards the end after you're able to get that first pick onto Asuna. Yes, Asuna did a great job pushing down towards that area. The missed calm from the Allen Drone not fully clearing towards that window was actually the demise here for Trust and Plug to really get good map control in the very beginning. But yes, maybe losing Mikey in that sense might not be, it doesn't sound that heavy of a loss, but it's huge when it comes down to the amount of util
Right here.
that they trust into him to make sure that he watches the
Right
B
here.
and C pushes. So there were so many little bodies on the actual execution. And look at the continuous aggression coming out for 100 Thieves. I think they're just trying to work the maps
Go,
to
go, go.
continuously rather pinch.
Ions ready.
Oh, so many ults too, and now Mikey will have an impact with a neural theft. His lurk is successful in mid. He likes that camera there. Meanwhile, Plug have hit A site like 80% of the time, and I like that Cryo's gonna help support this too with the trips that are deeper into site, hoping to catch Jerwin, and then you just got Cryo
I know
reacting to those
exactly
trips,
where you are.
shooting through the smoke, and Mikey manages to find a corpse with his lurk coming through all the way, wrapping behind B. And Plug get information to start feeling comfortable to start pivoting into B potentially.
I think they're going to split A side, especially with a double A control and that pick. So now the spike could go back towards the A side, but meanwhile, Asuna still has the overdrive.
triggered.
They still have a Hunter's Fury to delay to allow Asuna to get behind enemy lines too.
Yeah, a lot of good options for Plug, and well, the spike's getting delayed, and the Hunter's Fury is such good
30
delay
seconds left.
because
Oh, good ping.
this scares Teague back into main. See if the
Spike
shock
planted.
dart hits.
Oh my.
The spike still goes down and Plug set their eyes forward with Boostio having flashes in his hand, but the fault line late. Teague is still alive, and it's just going to be the battle of two breaches. In terms of delay, Asana's going to slide in with the ults, and Mikey is cooked, but a better trade comes out of Jerwin. Boostio and EU hold it down, though, and it's 100 Thieves up by 2.
I don't know if there was a player that was supposed to be looking back up to try to fight and break the recon dart, but if anything, it still was beautiful for 100 Thieves as they had the perfect timing to combine the flash with that recon that got the ping onto Graffiti, which I think it was Mikey that was there that was trying to break it. So very, very nicely done in terms of that retake from 100 Thieves around this combination right here, keeping those two players at bay and stuck towards hell. Good job on them to isolate for Trust and Plug on individual fights, but it was still the fighting that was much stronger for 100 Thieves in that previous round. So now you're seeing that Trust and Plug, they're letting this lead slip a little bit. The confidence that they had and the way that they're working the map doesn't really pan out in their favor anymore, because so far for 100 Thieves, with the way that they've been pushing on that B line 2 rounds ago, and then they pushed down towards C on that previous line, they're doing a good job just really funneling Trust and Plug into what is technically looking like the weaker side, but they still have the Cypher trips there. They still have protocols for the retake. They're catching players off guard on top of that. So Trust and Plug now, I think they have to switch away from this consistent conditioning on the A choke, because 100 Thieves are not going back to fight that head first, just like they did at the beginning of this game.
And after Asuna was able to creep through courtyard, maybe just Mikey's got to figure out, okay, camera there for sure, have someone left behind. You don't want Asuna getting free kills just running it down main. And then Trust and Plug, well, they've lost a lot of these post plants now to retakes from 100 Thieves, so what is the plan B? Well, I hope it's not B, because that hasn't been awfully successful for Plug either with 100 Thieves. If they can have Boostio in their part of the retake, he's conserved a lot of his util for those moments. He's been pivotal for 100 Thieves' retake success. Plug, though, facing a smoke. They're going to delay entry, but this gives a chance for Asuna to get into Jerwin's spot and get 2 free kills and more. He's got the overdrive and a classic. Monsi's going to hold his own. Stoic at 14 HP. A very quick round, though, for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, it almost looked that it was a missed dart that came in the very beginning that didn't go into the choke, because they actually hit the top of the A side instead, or the A long instead. But I think the addition of that smoke thrown by Xander really didn't allow Trust and Plug to take full control of that missed dart potentially, and with that, their own mistake was not re-clearing the right corners when they were trying to regain control of the A long. Not checking that first corner. Asuna gets free kills on top of that. Trust and Plug now are in a bad bind on the last round of the half, and that condition towards the A side is not happening anymore. They're not as aggressive as they are. They're continuing to get stalled by that one single smoke from Xander.
You're just so paranoid. Like, where could Asuna be this time? And Jerwin's just out in the hunt. Look at him just shooting through the smoke. He's just so paranoid. And 100 Thieves are just not in sight, but definitely in the minds of Plug. Stage run through short. They got the ult, and Jerwin's still looking for contact. You got Nop now ringing through your ears at the back. 100 Thieves just can't see anything. Asuna is just gonna slip through the defenses, still pick up 2 kills. Plug tries to hold him back with the Hunter's Fury, and it's all up to Mikey and Monsi with so many angles to cover. And Monsi, and it's all up to him in the 1v1. Recon to see if he's still in heaven. Yes, it was shot down immediately. Shock doesn't make contact against Monsi. Oh, and he just gets the wall bang. What a reaction!
That's what I mentioned before. When it comes down to these moments, you have Monsi that could step up. You have other players like Button Bao or even Mikey that could step up to the plate. And 100 Thieves are definitely feeling that side. Everything looked so good on the retake. Look at how that util came through. How Asuna got full advantage of sliding through off again. A flash recon, getting those picks. They had the power of numbers, and just somehow 2 players on the attack side just slipped through. Mikey and Monsi just catching 100 Thieves, watching the wrong angles, and they salvaged that round on the lower buy that they had and keep this game close. A pistol on here where Trust and Plug wants to fight down towards grass. Fault line already set up, and I think we're gonna have Jerwin trying to peek through with this ghost, but there's already 3 players as well from 100 Thieves looking to answer back.
Teague and Ben Bao in positions to set up Jerwin. There's the fault line, and there is the swing, but it's pretty even. And now 100 Thieves, they just reacted better. They have the man advantage with at least making contact with one over at B. So 100 Thieves, with that garage control that they fought for, it's an easy pivot right into C. Now flashing a bit early. Busio didn't get the blind he was hoping for, and T gets a very good headshot. And well, this is continuing to be a very troublesome pistol, and it still ends up going the way of 100 Thieves.
Yeah, it was looking very troublesome for sure when 100 Thieves were trying to move inside the site with great util to stall. But initially, the setup, placing the pawns in the right place to counter the engagement that went out from Trust and Plug was actually quite nice. Just that Cryo stayed all the way back towards spawn, continue to watch that garage door line. So 2 players get stunned, yeah, but there's still 1 person stunned watching it and the other one unstunned to set up still a very clean crossfire setup that really didn't allow Trust and Plug to flood back into the front side. So nice little, not necessarily a read, I think it was just a protocol that they had overall, and Plug played right into it.
Now that smoke from the defense, they'll get a free orb and just trying to do any damage they can. But look how Jerwin, I should say, that was what Austin was doing last couple of rounds. But Jerwin has crept up through A short with Monty working that right map control. Cryo, I thought it was gonna be the first engagement, but Austin tried to be a hero over at C, and then Plug walked up and got a free kill with the Sheriff. So Cryo, well, he managed to go 1 for 1. It was too late of a swing for Jerwin to maybe prevent that kill from happening, but trade's a trade.
Yeah, totally. There's going to be a lot of respect given from Austin to players like Ben Bao, and loses that fight against the Sheriff. But there's still a player that slipped through here on the defensive side as 100 Thieves are trying to move into A.
Enemy remaining.
Okay, 1 versus 3 now for Bao with no util. Sheriff just vibes, and 100 Thieves continue their streak. And they get to carry the Vandal into the next round too.
Thankfully, because that could have been quite dangerous too if even Jerwin was luckily setting up 2 players that was watching that playing. It looks like Austin still got a shot there onto Ben Bao, but unfortunately couldn't confirm a full lucky kill. That said though, if Jerwin was able to drop maybe 2 more, if there was a close enough spacing for 100 Thieves, that could have been a different story. But it's a nice little anti-eco that came through towards the end for 100 Thieves. A pretty decent bonus round going into this one too. I mean, if you're looking at it, you have Austin and Cryo that are down to almost nothing on that buy, but they can still have something healthy in the next round, no matter what here for 100 Thieves. Full execution towards the C site. Cryo's watching the late flank off of camera too to make sure that he covers up towards garage.
Yeah, using the paranoia early of your 100 Thieves, and Plug try to swing out after it. Good dodge on the flash from Xander, suppressing fire into the smoke. And now you see 2, but Xander was still adjusting on top of that ledge, so Plug put a really good dent into 100 Thieves. But Cryo's lurking garage goes 1 for 1, dwindling this team down to now a 1v2. Busio spike in hand. See if he can out-rotate the last 2.
Nope. And I was surprised too, because with how things started for 100 Thieves, and they won the majority of the fights on the first wave of util for Plug's attempt to fight through the Omen smoke on Seaside, I thought it was over. I closed my eyes, and then suddenly they're just able to fight back towards what exactly wasn't really being checked or wasn't really being watched, right? They were playing a 4-1 here for 100 Thieves. Cryo was a little bit too far back, trying to engage on the late lurk and the late rotate into garage, but that just allowed, I guess, for Trust and Plug to just focus on that side of the C site and just fight back here against 100 Thieves. So unlucky there. A nice little answer back in Trust and Plug's gun round, but we talked about a pretty decent buy that's still going to be healthy for 100 Thieves. A stinger that's going to be used by Asuna, but stopped.
Yeah, just a slow walk through the cage. Big kill. Neon's gone. It's gonna be tougher for 100 Thieves to get into A if that's still the plan, although you have Xander with the ult. But no one's really gone for those deep teleports yet. Maybe that was just some fun we had in qualifiers, but Teague still has some flashes. Aftershock. You hear the orb. Monty's gonna drone.
We're gonna try to
So
get
at least
this
you can
ult.
be sure.
At least trying to get back Sewer's control. You can maybe ult that out and figure out where Trust and Plug's going to be playing. So they'll realize a very weak garage and B site. You have an opportunity now to even stop and go, but looks like it's just, hey, 2 guys are inside the site. Let's play the numbers. Let's go for the trades.
Oh, Cryo wraps around. He's blinded. And
way.
wow, Cryo still gets that kill. That's insane. Teague was just hoping for a trade at the very least. That was a 2v4 retake. With smokes, at least for Pow, Mikey, and Heaven.
Where they have to be smart for 100 Thieves. You don't want to overextend, right? You don't want to give your position away because they have power with this team.
Yeah, with that smoke, that kind of just created an isolated duel once the player in Heaven there from Plug swung out. There wasn't a trade opportunity from Baug coming through backside, so 100 Thieves really taking care of business.
Yeah, and that's exactly what Trust and Plug was looking for. You know, that's why you still saw like the player towards Heaven. I think that was Mike continuing to jiggle up towards Heaven, hoping that somebody would be aggressive and try to peek out. But as soon as he jumps down and gets punished there, right over here, Mike killed by Busio. Well, you see the util, and then it's like, okay, let's 4 players against 1. Let's just brute force the last person. We know that he's still going to play very close because these guys are just trying to duel against us. And now they actually forced a whole broken econ on the side of Trust and Plug. You have to play pistols now. Sheriffs, you're not going for a crunch. This is where what Ethos was saying that these powerhouse teams can take advantage of. You're going to play a little bit more passively. You want to give them some space. Then they'll take full advantage of that. Unless you have the perfect crossfire set. And so far, it's being gambled towards this B site.
A lot of sheriff buys from Plug as they stack and gamble through mid. And you hear the jumping around through courtyard. Everyone's about to get checked, and all the timing of the drone coming out. And German wants to take advantage, and now he's getting stun locked by all the breach util. And with the wall, he almost got out with 16 HP until EU just decided to spray it down. So that was a bit messy.
Yeah, there was a lot too, just to try to keep him alive as well. So to try to anchor up and delay here is not really going to happen. So all of Trust and Plug are just sticking together. Maybe trying to get a timing off the recon guard after the second ping.
Oh, just racing against the clock. Now Asuna just gonna be playing a bodyguard, and Plug have really struggled on the retakes. They'll have a paranoia this time and a flash from Teague, but Teague is low. And it's been tough to break the crossfire that 100 Thieves have set up now with 5 players. It was already difficult with 4 last round. Plug at least have 2 in Heaven, waiting for maybe Monsi, or sorry, for Bao to make the call with the paranoia coming through backside.
Then they're just trying to die to Spike too. So or you push the players towards him and Bao can get a couple of picks, and the other one is just tucked in so that they can try to save their weapon or just die to Spike here on the top of Heaven. So yeah, I mean, I like the idea of Monsi and Teak trying to walk through so that they could actually try to, you know, break the timing, not forced to play the retake because they had the weaker weapons, and you want to try to save a lot of that utility going into the next round because it's still very expensive utility on the side of Teague and Ben Bao to rebuy if they used all of those aftershocks and flashes on their side. So yeah, I respect it. I respect it as well to try to go for the big play, but unfortunately, just neon things with Asuna sliding through and surprising players right there in the A site, and they get a clean round towards the end. And unfortunately here for Trust and Plug, you were mentioning it, they didn't look like the best, like the best as possible when it comes down to the retake into sites, but it's also because they're losing a lot of players in process in the very beginning until they have to play the retake in a site for Trust and Plug. So or if they want to try to fight forward, and they have to guarantee at least some trades to make it some sort of a winnable condition on these retakes, because they're always at a player disadvantage in these moments.
And Mikey's been great, don't get me wrong. I do miss the chamber, though. We were just hyping it up. They've been playing so much chamber on this map, and maybe just not wanting to take that risk. But now it's been so much of Jerwin, and how do you kind of insert him, and how do you get those first bloods off of him? And the aggression was really great from Trust and Plug on the offense, but defensively, just the retakes. I mean, they don't usually have the numbers for the retake. There's either 4 or 5 players in the post play for 100 Thieves. So I kind of don't blame them. And I thought, well, Unplug, if you're going to sit in Heaven with the Sheriffs, it's kind of a tricky spot.
Yeah.
But yeah, you were right about going out with the Spike. I just thought, well, do as much damage as you can, because look how rich 100 Thieves are.
Yeah, and on top of that, when you were praising on how good he was on the chamber for Mikey, they haven't really had the op economy to try to bring the operator and try to close that line as soon as possible, right? So, and with them trying to just surprise Hunter Thieves, trying to play confidently by just trying to get Jerwin out and set him up, it's not really working out. And now they're playing basically to try to react one more time. It might work out, but I think they could do something very similar to 100 Thieves too, to try to exploit this C and garage side at the beginning of these rounds here, where 100 Thieves kind of just have Cryo like late lurking in those spots.
Like how 100 Thieves are just shooting trips. They're out in the open. They say, come at me, bro, in garage, hoping to draw out this defense from Plug. And 100 Thieves offense has been so relentless. Now damage into Teague, the flash, but this is all up to how Mikey can swing out of this, and he picks up one and hesitates and is on the retreat. And now this is the Asuna playground with the overdrive activated and just quite literally mopping the floor of this site. Steps into the smoke, and that's where Bao shuts down the ult. And now Cryo holds it down at backside, reacting to who's gonna swing out again, just out in the open. Now the spike will be planted, and 100 Thieves setting themselves up for success. 3 versus 2 on the post plant.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Okay, Cryo's playing close while the rest of his team was in main, and Cryo clutches it for the team, and now they're 1 round away.
Wow. Okay, that's Cryo things all over again. But initially, I just unfortunately didn't like the setup for Trust and Plug. You already had Ben Bao with the Vandal looking down towards garage. You had a camera looking down the C and long garage. Yet you still want to go for a phase check from Teague right through the window. And with him getting dinked instantly, it kind of forced players to try to run through the fight instead of using a camera for a fault line double swing or something like that. And that just really didn't allow for Trust and Plug to have the strongest of holds here on that C site. At least a retake looked good that time, but it's still Cryo clutching it out. So map point for the first map of the series for 100 Thieves, and they're looking to close it out right away with Duran just dying solo.
It's really tough to lose your duelist like that, but the garage swing out of Plug still did some damage, and it keeps the spike at bay, but 100 Thieves stood and delivered right back. 1v1, and we've seen this before, EU versus Monsi. 70 HP versus 30 HP. Yeah, different HP though. And oh boy. Oh, and it's EU sneaks up on him. Peekaboo 13-6 with what, like a 6-1 offensive rounds for 100 Thieves. Ooh, they're looking good.
Yeah, and they tried to go for like I guess a crunch towards the NLA Fnatic style when you went with the Hunter's Fury, the fault line, and try to push through, but just not enough utility to get the best advantage here for Jerwin. Maybe even him trying to slide down couldn't really find those opportunities to get those first picks. So great on 100 Thieves to realize those moments where they could actually be a little bit further out from that gap and just punish really what Trust and Plug were trying to do on the defensive side.
And Jerwin and Asuna looked neck and neck when it came to Plug being on offense, but once Jerwin is on defense, he was just shut down even on slides, and it's hard enough to shoot at a Neon doing that, but Plug will have to go to their map pick, Sunset, which Van says is their best one. Is he right? We'll find out after the break.
The best clip I've ever hit.
The best clip I've ever hit?
The best clip I've ever hit?
Best clip I've ever hit. I just think of like memorable. This is probably a harder one, but the first one that just comes to mind is like the Paper X 1v4. That's about it. In Shanghai. Icebox, Paper X 1v4, and it's early in the game.
Oh, it was on Bind Showers, I think. It was against Tens in a ranked game. I was on Viper. I think I either TP'd or I was running up a couple people in Showers. I started going into the bomb site. I killed some people there. The last person was hiding triple, and I ran up to him, and I had 1 bullet left in my gun, and I just one-tapped him.
It'd have to be a land clip at Miami that I hit. It was a little ace to close out the game on Bind. But yeah, I think that's the best clip, just because it's on land and like there's so much pressure.
I mean, I've hit a lot of clips. I mean, it's probably the super OG, just like Yoru, like flash TP on Icebox back when Yoru like just came out, and like he was like pretty underwhelming. I hit like a 6 bullet all headshot pistol ace like literally within the first week of Yoru coming out, and I think that's what a lot of people like started to recognize, like, oh, this guy's good at Yoru. I think I remember even like Kaide like showed that clip to Tens and was like, look at what Alan did with Yoru. And she told me that she told him that. I was like, wow, that's probably like one of the most iconic clips from me. Yeah.
And okay, so that I've watched or casted, okay, perfect. I think there was a John Cutie moment in a 1v3 on Split, and I think this is probably in the years of challengers when it was coming up. So I'd like to think it was him against TSM, but let me just Google it real quick. It was John Cutie versus TSM on Split when he was still playing for Ghost Gaming. So he planned it with like barely any seconds left. He like taps on a spike, fakes it, kills one, and then goes for the last two before even going for the plant. Like, it was crazy.
Here I can lose control.
The grand finals of the For Those Who Dare tournament, hosted by Soar Gaming, brought to you by Asus ROG and Intel Gaming. Joining me today on the desk is the great Vansili and Lemon Kiwi. We are in the middle of an amazing first match between 100 Thieves and Plug, which is so insane. And I'm super excited to get into that, but before that, let's pay some bills.
There we go.
We gotta talk about Asus ROG, our presenting partner. Asus ROG makes the best hardware for PC gaming, esports, and overclocking. Their innovations deliver top performance and premium experiences for everyone. Visit rog.asus.com/US.
You'll get the difference between the slashes sometimes.
Man, I keep thinking backslash because it's just one less syllable. It's just
like
rolls
Derek
off the tongue
Zoolander. You
easier.
can't turn left, so you can backslash everything.
Yeah, no. Oh my god.
No, yeah, it was still a good first map. I think when things kicked off, I mean, quite well with a piss around. I think won by Plug at the very beginning, and then even as soon as it got ecoed by Full Classics right after, following a timeout or following the gun round rather, it looked pretty good for Plug to really make this a challenging game for 100 Thieves on that in this first map. But as soon as we hit the second map, man, it really looked like they didn't have an answer on what 100 Thieves were doing in their positioning.
Yeah. Or you mean Plug?
Yeah.
But this game, like this specific meta on Haven, really is a game about tempos. And this entire game, we saw just the shifting and adjustments of tempos. Where starting off the map, we saw Plug just set the tempo going really fast. 100 Thieves even tried slowing it down, playing for flank, playing to hold, and Plug said, "No, if you're not gonna give us kills, then we're gonna go find them." The triple push ceiling, even though Cryo got 2, they still got the trade on the Cryo, and they had more map control, more kills, and ultimately they had a more aggressive pace. Set 100 Thieves matches that by setting up trap plays. That's how they thrifted them with that 4 in short, just serious play with the stun. And because immediately see 100 Thieves never wasted time, just never being like, oh, well, let's just keep doing the same thing. Let's keep just letting them do what they want. They kept upping the pace, and Plug tried raising the tempo again by sending even more people, more util, instead to take site, but instead to take map control, and they were finding like Asuna like off in a long and whatnot, which was great. But then 100 Thieves again, they raised the tempo even more with super aggro pushes. They're quadruple pushing down A short with util. They're not setting up traps anymore. They're 3-man pushing down C long, and they're playing full retake on the other side with, you know, Cryo holding it down with his trips. So it really was just a constant, just like game of chicken, where they just kept increasing the tempo. And, you know, overall Plug did a good job. They kept 100 Thieves honest. They were keeping them grouped together and consolidated, making sure that the rotates were fast and together, so that they were biting on fakes. But even when they try to fake, you know, you still have Cryo on the other side with his full setup, his whole trips and his whole kit. If you can't kill him right away on the exec, he will delay enough time for the flood to come in. And floods work so well in this comp. In this meta, because realistically it's about side hits. You have Breach, Neon, Sova. You're dumping all that util into a side hit, and if there's no one on that site and you just use all your utility and they're about to flood, you have no util to counter that flood. So that's why floods were working so well for both sides. And we also just saw 100 Thieves had really good game plans, even in terms of retakes. And they had a really great retake on Heaven on A site.
Yeah, it was cool. I thought we were going to see more of a clash of styles of, like, you know, we were hinting towards the ISO Yoru look from 100 Thieves in the past, the Chamber from Plug, but kind of different approaches came in. And Asuna on defense, I felt like caused so much hesitation, maybe lack of confidence on the Plug side, because Asuna got away with so many first kills. You saw 100 Thieves had, what, 12 first bloods, and a lot of that came from Asuna inserting into courtyard, walking down a long or a main off of smokes, and even that triple kill you saw in the montage. I think Asuna really turned up at the end, and they just knew how to shut down Jerwin, even when he was trying to match, you know, blow for blow.
Yeah, no, it really comes down to just who's adjusting to who better. I think that there were a couple times where they would catch Asuna off guard with the pace change, and immediately Asuna was like, okay, if that's how you're gonna play, then I'm gonna play this way. I'm gonna just walk through the smoke instead, and I'm gonna walk up, I'm gonna take that space, I'm gonna get into positions, and then we're gonna just kind of initiate from a more advanced position, like with the stun and the flash into A lobby. He was catching a lot of people off guard, and I think that 100 Thieves did a good job, not just about changing their pace, but also just changing their setups too. They weren't always staying in the same setup. They weren't always just playing heavy for A, even though most of the time they were playing heavy for A, they would swap to sometimes playing heavy for B, or playing, you know, pushing down C, getting that extra map control. And they were doing a good job of just kind of floating around the rotations and floating around the setup overall on defense, which is so important on a map like Haven, where you need that pendulum rotate, whereas like if you're shifting one person over, someone's got to pick up that slack, and you do it so seamlessly, so quickly, so that the flood system can work, so you can get in there before they get into those post plant positions, and get in there before their utilities recharged.
Yeah, just Plug went for so many retakes on defense, and they were only successful once, but at least they have their map pick coming up of Sunset. Jerwin's little neon playground. Monsi likes to bring out the Gecko. He's done that in the past. But what look could we see out of 100 Thieves? They've already showed us that they're not afraid to put Cryo on a Sentinel on a different role. And is Asuna going to continue? I assume to see the raise out of him, but who knows if they're leaning more towards Neon these days.
I'm probably leaning more towards that than Neon. Neon, because it's almost looking at this point of the patch, if you're not playing Neon, you're kind of just capping overall. Yes, some teams could still get good value out of that Raze composition, but with just seeing how 100 Thieves have played this first map, you could literally just plug and play that composition onto so many different maps, including Sunset. Sunset, you could do the identical composition and still bring a lot of value. So I think that's probably going to be another mirror match, just like we saw here on Haven. The difference here is that it's just a playstyle towards the end where Trust and Plug, they actually got caught off here by Blue Otter out in Challengers, where Bob, she was the one playing a Neon and just out maneuvering the utility coming out of Trust and Plug. So hopefully they'll be able to come through this time around.
Yeah, absolutely. And then you can see here 100 Thieves, they're opting for the Sova instead of the Gecko, which I think is a good choice, because putting EU on to Sova, which is like, you know, Sova Fade, like the scan initiators, it's like his, you know, it's like a fish in water. Like this guy, you know, not only will he once be able to find where people are so that you can set up Boostio and Asa to go attack them, you're identifying their locations, and that you then have EU just be able to close out a lot of rounds and close out a lot of kills, is being in something he's really comfortable in, versus where you're on Gecko, you just kind of throw your utility and you kind of just run
But
in.
Ethos, Monsi has a literal fish in the water with his ult.
That's, oh, I forgot, it's a shark, right? Yeah, no, I mean, I think Gecko is good, but I do feel like that maybe it might not be as good on this map anymore, considering, you know, the post plants have changed a lot with the change to B site. You can't just throw the wingman down, plant in the spam spot, and just play spam, and that's not going to work for most teams now. The meta's definitely shifted a lot, so we're going to see kind of like how good the old metaverse, you know, the newer meta is evolving, and see if Sunset can be played the same way, or you do have to kind of try to adapt with the changes.
Well, thanks so much, Ethos. We'll see you after the match. I mean, this could be the end. It's series point for 100 Thieves, one map away from the big grand final for a $15,000 prize pool. And our semifinalists, you'll be finding out who that is after this. But let's start a pistol. First blood off of Jerwin, but a big paranoia, a big blind from 100 Thieves. Catches Plug, but that just really is delay for 100 Thieves to back up and play the back of the site, but emerging through the smoke, Boostio does not care. 3 in a row, but Plug bite right back, and it's Cryo in a 1v2. Not even gonna stop the wingman, doesn't want to reveal his position, but now you might as well, because now you have to spike exactly where you want him. Jerwin, 25 HP. Playing together. No util, but they look the wrong way, and it's a clutch on pistol for Cryo.
What a good job for Boostio to kick things off here. Just 3 taps with a ghost. Beautiful fault line, stunning people at the same time too. I think, or maybe even it was a relay bolt from Asuna. But yeah, you have to rely and count on Cryo once again, just like the previous map, to clutch a 1 versus 2 in your favor. Idea was great. You saw Jerwin going for a lot of neon noise just to try to flesh out a first initial wave of utility. But as he did so, and nothing really came out, but there was still aggressive position coming out from 100 Thieves, Plug was able to punish that right away. But that slight mistake of just leaving the wingman alone allowed here Cryo to just win that quite easily. He now places a camera into B main so he could actively watch into how many players will be splitting into this B site, as exactly what Plug is trying to do. Just try to get this plant down with the wingman.
The fault line potential from Teague coming through the market side, and EU is just a menace. 3. He doesn't need help from anyone else, and even did damage to Jerwin before he's underground. But oh, I thought Jerwin was gonna go down after that. 100 Thieves just can't seem to trade. Jerwin's about to ace this team after I thought this round was gonna be dead, and it could be possible with Cryo at 18 HP, and he's babysitting the spike right now. So Jerwin has to find his way around.
And Jerwin's at 12, but for him, I mean, Neon things one more time and catches so many players 100 Thieves off guard. The thing is, the positioning you see from the rotate from Jerwin right now is there's still a trip here being placed by Cryo. It's on the left side. He could hug the wall, so he has to be a little bit more aggressive, but the timer of the camera just finished. So now he could just stick towards that, watch towards B main, continue to tap onto the camera, and he should be in a good spot. Jerwin cannot go for any more stuns, but he does have a slide, though. He does have a slide.
Now the jig is up, and Jerwin has to just almost free fire, and just the last place that he would have checked, that's where Cryo is. The perfect timing. as 100 Thieves take the anti-eco.
Yeah, and all he did was just watching the angle after, and mentioned in the last slide, it was actually used by Durin thinking that somehow Cryocells was going to rotate over from middle all the way to market. So he watched towards that area. He went for that slide in that spot and just easy there for Cryo to win it. It was going to be so close. I mean, that was an eco for Trust and Plug. And look at what 100 Thieves are bringing into the bonus round. Absolutely nothing where Durin has an overdrive.
Yeah, I mean, what a weird, well, not a weird round, a crazy round where he almost had back-to-back aces, you know? Both teams went insane.
Yeah, you wanted Gerwin to really just step up pretty much at that point. You were hoping that you'd be able to win that fight after that 4K, but yeah, it's just A-side control, fault line to try to push them up off contact. But it looks like 100 Thieves are deciding otherwise, too, to just fall back instead. Even an attacking one way, just to isolate an aggressive peak on that side so they could scale a little bit more deeply into the left. Nice little util so far by Plug to just scale up here towards the A-side choke.
This judge is still gonna... should be guaranteeing you a kill, right? No, Jerwin! He sensed it and takes care of that judge, which could have been devastating. And Plug will still move forward with even numbers. Now you just isolate that left side. And Bustio thinks he could just get a backstab, but Plug just had a delayed push. Now using the Gecko Flash and a Paranoia from Bao right through the center. 100 Thieves just don't have anyone protecting this anymore, and it'll be Cryo coming from spawn. Hope to do some damage.
Or save his weapon here, but he'll die instead. It's a clean round from Trust and Plug overall. Again, the util was great scaling up towards that A site. Well, the one-way smoke, then throwing the Dizzy to confirm nobody's on the left side so you could just focus on the right. And I was waiting for a fault line or something to happen towards the elbow, but I forgot you are playing Neon, so you could just stun for yourself and swing through to get the opener. So all very, very nice. In that last round, Mikey got great value of lurking up on this middle and realized here that Cryo did not place a trip on that side. So potentially realizing that the Cypher is placing double trips on B, this could be an opportunity for Trust and Plug to start punishing that a little bit more on his splits all the way back towards Boba in the late rounds of this half.
There's my buddy.
Plug will have their lurk in mid off the camera. Will be Mikey just being as careful as he can. Also being ready to react to if there's a push out of A off his trip. Meanwhile, Plug have made entry. It is Jerwin maybe getting caught by some trips as 100 Thieves were able to capitalize on that moment until now, until main was left open for Cryo. And Jerwin is still trying to sweep the pack site with the ult activated and couldn't be steady enough against Asuna. He goes 1 for 1. Now you're left with even numbers. Spike recovered. He's kind of waiting for the smoke to dissipate, for this right side to be cleared, and the sync wasn't perfect, but it's just up to Xander to save this for 100 Thieves in a 1 versus 2, as Monty still has to get the gun out, and he gets the last laugh.
And unfortunately, only a stinger too, so he has to go for the wide sting and try to melt down his opponent because he can't wallbang in the corners with the stinger. But overall, it was almost a round that slipped through in terms of the execution here for Trust and Plug. Why is Teague the one carrying the spike here where you could have, especially that wingman? Why are you still using wingman in your composition, which is probably, even a Gecko in your composition, which is probably the wingman being the strongest thing out of that kit to help you on that plant to play the 6 versus 5 on the site takes. But thankfully here, they're able to salvage, and one thing that's good for Trust and Plug is that they do have aim. So you bring these individual duels 1 by 1, you can make it work.
Oh, the defensive Paranoia just to slow this down, and you're throwing the Hunter's Fury into the mix on a Sheriff round that just put a dent into Plug, and it did get a kill. But without Bustio, without your leader, this could be a tough one for 100 Thieves, but you know, this was already going to be an uphill battle. At least good damage was done. Jerwin's down to 5, Bao at 75.
Unlucky 145.
Yeah. Now Cryo's gonna check things out, and Monty's watching the cross, and Xander, like, for these Sheriffs to do that much damage to get these kills is, I think, pretty important for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit of investment that came through, or actually, should I say, a lot of investment, especially with the 2 ults. They're trying to utilize to just crunch back into the tiles play. So very, very nice on Trust and Plug to just stay back towards the spawn. Yes, T got caught there towards that line, but it only makes sense because you went for a fast lane down towards middle. You went for a stun down towards the tiles. So you're hoping that if people are trying to run away from the line, most of them will be converged back towards the entrance of the spawn towards the A site. But unfortunately, Hunter Sphere only got 1. So you went for a trap play, didn't pan out in your favor, but at least the Sherries did to force a couple of buys back into Plug in this round. But it was a little gamble for 100 Thieves, and unfortunately didn't pay off with where they were hoping to funnel Trust and Plug in. So good on them on the attack side to stay back passively towards the spawn.
I mean, didn't EU get like a 3K and market, and Plug just have to approach this a little more carefully on the flood, and there's even a trip there to support EU. As Plug destroyed the door but didn't immediately jump in, just in case there's going to be some fire back from 100 Thieves. This player just going to take their time and... Okay, this market's left open. Why? That's suspicious. As a drone, it's going to spot at least 1 in mid.
Yeah,
Austin is just going to go in and support B.
Right now, they were focusing a lot on, or giving a lot of trust here onto Cryo because he has the trips and cameras to just anchor up the B site so they could focus on fighting mid and A. But now that the trip and camera's been broken, you're thinning out the defenses back towards middle. So I love here for that Trust and Plug. They're reflipping the map, taking advantage of middle now after making noise off B, after forcing to rotate towards B and trying to split towards A. But Boostio wins that first fight, and that's going to slow down that push.
Boostio only has 100 HP, so hey, just getting a kill is huge for him. Xander reestablishes into elbow. Paranoia is to try and get the spike, or just to really shake up the site. As a spike only has 5 more seconds to go down, and there's just not enough time. 100 Thieves' retakes are just too good.
Still a little bit nice there by T to win that fight against Xander. You saw the tech of him trying to go for the Paranoia and TP it across, but I feel like the Paranoia just hit Tika as he's about to TP, so Teak already knew of the repositioning of Xander there. But that first kill and that second one from Boostio right at that elbow. Again, manipulating the map very correctly for Trust and Plug, and they just needed to add a little bit more to guarantee the trade onto Boostio instead of being a death ball and having 2 players fall in that instance. It's unfortunately not the way that you want to rescale in the map when you're trying to play contact after creating that diversion here up towards that B site. So unfortunate there. He ties up the game at least now as 100 Thieves is able to win that round. Still not the best buy going into this one as Boostio has to play a Judge and Xander has a Guardian. So we'll have to see how that's going to resume once we come back from this technical pause, but we'll take the advantage at least of the technical pause to give a huge thanks to our sponsors, Asus ROG, Republic of Gamers, and Intel Gaming for forking out the money and allowing us for getting some great giveaways, rather, and as well as a major prize pool for those who dare, presented by SOAR. So big shout out now for the technical pause, waiting to resume. Again, I think it's still quite early in this game so far, Lemon Kiwi, to really see how these players or these teams are really taking advantage of this map, because there's been a lot of different looks here on both sides. Aggression from the defensive side, slow tempo and defaults on the attack side, and it really comes down to like these last 2v2s or whatnot. So I think both teams are playing this map quite well.
I think Plug has really had to adapt and put their thinking caps on, because it just doesn't feel like set plans like by the book compared to how we saw them on Haven. It's been a lot of, okay, well, Mikey is low, can't really lurk, so we gotta send Monsi over at A, and then guess who's at A? It's just been Boostio shutting that down time and time again. If not him, someone else who has a Judge, and it's been tough for Plug to get map control without losing bodies in the process. And you're talking about these 2v2s, and that's because 100 Thieves are just so hard to take down without them taking you down with them.
That's a difficult thing in the composition here for Plug, right? Because you don't have a Fade Eye or you don't have a Recon Dart that could even throw into the elbow aggressively. You have to basically launch your Dizzy as soon as possible, but you're going to have to be so close. So your elbow control is not going to be as good and as potent as, 100 Thieves would have with the Soba.
So true. Drone shut down Plug, trying something new after the technical pause, and it's EU once again. He is a pillar in his stances, and Plug can at least depend on Mikey to be huge. Neural theft advantage for them. Teague and Mikey will reunite. Rolling Thunder now being used. Boostio still has his in the back pocket. If they think Cryo's in trouble, they can back him out. But getting behind the pillar, the Rolling Thunder from the offense didn't do anything but it helped them plant. And with the camera in place, you know, one's in sight, one's at the back. 100 Thieves have their own Rolling Thunder, but with the judge, it's not the best place for Boostio to push into unless they were close. Now a Rolling Thunder, but look, Plug, we're in shelter. Mikey is in the smoke, hearing them walk by, waiting to hear where that third one is. Maybe get the cutoff, and it's Cryo playing in main, so he's gonna get the backstab on Mikey, especially because of the flash from Boostio. And it's just Teague left, holding the angle, has the reload, gets the jump peek, sees Xander running away. The defuse gets halfway, and all the way now is 100 Thieves will take the lead.
Good thing on Cryo too. Again, trusting Cryo that he's gonna win that 1v1. Xander just runs inside that smoke to go for the defuse. And it was still great delays. You talked about that Rolling Thunder that was available there for Boostio for the retake. But one single fault line came out from Teague. Really didn't allow for 100 Thieves to really tempo up at that spot. And look at that replay. Again, Plug reading the map correctly, reading the conditioning that they've been doing and what the reads. I've mentioned before, like the Mikey lurk on the top middle saying, hey, there's no trip up here. There's an opportunity for us to try to take advantage of that a little bit later on in the round. They do so in that round number 7, but they unfortunately didn't have enough utility to really try to support here the players and blind those defensive line rather on the top mid.
Hey, Plug, when they brought out the aggression on Haven, it paid off. It got a little dicey with the fault line that came out of Boostio, and Plug still found their shot into Xander, who swung off of Boostio's contact and was creeping across. Boostio still gets away with that. Again, Plug lose bodies on their way into the site, and cutting them off at elbow is Boostio. Still with the flash in hand, they'll just hold the corner, waiting for reinforcement as Plug hope to pivot, and they shut down the lurk in mid from Cryo. Now the sky's the limit for Plug as they re-cleared through mid and hope to get to B before 100 Thieves do.
And if Jerwin gets an opener, that's even better because you're really forcing to rotate over. But remember, we talked about them having a hard time. That's a huge pick. But we talk about them trying to re-clear back towards the A site, and they haven't been the best in terms of the buddy system. They still need to be sure that they're not overextending this where they could punish Boostio here.
And the spike hasn't gone down yet, so 100 Thieves, this is taking a little too long, getting suspicious. And the spike is back at A, but look who's around the corner. Still Boostio with util. Asuna got speed. He's got violence too. Boostio was hoping to crunch off Asuna, who's still gonna take the helm in a 1 versus 1. Mikey just swinging with the first shot. Asuna versus Mikey, and it's Plug that tie.
Oh man, and it looks like Boostio was trying to come through and surprise an opponent. He knew that after the fault line and from the line of it, that he was going to come in very close to fight against Teague right around the corner. But he did not expect that Mikey was going to be out towards the elbow to win that fight. And just off this, yes, lovely push by Cryo, but with him getting punished, a great read rather for Trust and Plug, knowing that there's the B side's going to be open, and Durin did a great job to force that rotate, especially after winning that fight against EU towards Boba. That had to be the most crucial kill that was needed for Trust and Plug for them to be able to win that round. And yes, it did come down to a 1v1, but you're still 1v1 against a heavy hitter like Mikey.
Surprised you're taking a timeout here. I thought things have been going pretty swimmingly for 100 Thieves. I know the score is tied, but they've felt very strong in the early rounds. Like EU, I feel like is always taking somebody with them, if not multiple. Yet Cryo, who was triple positive last round, 9-3, he's incredible too. And for your Sentinel to do this well on defense is amazing. Neural theft is going to give him an advantage.
I think the thing too is that they have a lot of this Cryo set up on B side and not too much on A, so they're doing a lot of these or crunches or these holds that are passive towards mid and A side. But it was very well read by Trust and Plug so far, and when you're trying to play a little bit more passively for 100 Thieves, then Plug is able to manipulate the map quite well to continue with these default and force these rotates, right? So you want these rounds to be a little bit cleaner on the side of 100 Thieves, and maybe that's why the timeout is being utilized here by Zix, just to make sure that they can't keep this game close here between them and Trust and Plug. That maybe the aggression could be just like Haven. You try to aggress more towards the B side, you funnel towards a Cypher setup on A, and try to get the best value out of that. Try to get the best value out of your flood retake capabilities that Ethos is mentioning at the desk with this composition.
Monty keeping his flash for the A hit. 100 Thieves not keeping anyone in elbow this time. Xander's been holding the left side, but not going for an aggro peek. Really holding his own. And now Monty has revealed the team off of First Blood. Plant will go through, and hanging around at the top side too is Jerwin. One away from the ult. Even Teague one away from the Rolling Thunder. Jal just takes one for things to spill over for Plug to get the lead. And there is Monty that just gets greeted there by Xander, but Monty will continue the streak and off of the wingman. Oh god, Monty just can't see anything, except Bustio can take his time with 3 with the Sheriff, gets an upgrade. Doesn't get immediate vision on the side though, thanks to the neon wall. There's the flash. Jerwin knows not to peek that. Counter flash. Bustio versus the world, it feels. Oh, and just a better swing out of Plug to take care of that.
Great shots of the Sheriff no matter what, though. For him to dodge those shots, too, on a fully blinded Monsi running up. It looks like he was whiffing shots, but he was actually hitting players behind Monsi to get even Button Bow down. So a nice little 3K in that position. That really is potentially not going to give the best of buys here that we see from Plug. I saw a couple of them were like at 200 or 300 after this round. So yeah, you're getting a spike plant. I mean, it's a spike plant and a victory, right? So it's still 3,300 across the board. So you should be able to get half shields, yeah, and still good rifles. It's just Mikey that's going to have a drop here, and we'll figure out what's going to happen now. But an opportunity for 100 Thieves to really break the econ on the defensive side. And we're looking at the setup, something that I was mentioning for us to try to take advantage of after this timeout. Maybe to try to flip the map across on how they want to do the setups. But it's still going to be the same here to keep corral cells on this B site. But you're not as aggressive down towards the middle or the A line. So you're forcing now a lot of util to come out on the A side with these one-way smokes that I don't think Xander has been throwing that many times here at the beginning of this game.
Yeah, not having to. I mean, they could just fall line off of Bustio, and it's kind of been back and forth on who's been benefiting from these barrier down aggression. As Plug, they go quietly. They'll use the first flash from Monsi to get info. Gets nothing. Jerwin is testing the waters, and he gets to slip by. And I like that Plug are just going to depend on Jerwin to pull aggro and to eat the util, because he could get out of it.
They wasted so much. Right now, you could just wait the smoke and just pop right out. You have this Rolling Thunder and also the overdrive to just retake A. Now, buddy system too for the contact. Again, they got to be a little bit more grouped up here so Xanders doesn't catch one off guard. It works.
Xander gets out. Rolling Thunder from Teague, and Bustio just got cooked from the whole squad. And Plug are not even done yet. Jerwin's checking every corner. Got the spike. You know, we use Wingman for more offense than objective goals. Jerwin clears the corner, 2 more, and EU takes care of Monsi. Is Jerwin bit off more than he could chew? And it's a 2 versus 3 retake. 100 Thieves have Hunter's Fury. Do they really have time to go for it? Xander's barely holding a line, but he still gets 2 and makes the job easier for EU in the 1v1. But now the time is running out. It's really tough. Teague just has to play his life. The spike has been tapped. Teague isn't gonna check it till he gets to the halfway point. Shots coming out of EU. Teague halfway diffused, and EU saved the round for 100 Thieves by 0.6.
Yeah, that was big kahunas from both of the players too. For Teague to not even swing at all after the first tap. Basically guessing here that EU is not gonna stick it at half. And then he goes for it, couldn't get that pick, and then it came down to just big brain plays coming out from EU towards the end. Sticking that last one, using the elevation of the steps to even get a better angle on that second spray so they could actually catch T, go even for the spray through the box and win that off the time. Very, very nice 1v1 here, won by EU towards the end. But a 5-5 scoreline, now you're looking at the story of this first half, still very good from both of these two teams. But finally here, the economy's broken for Trust and Plug. They had to be grouped up a little bit more. This timeout, coming out from the timeout, a little bit more early information trying to get gained by 100 Thieves, recutting back towards the attack spawn on the B side, not pinging anybody. So they know now that mid is weak here for 100 Thieves.
Austin out with the Hunter's Fury and the overdrive. Anyone who was pushing A just got buried. Yeah. Plug are already down 2, and now you're holding in Spawn, and Monsi can at least get a trade there before heading back
So good.
away. There is the Omen TP to grab the spike, reestablish at A. Monty's gonna sell the B fake, and hey, do more than just that. His lurk picks up Cryo.
And I think it's B because of that. Running back towards middle, like, oh crap, it's not there. So now you're forcing a TP at spawn. You're splitting both players too. So 2 individual 1v1s are about to happen.
Except Boostio has Rolling Thunder and Fault Line. Starts with the Fault Line. Mikey's around the corner and should be able to recover before Boostio wraps. Meanwhile, we'll check in with Bao versus Xander. And Nubla doing just fine on 100 Thieves. Spiky. Slow and steady does not always win the race. And 100 Thieves go up by 1. 1 round to go for the half.
Yeah, and that was actually on even Trust and Plug's side that didn't stay grouped up on the post plant. Everything was so good on, yes, it looked like a great crunch for 100 Thieves, great retaliation coming back, keeping Monsi towards the spawn for that pick. And then flipping the map, knowing that the push was so aggressive for 100 Thieves down towards the spawn. Everything was so good until all of the spaghetti towards the end. Important fights that should have been won here by Button Bao, and also right here from Mikey. 2 players catching their opponents off guard. Landed or shot first, but just couldn't finish up the fight. And it's a round here for 100 Thieves to take the lead in this first half. Last round of the half in itself. And Ping's coming up here. Yeah, sorry.
100 Thieves are just really good at winning their 1v1 duels under pressure, and that's where Plug can sometimes falter. But hey, there's Plug at least not eating the Rolling Thunder to the chin.
The pings towards Boba means potentially even a late push back towards a split on B, depending what happens here.
Spike down A.
Sherwin picks up the 2. Now can pick up pace, because those are the 2 that usually like to hold A alone until support arrives. So Plug just getting ready. Bao just got his smoke back, so isn't gonna go for the one-way quite yet. Just now, as 100 Thieves just quietly walking past some smokes. Could be Asuna surprising Bao in that moment as he teleports on top of the box. 100 Thieves have a neural theft, but there's no corpses near Cryo to use. Depending on this 1v1 with Teague. Now 100 Thieves have the neural theft. They'll see a ping and someone's already on the spike holding to defuse, and Bao is too late to the party. 7-5 half for 100 Thieves.
Oh man, the pulse plants are hurting right now for Trust and Plug for the last few rounds. Great job for 100 Thieves to even close out the half on just some clean retakes towards the end. And again, that's what we were mentioning before. Something that this composition is really good at is just the flood retakes. And I gotta take a moment at least though to give praise on at least on Trust and Plug learning from even their past games. Against Blue Otter, they were getting timed a lot, and Monsi was also getting killed so many times as he was trying to set up like thrashes to play against Bob and the rest of their team here against Blue Otter. So maybe that's why they're having like Teague plant instead, so that Monsi could use Wingman to create more space, and then they leverage Rolling Thunders towards the post plants or even the takes on the site to try to keep this game close. And we're seeing similar things as the first map. We had a 6-6 half on the first map, now it's 7-5. But Trust and Plug, this is where things kind of fell apart when they take the defensive side. At least they're not, they're still up in a tempo though. They're taking advantage of this round by pushing a lot of players down towards mid. You already have Jerwin trying to listen for footsteps. An aggressive trip towards the very beginning too, towards the very front. So that Plug can play the retake after.
All right, 100 Thieves just storm into the site. Plug had their camera, they saw this coming. Smokes in position. Now it's a race against time with the spike planted. And you got the paranoia coming out of Plug as they flood on in. And Asuna's barely trying to hold the corner. It was a good flash from Plug to try and limit this. And it's Mikey and Monty that just take over the entire lobby. That was the quickest retake.
Yeah, and again, the aggressive trip was just to sound the alarm to say, hey, they're heading towards this site. We could just hold back towards Boba, keep the camera up, or keep the camera down so you could actually leverage that on the retake when you're ready to go for the protocol. Taps it, sees the info, they go for the flood retake, and yeah, very, very clean towards the end. And just to tie a knot to what I was mentioning on the changes here of Monsi not being the one planting, the reason also is because when he actually had the thrashes, he was getting owned so many times in his thrash by aftershocks from Zeke on the other end too. Again, which is probably why they changed that tempo to have Teague being the one potentially even to diffuse for the team when it comes down to this defensive half, so they could use the Rolling Thunder a lot more than the thrash.
Scanning ahead.
Got an outlaw by 2 from Jerwin. That's holding mid. It is smoked off. And you got a Bucky from Bao holding elbow. So 100 Thieves been pretty confident about their B hits. But it's just about grabbing the orb and dealing with this one way. That's what Cryo's been trying to get vision on, but he's getting blocked off there by Bao. Now where the smoke is from 100 Thieves, I wonder if they're trying to cross through mid or give the illusion that they want to do that. And that's why Plug are just peeking past the smoke and into mid. Now the paranoia from Plug is hoping to slow this down, and the fucky does a good amount of hits to Asuna and Boostio. And 100 Thieves still keep their legs and still keep the spike, and they're about to plant, and they're trying to get ahead of the game too, playing at the backside, but Cryo's not able to stop the cutoff from Plug already retaking. And now you got the Outlaw in the side that gets 2.
And Boostio just got spotted. Okay, yeah.
Disgusting.
That's how you answer back. That's how you answer back. A little bit of a miscomm too, and mistiming between Xander and Asuna, because it looked like it was going to be an endless battle right here. But you definitely saw that the paranoia also hit Asuna as he's trying to slide across. But if anything, 2 players slipped through on the scaling that 100 Thieves was trying to do. I think it was on the person towards short to be a little bit faster on the tempo, so that even if he dies, at least they'll give an opportunity here for 100 Thieves to turn around from elbow, fight and trade in that spot. But just slipping through, allowing Jorin to come across to get all of the value out of this Outlaw, that's gotta hurt here for 100 Thieves.
Being able to carry that Outlaw over is always nice. And not gonna even bother to look at mid because it's been smoked off, so you might as well just keep supporting Bao.
It's a great call for you to say that the Outlaw's still there too, because now you're seeing your 100 Thieves are forcing full armor out of everybody, knowing that the Outlaw's still out. So that keeps the economy very low. So Plug winning this round, especially with this first blood, if they're able to convert this into a 5v4 victory, then that's going to break the economy one more time for 100 Thieves.
Because of these long-range kills, Plug can't even go and recover the Vandal that was dropped by Boostio and B main. But that was Bucky may not be that interesting to 100 Thieves, obviously. And now they're just creeping up through A, slowly but surely. 100 Thieves could be selling a fake at A. Paranoia even through the backside. 100 Thieves want to create a possible option as Plug are on the flank through mid, and this is the danger of keeping no eyes and no lurk on mid, and this is too much for Xander to handle. No way, a 1v2 like that. And that is a signal for 100 Thieves. Pedal to the metal, spike about to go down. We'll see how long this Outlaw lasts.
Probably not too long towards the end. 3 still players very healthy in the spot, and Mikey has to try to retake with a Marshall. What a shot from Jerwin right there. Holy.
Player standing.
Okay, 1v2 and hoping to find a better weapon for this. Wait, Xander was trying to prevent exactly that. Just when you think it's unwinnable, Jerwin clutches. Holy cow. Back-to-back rounds, he's the hero.
There is no wrong I think I could have said about 100 Thieves in that round. I think the repositioning was good. The jump peak was good to fight info. He was just landing shots right there for Jerwin. And he's on something different on this map here, because he doesn't look like he wants to miss at all on the map pick of Trustin Plug of Sunset. Look at that shot.
Oh my god. I didn't even see
Look
that
at the
one.
no scope after he slides here. Accuracy.
So good. That'll be different next patch, but for now, Plug certainly did damage to that economy from 100 Thieves after he talked about the shield buys. They still got Vandals though, but this is such an important round for 100 Thieves because this has been 3 unanswered wins from Plug and Neural Theft from Mikey. 100 Thieves have their lurk deep into mid, so no flanks possible for Plug, at least not one that will go unnoticed.
And it's that one single plant too that allows for 100 Thieves to get that extra credit to buy what they have right now.
Okay, and you got a teleport. Xander can help support at the corner as Plug hope to retake, and they're cut off from Market, and they're gonna still do what they can because they have the trip set up from Mikey and the Neural Theft, so Plug are gonna know how to infiltrate this. And you see both corners held by 100 Thieves, the rest trying to escape through main. And Plug have Market open to try and fire back, and Plug with a great stun from Jerwin too.
Oh.
And now with the smoke in place, 100 Thieves off the recon. Gonna get too much information, but on top of the box, Sander peeks above the smoke, gets two, and it's just Monsey. 100 Thieves, Plug. What a map this has been. So back and forth. Monsey, the wingman starting to defuse, and the flash gets Boostio, but Monsey couldn't finish the job.
Boostio kills him while blinded too. What a nice little try. Forcing Boostio out after the wingman just crosses and then gets hit by the flash and still wins that fight. I mean, that's actually quite clean. But that's something that's missed here on the side of Plug. Just smoking the B main. Yes, it's actually quite strong now on the defensive side to actually utilize on, you know, a team that's trying to play the outside spray because it's not as effective as it used to be. But they negated the shrouded step sword from Xander that could TP on top of the box and just annihilate Trust and Plug. So back into an 8-8 scoreline, and Trust and Plug, at least the rounds that you lose, you learn, and hopefully they won't fall into the same mistake the second time around.
It's been so close. Fault line trap ready for 100 Thieves. Plug walking up to. Who's gonna pull the trigger first? 100 Thieves making some noise, and that's when Cryo and friends jump through. The fault line sort of slows them, but then 100 Thieves, they get hit by the flash from Monsey, and then Teague picks up 4.
That was so nice. I mean, what could you really do? Just a nice little combination from Trust and Plug, and even Neural Theft gets the ping onto EU, trying to grab that orb on that B site, and you're counting your losses pretty much at this point. So you stay behind, you're hoping to play 1v1s every single time and hoping to win a round in your favor, but this should be a round where EU will try to conserve his weapon.
He's
Right?
still walking forward,
That's what
though.
I'm saying,
He's maybe
right?
trying to bait the Echo Flash, knowing that they're still trying to clear back here. And oh, he was so close, and he's still going for this. Wait, he took away 2 guns. Not bad.
I could have taken 3 there. That was 3 shots I had in the back. No, for real. At that level, and knowing EU and knowing how good he is in these moments, that should have been some cleaner shots. We've seen some much cleaner rounds coming out here from EU in the past, and especially in VCTs. And in those moments, he takes full advantage of. But unfortunately, let that slip, and Trust and Plugs is able to convert back again off just great W tilt that you mentioned for both Monsey and Teague to swipe up here this 4K. Look at that. Like 3 of them are blinded. Everybody's so focused on that left side or behind the Rolling Thunder to try to crunch back towards the elbow that they weren't ready for Teague to just swing out. I guess it's just that little fault line that missed that single line on top of that on the right side, because if Teague actually got launched at the same time with the Rolling Thunder, we would have been saying something much more different on the side of 100 Thieves and how good they were to take the A side. But great spacing, I guess, timing utilized by Teague to allow Trust and Plug to regain the lead.
Just the multiple angles of util, whether it's Monty from one side with the flash, Teague with an elbow with the other flash, like kind of seeing what 100 Thieves use and then trying to react, but really just trying to play off of any information they have. Plug a lead by 1 round, and they'll have Thrash, Overdrive, Rolling Thunder, and against a weak buy from 100 Thieves, Plug could build up some good insurance rounds from here.
Yeah, definitely. And a much different Plug than what we saw in Haven against 100 Thieves. Again, this is the reason why they picked this map, something they're very comfortable to play on. Around here with a big split towards his B side, a flash, I think that once again hits Asuna, so he can get full control of Market. At least 100's Fury will.
Mikey just jumping above it, but Rolling Thunder from the defense, thinking the spike here was already on the site. 100 Thieves aren't that comfortable yet. They're still trying to fight through Market, through mid, and Sherwin didn't look both ways before crossing the road. He gets hit by a truck, and 100 Thieves. Okay, someone got detained, and Plug are doing the most out of carving their way through mid, leaving this to be a 1v1. Boostio with the classic, Mikey with the Vandal. Boostio playing off fault line. Great anti-util from Mikey with the cage up. He heard him close. Now it's ring around the Rosie. Oh, the shot. Boostio's elbow there, and Mikey locks up the round.
And again, yes, it is an eco, but it's still a booster with a sheriff and or booster with a pistol. And you know what booster could do here in those moments, especially on that map. But I love it from both sides. A bit of spaghetti, as I mentioned before, on how they were just trying to fight back with aggression on both ends. Look at that overheat coming out from Derwin. Nice little retaliation. Everybody gets funneled out, and you're using your pistols to your advantage, right? Boostio almost got that one there on to Mikey, who knew Mikey was low, was playing the mind games pretty much at that point. But you wasted out a lot of defensive utility, a lot of defensive ults too on your eco round for 100 Thieves. That's a small win for the attack side.
The economy is in shambles, and Derwin, I mean, there's win in his name for a reason. What a dent into 100 Thieves, but at least they've made their way into B. They've taken care of some of the Sentinel util as Asuna pushing through. Does what he can to get ahead of the game when it comes to the market. Retake potential from Plug. And 100 Thieves want more than that. And this was after Plug were in a 5 versus 3. Things are not so decisive until now, until 100 Thieves tried to surprise them, and Mikey stands above the rest.
Both Mikey and Jerwin have been playing lights out. I gotta say, Jerwin the whole map, but Mikey finding this groove here on this second map. On the second half, rather, on the defensive side. Just being so good anchoring up right now on this B site. And now 100 Thieves, you've mentioned it, this was... Again, a scenario where a fault line, the aggression comes out. This is what 100 Thieves were looking for on their own defensive side to get the best value out of fault line and Neo moving down, and Neon rather moving down, and then catching bullets. I mean, I might as well call him Neo at this point because Jerwin's dodging every single bullet with these kills. But that said, Plug is doing exactly the game plan that 100 Thieves are doing on these crunches, and it's actually working on their side.
Revealing area.
Plug just stays so stoic. Even with 100 Thieves swinging on them. Now you got Neural Theft, so Mikey's role in this round is so important. And he's always solo holding B. And he'll be... After hearing those shots, he's like, giving respect to that. Maybe hoping if he can get a kill. With the weak buy expected at 100 Thieves, he could activate the Neural Theft as soon as possible. But the plan just goes down on 100 Thieves' side as they can hope to play through B main. And Austin is just gonna pick off Mikey, so no Neural Theft, but big win condition gone for Plug. As they've already started to flood in, but Monty and Teague are behind, and Jerwin doesn't care, he's just like the one-man army. Now his initiators are by his side, and there's 100 Thieves cutting through mid, and a big backstab out of Xander. Happens, but his position's revealed and he's blinded. He's got to take a second. The defuse will get halfway. It is actually being stuck, and I don't know if Xander could do anything about it.
He tried TP across too, and just praying to somebody that he could actually pull out his weapon on time and get the wall bang and at least a drive-by to get the pick, but it's still the full defuse towards the end. And somehow that could have been pivotal because Monty threw a dizzy towards the air. It actually did blind Xander, and there was no audio cue for him to turn around, and nobody calling him that he was still behind the map. But thankfully, they still had more numbers for Trust and Plug. And dare I say here, I mean, I guess I will because we are casting for those who dare. But Plug are at map point, and they have an opportunity to push this into a third and final map against 100 Thieves, where to a lot of people is a surprise.
For sure. This was the winner of Qualifier 2, and it's Jerwin had first and second last time, but gets caught by the Asuna util. And 100 Thieves keeping Jerwin in check just like they did on Haven. 100 Thieves still have a road ahead of them.
Right there.
And it's Plug that just need one round. It's 100 Thieves that you have to demand perfection from them. And this is Plug's map pick, and you did say this was their strongest map, and man, through blood, sweat, and tears, they've made this scoreline happen.
Thing is,
So 100 Thieves are trying to be like stealthy, but then they're
that's
just
the
shooting.
thing. Still giving so much respect here onto Trust and Plug, despite winning the first 2 duels against Monsi and Jerwin. Again, because they haven't really found real information around the map. You see that Cryo's still consistently tapping into the camera in case there's somebody else moving around. But for Trust and Plug, you can just see from their position, watching middle, making sure they're watching each other's backs and gambling that they can have a lot of these bodies on the B site and potentially even just save their weapons if the plant comes in. But as I say that, and you heard the TP over towards A, They're gonna try to go for it.
Asuna jumped right into the trip. Unlucky. Trying to prevent the plant, and yeah. 100 Thieves gonna have to try this again, and Plug have completely surrounded them. There's a flash from Teague, and Cryo reacts! Double kill right off the box! And Mikey is in a 1v2 neural theft, but it's just gonna hope to draw out the last one and couldn't turn in time. 100 Thieves just barely clutching these rounds to get through.
Cryo's continuing to just be a saving grace right now for 100 Thieves. It almost looks like his lurking capabilities, his playstyle kind of like just suits into this Cypher role. Mikey, nice little wall kill from that trap kill. But that said, with them trying to go for it, which was surprising because it was a 3 versus 5, but dropping 4 players in the process, keeping the economy low for 100 Thieves. Half shields for 2 players. On this side of the attack, not the best of utility too. I mean, they have full utility. It's just traps here on the attack side that was missing, but it was already placed by a Cryo. It seems for 100 Thieves, they want to stay towards the death ball. Don't want any more shenanigans of getting pushed here towards tiles. They just want to go for a 5-man hit towards B.
Well, who needs shields when you got speed? Asuna's got the overdrive. Locked in, ready to go. Plug have also their trip at the backside if 100 Thieves wanted to take the initiative like they've done in the past. But 100 Thieves are just gonna create their fortress. There is the fault line, rolling thunder in response from Boostio to stop Plug from flooding back in, giving a chance for Asuna to get the edge against Jerwin, but at 5 HP. The edge is not feeling very sharp. Asuna's just hoping to use his body to do as much damage against this retake as possible. And a 3 versus 2. 100 Thieves are barely holding on, and Plug are at the doorway, testing, and Bao comes from behind, crunching. Teague just has 1 left, and by the skin of their teeth, 100 Thieves are pulling away in these rounds.
And Cryo, again, the last one that's just sealing a deal for 100 Thieves. But at least I gotta say, probably Sleek is gonna be like, oh, crap, look at this. A little nice play here by 100 Thieves on the post plant. I mean, just if you're looking at Boostio's position, where they're placing a rolling thunder, it doesn't hit those 2 players hiding behind the boxes. They have the walls, too, to just make sure that nobody could flood back from Plug back towards the staircase. After that decimates, they throw an Omen smoke on top of that, just so that Trust and Plug cannot get the best value of running through the smokes and trying to fight back here and retake from the staircase. Very, very nicely done. I mean, that's the weak side. If you're going to try to hold back here in the post plan, and you have great utility to just keep those 2 players and 3 players anchored up inside B and not have to be forced to play from outside the sites.
Right there.
And now the economy's broken for Trust and Plug. All this moment where, like I said, dare I say, Trust and Plug to try to push this into the 3rd map. 100 Thieves has a little bit more to say here.
Yeah, and Austin didn't even use overdrive last round. You got the judge with it too, but 100 Thieves have dialed back their aggression. They're not trying to overextend and really test the aim out of Plug. I mean, 100 Thieves had the confidence earlier in this map to do stuff like that, but definitely respecting that any mistake that 100 Thieves do could be the end of the map for Plug. 100 Thieves gonna break the recon over at B and draw some attention from Plug, and Asuna's just gonna 1-man solo overdrive into the site. Just giving at least an option, really scaring Plug, if anything.
I know it's a fake too, though. Because they don't have enough players.
Xander hiding behind a not so sturdy box, but at least 100 Thieves get a trade, and Jerwin's there with the overdrive, and he got a thrash on top of that too. This could be the end of 100 Thieves on Sunset, especially on a half-buy from Plug, but Boostio went to, and it's an Intel Thrifty to end things. Plug will send us to a deciding map 3 of, what is it, Bind? Yeah, Bind.
Dude, I can't believe that happened, that it was a Thrifty that was from Intel that allowed here Trust and Plug to push us to a 3rd map. I just maybe was not behind the, hey, let's sell a fake on the B site with just Neon. They were missing a lot more utility to really make that work, but I mean, they were playing an anti-eco at that point. Technically, that shouldn't have happened. They had 4 players against 2 on the B site, and then suddenly Jerwin gets a double overdrive kill where, again, an angle not being watched, and 100 Thieves gets punished for it.
Ooh, it just took a lot of clutches from both sides. I mean, and had to be a perfect game out of 100 Thieves, but Jerwin, the overdrive, he has found himself after a shaky Haven second half. But we got 1 more map to go. Stick with us. Don't forget our giveaways. We'll talk more about that after this.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the grand finals of the For Those Who Dare tournament. We are in an insane series. It is tied 1-1 between 100 Thieves and Plug. And that was such a crazy map. I'm joined by on the desk by Van Silly and Lemon Kiwi. Let's talk about it.
Let's do. And yeah, grand finals and grand finals day at least, right? There's still a lot of Valorant to be played today for those who dare, presented by Soar, and also thanks to our partners, Asus, ROG, and also to Intel. But yeah, we were just chatting a little bit and trying to digest this map, guys, when we're during the break. We're like, none of these teams really played like badly on this map, especially in these moments, or just in these moments where you had these players like Jerwin that's able to pop. Actually, just Jerwin himself was able to pop off this whole map. It's been a crazy difference between him and unfortunately the Knee on the other side of 100 Thieves.
Yeah, I think what really was the difference maker was that these types of comps, the Neon Breach comp, it's really centered around like these set plays, these set retakes where it's like, okay, we're gonna stun flash, you're gonna slide in and try to kill these people here. A lot of it was Plug was disrupting that. They weren't letting 100 Thieves do those things, and when they did get to do those things, there's no one there. And they had great counter util, and they were able to pick Austin off. There was a time where he slid in the towels, got stunned. There was a time they tried sliding into A main. They got Omen paranoid. It was a great util overall, but really what came down to it wasn't the aim duels. It wasn't the fights, because blow for blow, 100 Thieves was definitely putting up a great fight. There was a lot of great 3Ks, a lot of great 2Ks, a lot of great just kind of moments where people were holding their ground. But it's about where those fights were taking place. A lot of it was in favor of Plug. They were having battles where they wanted those battles to be and gaining really great development of their, if there were chess pieces on the board, and getting that really crucial map control that would allow them to win the rounds in the late round. Even though I think that greed did get the better of them sometimes. They would stretch out a little bit too thin. People weren't grouped up. They lost a couple rounds because of that. But overall, they understood that they can't just, take the site, plant the bomb, and then that's it. They win the round. No, you need to go disrupt. You need to take back site. You need to fight. And you saw like multiple times they took A-Link. They pushed A-Link. Even on their eco, they were pushing A-Link. And even Boostio got a 3K. But still, the proactivity, the aggression, the greed for map control overall was what really set apart Plug. I could tell that they weren't scared to play off a textbook. They weren't scared to put themselves at risk of losing the round, for the benefit of potentially just securing the round right then and there, which is kind of where you saw 100 Thieves. They're playing a little bit more passive, maybe even a little bit more scared, which is surprising to see from the champion powerhouse team.
Yeah. I mean, everyone had their shining moments. Like, I thought EU holding market on defense was untouchable. Cry almost had an ace. Boostio was so close to clutching so many things. Jerwin dropped 32 kills, though. And you talked about someone who found their confidence, like, after Haven, Jerwin really popped off. Because I was starting to worry if 100 Thieves were just way too good at aiming, because even while Jerwin was sliding, like, this guy was getting caught. But Overdrive solo, Jerwin was so dependable throughout Sunset. But we have one more map to go of Bind, and I don't know how to feel, guys.
Yeah, Bind is going to be a very interesting one for sure. As I mentioned before, when it came down to Bind, 100 Thieves kind of just like coined it being their map when he brought out the Fade and the Brimstone with a Gecko on this comp, and it looked pretty good, and almost everybody was using it. But again, as I mentioned, in the last four times that they played this map, I think one in Masters Shanghai, and then in the first weeks of Stage 2, they unfortunately just suffered nothing but losses. So you're hoping here that with, again, the addition of Xander in this team, and having some time, to just redefine their roles and potentially even redefine the look here on certain maps, especially if Bind is going to stay here in this rotation, there's a chance here for 100 Thieves to try to practice out something new. But if there's anything that's new, Trust and Plug most recently in qualifier 1 or 2. I mean, last weekend there was so much Valorant to be played, but they actually played a Vice, and it looked really good against Ambrosia. And I hope the 100 Thieves has something to prepare against what Bonsi was doing on setups with the slows that he was setting up the Vice in the snares that he was setting up here towards this A site.
Yeah, Ethos, what did you think about the Vice, or just Vice's role as maybe a new Sentinel to play on Bind, especially maybe with the nerfs coming up next patch, or just the change in Sentinels next patch? What do you think about Vice and kind of holding that A short, A main area?
I think Vice is actually a good agent. I think that in terms of just strictly rating them as a Sentinel versus other Sentinels, Vice lacks in a lot of areas. Mainly info, right? But the thing is, the main deciding factor is that Vice has good stalls still, but also allows Vice to move around the map, and which is, you know, a little bit more kind of synonymous with how we played Chamber back in the Chamber meta, right? When the Chamber could kind of move around, get those deep walls, those deep trips, and also just rotate around, which is not something you'd expect a Sentinel player to be doing, but it allows for that freedom to, you can pivot. You don't have to stay where you started the round on, and you can go take space, you can go fight with your teammates, and you can rotate your flash around for that info. And it's actually important to be doing that and making sure that you're not always doing the same thing every single round, which is why I really like Vice. And I think that we see a lot of different looks in, you know, round by round from each defense setup from teams that run Vice, and how, you know, Bind is that type of map where it's like you need a Sentinel, but you can also do without a Sentinel as well. You see a lot of teams that don't run Sentinels at all with the Viper Brim, and I think that Vice is a great choice actually for a map like Bind. That's weird, you know, where there is no such thing as a perfect comp, but you get an agent that can kind of do a little bit of both, do a little bit of flank holding, do a little bit of stalling, but then can also move around and set up trap plays and fight with your team.
I think that's the thing. In terms of Vice on paper, with what she could provide here on the attack side, it could be very similar to what a Deadlock does, where, you know, you could throw a little bit of those vines here towards the spawn, pushing it towards the area, and your wall is going to be your flank watch anyways, right? Where a Deadlock would be abysmal to use sonic sensors on people that could flank. So I feel that Vice could be very complete so far for a team like Trust and Plug, with especially the way that they're playing and how they work around that map with the Vice utility. It's going to be very fun to watch.
And we'll get our initial reactions here. So no Sentinel from 100 Thieves. That's kind of what they usually do, but Deadlock has been in Monty's back pocket for Plug, so no Vice Ethos.
No Vice. All right, well then, you know, scrap all that. But
yeah,
Deadlock again.
We're just gassing her up, and now we're going back to Deadlock to say how Vice was so good in their hands of Monty instead of Deadlock.
Yeah, I mean, still, you don't necessarily need a Sentinel on this map. A lot of teams don't run a Sentinel. As you see under Thieves, they don't have a Sentinel. You just need to be aware of that flank. And often, you know, when you're working T-side, you have kind of someone controlling that half of that map, making sure that nothing bad goes on over there, and hold that, kind of rotate if you want to take the TPs and abuse the TPs and get those fakes going. So I think it's not that big of a deal. The Gravnet, the wall are great still, and I think Deadlock still is. The Gravnet itself is still the single best piece of util in this game. I do not care. That thing is just so broken. It goes through walls, it crouches you. If you don't start running away the second you see the Deadlock, you're gonna get crouched. So it's a really good piece of util. So I can't hate on the Deadlock, but I would have liked to see Vice for sure.
Thanks so much, Ethos. Well, I'm going to love to see the result of this map no matter what. Are we going to get, I think, the biggest upset in the offseason of Plug beating 100 Thieves, or will 100 Thieves find back that peak form that we expected them to be at, especially with this great new addition of Xander?
Yeah, and now again, this composition that comes out is nothing new as well on the side here of Trust and Plug. So 100 Thieves should be ready for this one, but it's going to be very interesting for sure. They keep almost everything the same, but 400 Thieves, except EU playing a fade this time around. And they're starting things off with a very, very slow round. I mean, there's been so many times where Trust and Plug have been quite aggressive at the beginning of these rounds, so they are trying to play for flash info and using that to even just insert Asuna and wait. Okay, so I don't know how long they're going to wait after this, but they got to find some way to add more tempo into this A site so that Asuna gets the best value inside of this TP.
Still think you're missing out not having the boom buy. I think everyone still runs a lot of Raze here, so Asuna, you know, sticks to what has worked for them and the style they've been playing throughout the series, very fast and loose with Asuna. But the loss of the boom bot to clear these corners to get into U-Call could just be that extra layer of trouble for 100 Thieves. But it just will be Xander going forward, not really needing the help of the util. Just got friends, just got backup. And going to the back of this site, Monty, that's the net you were worried about. Xander manages to get into safety and dodge the nade thrown by Jerwin, and Monty up close and personal against Cryo. And Plug can now wrap their way around 100 Thieves and dismantle them one by one.
I like the idea again of keeping Asuna inside the TP, but with them pivoting and tempoing up towards the A site and saying, hey, wait, we got to be careful about this flank, right? But nobody's calling it, nobody's watching it, and then it really create a ruckus here on 100 Thieves trying to play the pulse plant after they got that into the site. So Plug, Trust and Plug continuing to be very, very good, and how that deadlock could be so annoying, at least the idea of it, right? Because Monty was trying to throw that wall, she missed it, but it's going to be very good here for these retakes that Plug is going to be doing for the side of the defense. So now 100 Thieves, I mean, This is gonna be all right. Full classic, nothing else in terms of weaponry, not even armor. So they could just try to maximize here the plant that they had on the first round, and just maybe try to go for objective control. Add the pressure, trying to push players back, get some more controls, trying to control it here for EU.
Just hoping to slow down, yeah, 100 Thieves. 100 Thieves just were aggressive off of showers and got Plug's attention. Now it'll be up to Teague if he's going to want a dog or use a flash to get info. Right now it's just Jiggle Peek trying to save as much of these resources as possible.
Trying to get the fault line. They're just going to try to smother Teague if he can. Or if they can, rather, here for 100 Thieves. So Boostio is trying to get the line to maximize that space so they can get the best value off the stun. He made it out. You can't storm up, though, unfortunately. Couldn't get that timing from Asuna. So you're managing to escape, and you actually forced even the Aftershock against 100 Thieves. So you'll take it on your side here for Trusted Plug.
Teague managed to keep the flash, but now the outlaw is insane. Ooh, Asuna slips by and grabs that. Now they can teleport out, go through showers. Who's waiting for them is Bao. And this is going to be a tough road ahead of 100 Thieves, but man, at least Bao's shaken up. They're going to try and wrap around U-Haul, and 100 Thieves got to set their sights on so many entries, and they're doing a good job on the post plan, but there's still a man down, and there's a judge lurking around and up close and personal. Motzi could do some serious work, but not if they don't watch their backs. Asuna gets through U-Haul, and with the speed, he tries to get the jump, but Plug at a distance, too strong.
The Cryo getting a classic kill at that distance was kind of crazy, but some great damage being done on the side of 100 Thieves. Again, full classic, nothing else that was being purchased. They actually managed to drop 3 weapons, get a second plant too, so you're now having, what, 2,400 plus a 600, so 3K, a very good buy you're going to have going into this bonus round that Trust and Plug's going to bring through.
Spike planted.
Which should be neutered on their side. But look good out here on Cryo to just stay alive here on triple, just to make sure that Asuna come again and get that backstab kill. So look at the bonus that you have. I mean, it's an outlaw, but those double plants is perfect enough here for 100 Thieves once again to go for full shields. And last time I said that, though, Jurin still got a 3K that run, right?
Yeah. Also, Jerwin just looking for full vision on A main, but the Viper Wall is going to be an issue. That's not up right now. 100 Thieves have left the spike behind, and Teague 2 flashes and a dog, so doesn't throw anything too early around, just Jiggle Peeks and tries to use the flash for delay, and has been able to get into safety just like Teague does again. 100 Thieves just encroaching though, yeah. All the deadlock util has been over on the A side. Usually there's been a Sonic left in Hookah, but not this time. Oh.
That's probably going to be the call to tempo after, especially after they just got spotted by the dog. So Teague's going to fall back because they had player advantage. Now he's just going to try to delay. You can have a full retake play now for Trust and Plug.
Yeah, it took a bit of time for 100 Thieves to get into the site, but Cryo has the cutoff. Just reading them like a book. And that stabilizes things for 100 Thieves. Maybe we're gonna invest the overdrive into this and just spraying through the smoke, just full paranoid. But now Plug can only come from one place, and it's at the backside. And 100 Thieves make quick work of that round.
That's just very good for 100 Thieves to just slow the clock down as soon as they went for the execution. Double smokes, triple smokes, 20-second smokes rather for Brimstone before it actually fades. So you're creating that ruckus, you're creating diversion. Even the flash gets contact from Teague, but 100 Thieves are still holding their ground to make sure that they have the perfect crossfire and trades right into the players teleporting. So Trust and Plug was a little bit too antsy going through, and they got fully punished. And then you allow yourself to play like what, a 5 versus 2, and even a 5 versus 3 as you go for a plant inside the B side. So again, just too antsy there, and that's the experience of 100 Thieves versus the overconfidence of 100 Thieves of Trust and Plug.
Yeah, and you're almost confident after you dodge the fault line if you're 100 Thieves to take advantage of that window or that sense of security. But 100 Thieves are still not afraid to just dial things back. And Lucas has stayed in showers and got a trade. And it's an offensive advantage with B control, Spike heading over. See if Plug take the teleport, just wrap around back.
Probably don't want to at this point. The economy's pretty much broken. They're low on HP. They don't have the best weapons or utility to retake, with the exception of maybe the Viper Wall that's going to isolate 2 spots, so they could potentially get a 2v1 against Xander in the back of the site.
Still gonna try for the retake. Tapping around through elbow. They're taking their sweet time as Jerwin waiting out the smoke. You're gonna die of old age, so might as well go in as a squad buddy system. Okay, first corner, but they walk past someone in the box. Xander is just so stealthy. Kind of blends in with the black of the blocks. But hey, we got 2-2.
That's the only spot they really had to check when they went towards that back of the site, realizing that they were not getting pressured from window. They're not getting pressured on the top 10. That eventually, potentially just 100 Thieves are trying to play the lineup here that Crosshell's just did. But at the same time, you got to be ready for somebody still lurking for a forward position. And that was a slight mistake here, especially after, again, they've lost so many players in the process before they tried to go for the retake. And good on those 2 players. I think it was Austin and EU. 2 players in showers, kept 4 players of Plug out there, forced Teague to peek out to get information on the B side and gets punished for it. And now Trust and Plug, that they want to tempo up a little bit more. Jerwin going solo, but, I mean, half of his body was already peeking out before he actually went for the full peek. Easy kill for Xander. As this Chico round for Plug is not going to pan out, at least to start. And shout out to Pansy in chat so far, just for coining the Chico round.
Right there.
And just for Xander to be, or for Mikey, no. Yeah, Xander to be watching that. There we go, we got the right one. You're just kind of expecting something crazy to be coming out of Plug, to be desperate to go for that. And 100 Thieves are gifted a kill, and just trying to wait this out and see what util comes out of Plug and limit the resources they can have. Really, any site that 100 Thieves want, they're gonna get. But it's what's gonna stop them in terms of deadlock util. So he saw the net in B long, so you know Mozzie's gonna be around here, and Asuna is just kind of playing free range over here. Meanwhile, 100 Thieves will get the objective done on the other side of the map.
Another simple, just wait out the clock and just wait out on the anti-util, really. Wall being thrown down by Monsi. They waited for that to dissipate, or at least for players to push out, where Asuna gets free kills. Is just farming orbs pretty much at that point. Phantom against the Sheriffs. And you're going to have a pretty clean pulse plant towards the end. For 100 Thieves, I don't know if you really want to try to push and try to flip the map to get the last 2 players down, because you're going to get Bunbao a little bit closer to the orbital strike, but it's like Lucio's making that call.
Oh, he's farming. He wants to get in their heads.
Yeah, he wants his Rolling Thunder instead, too.
That too. And an Asus flawless for 100 Thieves. 3 in a row for them, too. And just being able to stay quiet, stay put, and full execute. Of course, the buy was definitely in their favor here. They got to just kind of wait and see what Plug were going to do. Like, this is just holding angles and Plug pushing into them.
One enemy remaining.
That was a nice flick onto Bunbao, too.
No heroics.
We talk about how we're getting close to the ult cycles for Trust and Plug. 1 away for Jerwin, 1 away for Bunbao. And so far, really, nobody's trying to go for any aggressive control. I mean, look at Jerwin. He's just set up here at the spawn, so could fast rotate and potentially just try to delay with his paint shells, and could brute force their way in here to fight back towards B.
Oh, he tried to hug the corner, and the dog still got Asuna, and there's not a punish yet. If anything, it just made Asuna angrier. And 100 Thieves are on the side, but with all the smokes, 100 Thieves are really split from each other, and that's where Plug conquered.
You talked about that, the split, right? And that's just off the pain shells of Jerwin. So as he went for the Rolling Thunder on 100 Thieves' side, 1 pain shell behind a Viper Ball just kind of left Asuna alone inside the side. Look at him. He's right there behind the wall, behind the smokes. But as soon as Jerwin gets that pick on to, I think it was Busio, he has the Showstopper available, and there's just so much to flood back against just because of 1 piece of util from the Raze that really separated all of 100 Thieves to try to group up for an actual hit inside the site. But this is still ult cycles that continues on for both of these teams. Now Bunbao has his, and for 100 Thieves, they have the Nightfall for a full site hit too. But they're continuing with the simple protocol of showers control from both Asuna and EU.
Now, just making things difficult. Deadlock util all over this Showers entry if 100 Thieves were to go there. And maybe they sense that Asuna has been kind of letting loose in there, but not fully diving in. He's gotten kills from just holding that corner, and that's been kind of the Asuna style of making it look like he's going to be aggressive, making it look like he's left, and then Plug walk in, and it's Asuna that gets the last laugh. Now we got a minute left on the clock, and the spike just got picked up. And Teague is still jiggle picking at B, and that could be shutting down the lurk from Xander or giving Xander the signal to get into B.
It continues to be a default, but this just keeps two players anchored up, and I love the trade of util. Xander's going to try to go for a play. He gets his own orb up to try to sneak up.
Oh. Good trade, though, and
30 seconds left.
Plug have their attention pulled to B main. 100 Thieves still haven't pulled the trigger. It's now the Nightfall. It doesn't hit Monsi, and he's just got to at least call where everyone's coming from. And Atsuna's on the hunt. And no kills out of 100 Thieves. An orbital strike from the defense to prevent the plant. 12 seconds left, and 100 Thieves are just only starting to find their footing thanks to Asuna. But he can only do so much. The spike is down, but at what cost? Plug have already infiltrated. 2v1 on the retake. Bao is
sticking it,
taking some damage, and at the end it's still Plug's retake that is successful.
Cryo's just a little bit off here as he was trying to spray through the box, but the net just, again, the utter chaos that Plug has to just retaliate off the orbital strike, and that's actually the demise of 100 Thieves, just waiting way too long before they went for the plant. Should have realized potentially that the orbital strike was available here for the defensive side, that they had to try to waste that out a little bit quicker, but so far they've been just doing the same default. Both teams are kind of just reacting the same way. The double pressure that you have towards Showers kind of like forces Teague to really try to jump out and jump spot to find info towards long B. So you're still trying to pressure that spot. You're trying to keep players at bay over at that area. You get a nice opportunity to get a first pick, not allowing your flash for Teague to get any value on the retakes for Plug. But because of that, you haven't wasted any util on that A side. And you already had like 3 more players already there with the extra util from the net and the orbital strike. It's so hard for you to just get in good positions right after, and everybody really got caught off, spreading out like cockroaches outside of the orbital strike and getting picked off.
He got 2 Viper's pits too, where Xander was really trying his best over at B to kind of break things open or at least do damage, but that could still be a really strong post-plant option if 100 Thieves can get settled, which 2 defensive rounds in a row for Plug. And they got Seekers, and Teague hasn't kind of had too much of a... I mean, he's doing his job of holding B long and staying alive, but if you could get early kills, that would just give Plug even a better edge. He's doing his job.
I mean, they're just trying to fight Teague pretty much at this point. Fault line up, keeping my bay.
Oh, it's on the crossfire with Monsi, and 100 Thieves just break through all of it. Plug only get away with 1 kill. And that means 100 Thieves may not even really need to invest the pit. You could just plant. Boombot will be shot down, and you got Brim Smoke set up, so 100 Thieves should be confident.
Even Prowler spawned to confirm that nobody's pushing out close towards the elbow for the retake. So, yeah, in a great spot. Great little smoke too. Mollies. You're not retaking this for Trust and Plug. Now you're just going to play off this swing here. EU is going to wait for the contact. I was going to say a contact from Boostio, but a second smoke coming down after the pulse plant. That confirms here the player is falling back and 100 Thieves to get the round. So a nice little change coming out from 100 Thieves after the timeout. Just pushing forward, getting these picks, and just brute forcing their way against 1 or 2 players. I mean, Boostio confirmed it a few times ago. Xander confirmed it the last round. So they did a great job just to isolate out of that timeout, that one single fight, to at least guarantee this 4th round. So as the spike goes out, we're waiting for the next round to start. Gonna take a moment once again to give a huge thanks to Asus, ROG, and Intel Gaming for putting this on. Forking the money, lots to give away. Spam your RAZE into twitch.tv/SOAR chat, and make sure that you stay in the chat too, because we're not announcing the winner here as casters. We're just yapping about the game. If you want to know if you won the graphics card after the series, you have to stay in the Soar chat, because the admins will DM you, will whisper you on Twitter, on Twitch, to be able to claim your prize, which is the 3060 graphics card from Asus. Now, pistol round underway, and it's 100 Thieves here with an overdrive and pit available. You mentioned it here at Lemon Kiwi. They didn't have to invest it the last time they executed into the site because they just did a great job fighting back in that spot in the beginning. But now they're going back to the tried and true of just defaulting, but without that same pressure into showers. They're still leveraging Austin on the left side of this map.
Yeah, and Plug doesn't have to be too proactive. I mean, they kind of lost the round based on Monty and Teague. Just when they had that crossfire set up in Garden, it couldn't do more. But it was also 5 of 100 Thieves running it down. So it's I don't blame them. But maybe just going back to Teague playing his life at B, being able to escape a fault line or anything that could go to punish Teague, and he hasn't seen any action at B main. If anything, 100 Thieves, they're trying showers, and that's usually been Austin's little playground, but with the Sonic in the way, how much is this going to limit 100 Thieves on the entry? You got Jerwin who could just throw a nade in there if they get netted by Monsi. So 100 Thieves have to get around this pit literally, and as soon as Plug emerge, they surprise 100 Thieves and cut 2 down. It's Cryo, Xander, and EU working together, and Xander can't even get a pit going. They have no space at all to work with.
And this is where you realize that the composition, the weakness that you have against this, what I like to call the sweater pit towards short A, because it kind of looks like a sweater. That said, usually when you have a raise, you could actually throw like your prowlers or your fade inside and satchel above, so you just narrow the gap and try to take your Viper down as she's trying to exit towards the back of U-Haul. But because you're playing a Neon, you actually have to go through. You're actually getting decayed down, low HP, and when you slide out, you don't have information of what's above the pit or behind the pit. So by having Jerwin on the top of the box and Mikey towards the back, there's just too much of a crossfire for 100 Thieves to get the best value to fight back against that ult. And Trust and Plug continue to have an okay round so far. I gotta say, it's 5-4. It's a close game in this first half so far. They should be finding a lot of good value on the defensive side, and they won't this time around. How does that kill Monty?
Catch the smoke.
Yeah.
I thought Teague was gonna be the one who caught that after
Monty's
the jiggle
gonna
piece.
uninstall after that kill.
See, I'm always that guy who gets shot in the very... I'll have all my teammates in front of me, and I'm the one who gets headshot in the back. So that Monty is not going to be alive and well to delay this. So 100 Thieves got what they wanted. Finally getting a punish on these, well, jiggle peaks, and now 100 Thieves can still look towards. They got eyes on heaven, sort of the back sight, no control of U-Haul. It's just Bow on the site.
Exactly. The more that they wait here, I mean, Bao still has a molly. He could delay for a bit. So he's the one that's throwing these smokes. So he wants to go for potentially molly. You probably still have pain shells. You could cycle this across and try to hide inside that smoke. Good on them to keep Mikey inside this B site.
Yeah, Bao just has to watch the U-Haul flank, and then you relied on your teammate to watch the offensive half, and Plug coordinate that very well. They got all the kills they needed. It's just Xander and EU, but you have the edge of the pit. Xander has to preserve his life. The spike just on the outside. He can still be defused on the outside as Xander tries to get ahead of the game. Jerwin on the flank with 2, and at 1 HP to spare, Plug get the retake.
My gosh, I thought at some point they're going to try to go for some sort of combination with the Viper Molly to try to go for double damage, because that Viper Molly came all the way from the B site. And that would deny the plant, but instead they just let Krauses go for the plant and had other utils to fight around that pit, and they just isolated every single one of the... actually, it's an overcommitment that you saw here from Asta and Cryo off this replay. The wide swings coming through from Triple. All of the players pretty much at that point where you can't really focus on the pit. The only other areas to cover is where you can actually see, and 100 Thieves just kind of just swung into the crosshair placement of Plug. That's unfortunate for that round for the pulse plant for 100 Thieves. That could have been much more different here if they just let their opponents run towards them.
Yeah, Plug don't really have to push the issue. They just hold the site, wait for 100 Thieves to come to them, and it's worked out in Plug's favor more than not. So overextending has only hurt them, but hey, trying to switch things up is how you keep 100 Thieves on their toes, and Xander's no longer on his toes. First blood, annihilation being pulled, knowing 100 Thieves could be coming through A short, A main. Someone's eventually going to be the victim of this, right? No. And now 100 Thieves are at a 3 versus 5 deficit. with an overdrive from Asuna available. They're still believing in this. He could be just stopped by the sonic sensors. He just wants to go crazy here. Trying to go above on the box. He's shooting through the box and trades with Bao. All these trades are only favoring the defense who have the numbers, but now only up by 1. Showstopper. Good dodge by Boostio, but as he readjusts, it's Plug that extend their lead even more.
You force up the showstopper at least, but for your last round, it's not going to be the best econ for yourself. But I don't think they're really out of this yet. Not because I'm trying to glaze 100 Thieves here, but with the composition that they had so far and what they brought in terms of value with this comp on the defensive side was how much value they're able to get out of the Fade and the Brimstone off the ults, out of the information they're able to get out of the Fade as well. And now you're adding extra, even double stuns off a Breach and a Neon to play the retakes. So we'll have to see how that's going to unravel here on the defensive side, but you're definitely seeing a very strong defensive hold from Trust and Plug at the very beginning in this first half. And this is the first time they're actually seeing a lead finish at the half here for Plug.
Ooh, Judge versus 2 in the... Okay. Asuna taking out the ult in kind of panic mode, and Mikey's on top of the box. Manages to get up there, and who expects 2 to be in hookah when Plug have been holding B long this whole time, but the Rolling Thunder ensues from Boostio as 100 Thieves wanted to make the most, but the rifles from Plug at a distance caught 100 Thieves down at the heel. Nightfall from EU. Last round of the half. Throw everything you can at Plug's defense, which has felt very impenetrable, at least on the A side. And 100 Thieves trade out, leaving Boostio with a Bucky in a 1v3. And if he could bring the fight towards U-Haul, that would be ideal, but he gets shut down. Better teamwork out of Plug with an 8-4 start.
6-6 on the first map of Haven. 7-5 for 100 Thieves on Sunset, and now it's 8-4 for Trust and Plug on Bind. Again, where this should have been a map that was pretty much predefined by 100 Thieves with what they brought in as a meta and the way that Bind should have been played. But ever since you've seen a little bit of Deadlock coming out and a Neon meta here that continues in patch 9.09, there's been different approaches going into Bind. And so far, it's been looking pretty good for Trust and Plug on their defensive side.
I'd be mad for Asuna there. That overdrive, like on the replay, looks like it hit Mikey.
It makes sense because you go for the overdrive. You could still double slide. You're trying to break ankles while as you're sliding across, and just unfortunately, you're not able to get those hits with the lightning right onto your opponent. So a nice little shot that came through in the end from Mikey. Just somehow get the lucky Phantom tracing spray to get the kill.
Plug won the last pistol too, in pretty decisive fashion. See how they can leverage Teague's flashes brought into this round.
There.
A spike left behind, and it's about, well, creating the best offensive option and seeing if 100 Thieves, how they're going to react to the dog. You get shots. How close are they? Kind of sensing multiple shots. One of them in garden, and as Plug creeped up, Austin is going to keep them in check. No kills yet.
EU's going to play very similar here to the Deadlock wall. He's trying to hold the C's here to try to delay. But so far for Trust and Plug, again, just manipulating the map every single time. Spike is still down towards the spawn. They even give a little bit of audio by flashing inside hookah, paint shelling towards that B side, forces to rotate from Asuna towards B. And even if Asuna is rotating back, I don't know if they have the right positions unless they hide inside the smoke, which is where EU is.
EU is in the smoke right next to the planter, and just wanted to stay as hidden as possible and didn't know what to do. And Plug were already pushing in 5 versus 3 when it came to the initial side hold, and because of this barrier, you keep the defense just trapped. And Plug hose him down.
And that's what we're talking about, the strength here that Deadlock has on the attack side. Just blocking off the rotate from the spawn. Something that it could have done with a Vice, for example, from Monsi in the past too. But just going back to the tried and true of what I'm assuming it was what Turtle Troop was doing. Or no, Dobros was doing here in the past when they brought the Deadlock on this map. So it works out well. They even flashed across. I love that he even planted the spike outside of the radius of the smoke so that EU cannot get the best value of creeping up inside to get the pick. Now Trust and Plug. I mean, this is unheard of. I would not expect here to talk about Trust and Plug playing in an anti-eco and potentially winning the series against 100 Thieves, who were the kings of Bind in 2024.
I still respect the heck out of 100 Thieves to like be invited to this tournament, to show up, to give a chance for Xander to get some serious play time, and to give fans a first look of what 100 Thieves have in store for this season. But this is just the first chapter to 100 Thieves, no matter the result of this.
Yeah.
Exciting things are ahead, especially with a player as good as Xander on their team. But for now, Plug have a 5-round lead, and first blood, or no, second blood I should say, but Motzi is going for all the blood. 100 Thieves trying to escape with 2 classics, one sheriff down. Busio, the captain, falls. It's Xander and EU in heaven, but they've been sussed out, and Mikey's already putting suppressing fire there. It's just a matter of time.
Yeah, just leveraging the wall to try to be as safe as possible to die from the radius. You can't really let Trust and Plug start snowballing with these ults. Monty and Mikey already getting close, if not in the next round, potentially even halfway. But with the way that things have been going here for Trust and Plug, from the pistol to the second one, this one was pretty clean. Despite them losing to Austin on the first duel, the rest of the hit was actually quite good for Trust and Plug. I mean, that again, as much as we were talking about that this should be unheard of for Trust and Plug to have this much of a lead and such a fight against 100 Thieves. Remember, this was also a next Blinn core, that made waves. I mean, their team, I think they went through open qualifiers, if not even through Premier, as a second collegiate team in Challengers. And when they came through, they actually made some heads turn. They did a lot better than Winthrop did in Challengers, and were a couple of maps series away of making it to the Ascension playoffs, and potentially could have been ascended at that top. So when you're looking at the gap between what M80 has, so many people are saying, hey, M80 should have deserved to have a spot here for Americas, and you have teams like Blinn that's making them run for those victories, making them fight for those victories. The gap between Challengers and even at the tier 1, it might be a hot take, but it's not that far off.
Yeah, 100 Thieves are so good this past season. Even if they miss champions, they are still a top team and one to be feared. And Xander having a vocal player like that on the squad, a backup IGL, I don't know. I'm excited to see them. This is just Plug with the post-plant util, like the deadlock we've already highlighted. And 100 Thieves not knowing how to shut this down. Plug are gonna be able to just get looks at the site, but Busio locks in on Jerwin's head, and it's first blood for 100 Thieves. A lot of rounds to make up for, but they did make Sunset close, even at a deficit, and Asuna just jumps right into the heat of the action. Busio spotted one already jumping through main. So now 100 Thieves have to be wary about U-Haul, and Monty just crosses through the smoke, and 100 Thieves just didn't expect it. Now you got the barrier on the other side from the deadlock. 100 Thieves are gonna have a hard time getting around it, but they already had.
Teague was missing a bit of flashes to help out those players for Trust and Plug to fight behind triple. A very nice pick from Monty, but as he swung out and got that kill, he had zero visibility and zero information that there was actually 2 more players hiding behind triple. And when that happened and we're still executing towards that wall, yes, the pings came through right after to say, hey, wait, they could actually slip through the wall that I'm throwing. It was just a little bit too late. And you're still looking at players that have incredible aim, and they're still able to anchor it up. So nice little hold here for 100 Thieves towards the end. And again, I got to a point where I was talking about how Blinn is able to make this very, very competitive, but just before we got into the second half, we were still talking about how good this comp is for 100 Thieves still on the defensive side. So they still have a chance here to fight back, especially with a somewhat clean hold. I like to say like a semi-clean hold on the anti-bonus here that Trust and Plug was bringing into that round. So there's still a chance here to fight back.
Yeah, 5 rounds, and finally getting 100 Thieves getting their first one of this half is bodes well. They had already taken a timeout in the first half, and it got them 1 round, but it's been a tough road, but you know, this is an experimental stage for 100 Thieves. Like, yes, it's just one new player, and it's just maybe just integrating him, but we don't know how much he's maybe helping in the IGL department, or how much Busio is giving that lead over to him, or just what are the changes they're trying to look for, and how much preparation has gone into this. 5 more rounds. You gotta hope that 100 Thieves came prepared with something different.
The look is the same though, right? They're still playing lots of double stall with this Neon and this Breach, and just crunch back towards the fight towards Shower. So the approach is slightly different on the defensive side. Usually you're seeing a lot of the fade pushing across, the raise, and you're double fighting inside Showers, but now it's a little bit more reactive where you're trying to push Asuna in. And EU unfortunately losing that duel to Jerwin. This is really nothing that's bad in terms of either of these teams. It was just a nice little contact play, individual duel that Jerwin was able to win. But again, the idea to try to fight back towards Showers is there, and the rest is just trying to find some more passive information, jump spotting, be on top boxes, and unfortunately just losing a fight in the beginning of this round.
Still clean shots from Jerwin after dropping that 30 bomb in the last map, and Raze versus Neon. Jerwin has to change things up, and he's just been locked in. This means so much to a team like Plug to upset a team in the VCTs, but Xander with 2 gives back the lead, or the numbers, I should say, to 100 Thieves.
Oh.
Now Busio does his best to get on the flank, but 100 Thieves are not kind of connected together to get trades. They're split up, 2 at the top side, 2 coming from Hookah, and now splitting off into Long. Plug have the spike, and they know exactly where this is coming from, and get 2-piece by Xander, who's going for the ace.
1 enemy remaining.
Never mind.
Caster Curse. But Pain Shell's available. There's still a molly towards spawn that Cryo could do, but I mean, right now, Jerwin doesn't know where Cryo is, and vice versa, so you're kind of just trying to walk up here and hoping that it works. Oh my.
Oh, Jerwin had the jump, and he couldn't get the kill. Still possible. Oh, Cryo helps Xander finish off what he started, and 100 Thieves hold on.
I know at first we're talking about the stats here for Xander's in the clutches. So far, this is not defined as these clutches, but in terms of these 1v1s and scenarios that Cryo is left as the last man standing and is able to salvage this round, where exactly I agree with you, Lemon Kiwi, of how this looked uncoordinated. After Xander got that double kill and that Busio wants to push in alone towards Hookah without waiting for his teammates. If it's not for Xander to get that double kill right after on the lineup and Cryo cells to actually win this 1v1, I mean, this would potentially even be GG pretty much there for 100 Thieves for the rest of this map. So they definitely do need to be a little bit cleaner here on working with this buddy system that we know they've been really good at in the past.
Annihilation too. As soon as Monty sees any contact, he could just pull 100 Thieves into a fight. And at close range, Plug would love that. And they're gonna get into U-Haul. Jerwin with the Bucky. And even tried to net a player in U-Haul, and
he did.
Now the Annihilation is gonna pull someone, and Plug are just dismantling anyone who gets in their way. And this is them having SMGs, and they're looking for upgrades too. 2 Vandals got picked up. You got a showstopper. 100 Thieves are trying to be as quiet as possible, flashing in case someone from Plug was overextending to that back alley. Xander jiggle peek through heaven, didn't really see much. And it's really tough to retake when there's so many nooks and crannies to check at this A site. Smoke's clear, nothing stops 100 Thieves, except maybe a showstopper. And Jerwin still has that ready coming out of U-Haul, but you don't even need it. It's a Intel Thrifty, the second one for Plug to get up to 11.
And just to push, really, I think that was Cryo right inside U-Haul. I mean, that net, you're saying the attempt was to try to grab somebody there, and they actually did. Because the net does go through walls, and it actually just kept him there. And you're just hoping that Cryo's going to be able to win that fight against, you know, the swing that comes through from the Bucky of Jerwin. And unfortunately, Jerwin's able to win that, upgrade weapons, and just, it's going to be Plug flipping the advantage on their side, taking control of U-Haul themselves and not really allowing 100 Thieves to really rotate back and retake the site. And now they're gambling, trying to go for some sort of a net, some information to stun here, even from Hookah, so that they can get the best out of the overdrive. And look at Plug, they avoided all of that. So everybody gives up towards short A. You can re-hit it towards that side. Although, the idea is still going to be the same. Boostio is still there, getting ready to set up the fault line so that they can still have the same similar crunch on the A side, just not as aggressive as they wanted to on that pistol round. So Cell is just going to have to be selfless, pretty much, playing it out in the open and be the bait.
And T got a ping off his flash, maybe realizing someone's on the left side of the map, so Plug don't want to waste any time in its first blood. Turwin up top of the box, and it's also now on janitor duty, cleaning up the entire site. He is netted 22 HP, and Asuna heard the swing, but couldn't do anything about it. 3 versus 2 rifles versus a sheriff and a classic.
That's just so nice from Trustin Plug to play it
There's a rifle.
so slow.
Boostio right next to him.
Last player standing.
It's just out in the open. He just couldn't go for it. But hitting a trade is still massive for Boostio against the odds. And now it's a dog barking on the inside of the fence. And Xander at least doesn't want to be revealed by that. Hey, got a headshot, but the classic's not going to be enough against Monty. Who's now getting healed by Teague.
One enemy remaining.
1v2. Hey, Xander with the lucky shot while moving, but Monty finishes it up. 1 round away for Plug to go to the grand final.
And it was just so nice from Trustin Plug again. Like, the idea was already drafted up for 100 Thieves on how they want to crunch through. This is not a comp that I'm familiar so far in what 100 Thieves have brought out, and probably something that Plug has not practiced against. But they stayed far back, they avoided the haunt, and they waited long enough so that Boostio even steps away from his line. So when the actual hit came through, he had to react a little bit quicker. The fault line didn't get the best value, and then they flooded into the site, and Asuna couldn't get the best value out of the overdrive. Yes, he got a double kill, but that could have potentially be even more if they were even more ready for that, and EU had a seize around Cryo's peak that they're trying to do towards short. So, man, they now have to try to come back a 6-round deficit for 100 Thieves. And Trustin Plug, I mean, they got Econ galore, they got ults galore, they could cycle off with an orbital strike in a Viper's Pit. If they lose this round here, this is going to be a tough fight and a half for 100 Thieves to try to push this back into overtime.
And I think Plug can dictate the pace. They got Seekers to just run out with. They got Annihilation. As soon as they get any contact, they just pull someone in, force 100 Thieves to play out of cover. And maybe that's where 100 Thieves want to dance. They got a Rolling Thunder. They can fight fire with fire. And even just pre-pit, if they kind of want to limit all the entries that Plug could be using. We've seen Xander, I think, pit at A main, but he's over at B this time.
Yeah, and they're trying to be a little bit more aggressive here inside showers just to at least try to get some sort of early info instead of being more reactive. So both extremities being jump spotted, being peeked, and you're trying to react out of that. Xander is going to get spotted, and he's like, yeah, I'm going to get shot.
No escape.
And now Plug have to make a decision whether to fight through this pit. It all depends, and this pit is pretty far forward, so there's only one place you could expect Xander to be in. It's in the left corner or in garden, and Plug already committed a dog and a boom bot, but then Plug hesitated on how to keep going.
I think the snake bite bounced off the boom bot too, where Monsi had a timing in there, but then unfortunately his gun was sticking out, so he dies.
All right, Plug just decided to go around through hookah, ignore the pit after they were not successful at snuffing out Xander with the boombot and the dog. Now Boostio can just be ready to Rolling Thunder as soon as they jump out. He's doing so
30 seconds left.
from the back of the site. Just for now, you're fault lining into the Rolling Thunder as soon as you sense Plug, and it's Jerwin that falls immediately, and Teague never really used the Seekers. The 3v4. 12 seconds. Ainer's smoked off. This round is cooked.
Got a save too, pretty much for the last two players, and a good thing that time was on their side for 100 Thieves right after, because when Asuna went through to TP and died, I mean, if that was a round where Trustin Plug tried to sell some sort of fake, that was going to be a free A side take and a plat there on their end. But Asuna felt the urgency that he needed to try to help out the team that, you know, they're 6 rounds behind and they have to try to convert this, and they can't lose that many players in the process. So with him dying, at least it's good enough, because they're able to salvage 3 weapons on top of that to confirm that Trustin Plug were not going for the full hit right after. But well done for 100 Thieves to really waste out all those smokes from Bunbao. that really didn't give a chance here for Trust and Plug to go for that second wave or even a third wave of a re-hit towards that B site. But again, we talked about the ultimate cycles that's still very strong here for Trust and Plug. Some very strong ones to even flush out U-Haul and even try to take control here of the back of the barrels that they've been using Monsi with that ult with.
Yeah, 100 Thieves have to be in prevention mode. You cannot let Monsi on the post plant. Now the Seekers, you know, one's in U-Haul, two at the back site. Plug being aggressive. They already got people shooting the Seekers, and Jerwin still gets away with that with less than 20 HP as a responding Nightfall came out from EU, but it was too little too late. Plug were established. And that's not even the end. You had Annihilation pulled out. It's still an orbital strike in the back pocket for Bao. You sent 100 Thieves at the back site. But now you got a post plant pit. How are 100 Thieves gonna fight through this with no util, just Xander and EU?
An orbital strike too on the pulse plant, net to delay.
Monty's low.
It's not happening.
We gotta believe. We need 100 believers here. Xander in a 1v4. And he got Monty low. He's wrapping around. Now taking a pitch, just knows he's running out of time. And this is 100 Thieves falling against, yeah, Plug of all things in map 3 after 100 Thieves had such a good start on their map pick, an upset of the century. But holy cow, big congrats to Trust and Plug.
Dude, this is why I love these off-season events as well. I mean, you're able to see what the new 100 Thieves is going to look like here going to this event, but also how the teams that have been grinding for so long in tier 2, what they would look like against these powerhouse teams. And Trust and Plug looks so good here, Ethos.
Yeah.
On me on Discord.
Ethos doesn't care.
Yeah, I
Hopefully he's talking. I'm just gonna shut up here.
Oh, sorry. Sorry about that. Oh, I forgot. Wrong Discord. Yeah, I'm just sorry. I was just so astonished about what I just saw. I thought that, you know, it felt like I was watching a scrim. It felt like 100 Thieves they had a game plan coming into this, and obviously they wanted to play their own game, which is respectable, which is what, you know, every team should do. They should go and try to play their own game. But in order to play their own game, it seems like their plan was to tick a couple boxes here. They need to meet a few certain requirements before being able to execute their game plan and their execs. But before they were able to tick all those boxes, Plug was just way too aggressive and way too disruptive, and they were just basically able to deny them from getting in position to be able to do what they wanted to. So, for example, Xander was getting double push, just dry up B long, or Xander was trying to get a lurk pick up A short, or even just try to get some space, and boom, there's just a triple high-low setup. They're not biting on these fakes. And overall, it felt like 100 Thieves was playing so hard to just do what they came here to do, and they weren't really adjusting to what Plug was doing, which was just getting in before 100 Thieves had that decisive execute moment. And again, that's exactly why it felt like a scrim, because it's not in a bad way, but in a scrim, teams will be more confident. They don't feel like they have anything to lose, and that's exactly how Plug played. They felt like, okay, nothing's gone on for a while. We're gonna make something happen, and they, without ever hesitating, with full confidence, they would just push something, just absolutely ruin their plan. And once they do disrupt that game plan, they simplify 100 Thieves' options by so much. They have no choice. They lose their alert. They lose an entire half of the map. They have to hit A, and once they do, they're just 3 there with full util, full stall, holding backside, and there's almost nothing they could do. I would have loved to seen some more combos, some more aggression out of Osno with EU, and with like the dog and the stun, and then all these things could have maybe helped set them up more for just more aggressive plays, simplifying things and just fighting without, letting weird stuff happen in the mid round. But it is what it is. I hope 100 Thieves can shake it off. They still look like a very good team. Each individual player looks great, but this is unfortunate.
Dude, I can't believe that Plat Chat put 100 Thieves into B tier in the tier list at this point. Should they be like under DRG or something after that?
DRG? Oh man, yeah. No, I mean DRG, they look good with like Stu and whatnot. But I was I was ready to be a full 100 Thieves fan all the way today, as you can tell.
I mean,
have
you
the
still win a
jersey
shirt,
on.
so it's all good. You know.
Yeah, you have all the options. But yeah, Asuna, I still think the Rays, I mean, you kind of played it like a Rays, you know, just wishing you had the extra util to get that information to flood out these corners, because Asuna wasn't that fast loose that we remembered from map 1. So an off day for 100 Thieves, but still a bright future for them. And I think an exciting day for the community to know that there's just this next generation of talent that could upset VCT level talent. And it just sucks because Trust and Plug did get through the group stage of Challengers. So we'll have to see what awaits them next split.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, Asuna, just no worries, man. Neon's getting nerfed anyways. Like, sticking Asuna on Neon for 3 maps in a row was just, you know, that's crazy stuff. I still think he did very well, considering that it's not necessarily like the agent he has the most reps on. So
yeah, I agree. I think the meta going into 9-10 and whatnot is still gonna look pretty good here for 100 Thieves after all. I think a lot of teams in general are gonna be happy that they don't have to play this double breach Neon anymore, and that's gonna change a little bit in terms of, you know, maybe seeing a resurgence of Sage or something like that, and put that on Cryo. That's gonna be pretty good.
yeah. Cryo Sage, I'd love to see that. Some good slow, some good walls. Have him stand on a wall and just try to just 1v5 every single round. I think that'd be sick.
Yeah. Take us away here, Ethos. You know what? I'm going to do it. So
Go ahead,
we're going to take a break. We actually have an interview with one of the winners, which is going to be Monsi here of Trust and Plug. So make sure you stay tuned. We still have another semifinal series happening. It's going to be Washed versus TSM for those who dare, presented by Soar. And also, thank you to Big ROG, Asus, and Intel. See you after the break, after these highlights.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the For Those Who Dare Grand Finals. Joining me today is one of the players who just took down 100 Thieves, Monsi from Plug. Monsi, how you doing, bro?
I'm doing pretty good, you know. Like it's something happened, you know. I'm excited to see the reactions, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, you've been around for a minute, dude. I remember you from like
Hmm.
BBG and it's all that from Zyra time. It's great to see you still playing, man.
Yeah.
I know you guys just lost yesterday. How did
Yeah.
that feel?
Okay, well that was great. Honestly, like I think we watched the VOD back right after, and at first I was like, man, I'm probably like a fraudulent caller or some shit like that. But after watching the VOD, you know, we kind of saw it and we were like, okay, it was just like, you know, shit happens. Sometimes accidents happen, and it was just like poor loss on us, but very fraudulent win in my opinion. So now, I
Yeah.
mean, look at us today. Something better happened. So you know.
Yeah, no, I mean, you guys were looking super confident today, and it seemed like you guys had
Mhm.
a good read on how to like mess up 100 Thieves game plan. I
Yeah.
want to ask
Mhm.
how much practice time have you had with this team?
I mean, so we just got two of our players picked up from previously Blinn, and now they're on Shopify, and that is Paint and Spaz. And so far, we picked up Bao and Jerwin like maybe 2 weeks ago, but we've had a lot of issues, I guess, practicing. So in total, we've had 3 days of practice. Now, take that as you will. You know,
Damn.
you know,
Oh my
people can
God,
cope all
three
they want.
days.
Yeah, so it's looking good, I guess.
Wow,
You know,
that's
sometimes maybe
crazy.
good, sometimes maybe shit. You know, that's how it
Sometimes
is.
maybe, yeah, I got
Yeah.
you. No, I got
Mhm.
you, man. I was impressed that you guys were so confident, even only having 3 days of practice. You guys looked really good. Are you guys confident going into the grand finals of the grand finals? Like, do you guys think you guys can
Obviously,
win?
like I'm expecting to play TSM. TSM's always, in my opinion, a lot harder to play than 100 Thieves. Because 100 Thieves, like, well, I'm gonna be honest, 100 Thieves lack an op, and TSM likes to op. And
Mm,
we like to swap comps around, like our comps a lot. Like for example, yesterday in challenges we played Chamber on Haven. Then today
yeah.
we put Mike on Cypher on Haven. Obviously we fucking suck or some shit like that. But um, then our
Yeah.
previous matches on Bind, we played Vice because like it's kind of
Yeah.
similar to Deadlock, but you can also still flash for ops. And then I
Yeah.
knew I was playing on Thieves, so I was just like, let's just play Deadlock, and the op didn't
Mm.
matter, right? So we
Okay,
had a good
that's
game
why.
plan going. Yeah, we had a good game plan going to 100 Thieves, so we might swap our comps again against TSM and stuff like that. Obviously, TSM might not win, but I'm expecting them. I want to play them. You know, I
Yeah.
respect T Dog a lot as a caller and stuff like that.
Gotcha. Yeah.
So I would be excited to play them.
I mean, I get it, man. I mean, on the other hand, you'd have to play, washed, and I would be afraid to play, mocking. So
No,
I don't know. It's up to
absolutely.
you.
I would be terrified. Like, there's just too many. You have too many thoughts going through your head when you're playing mocking and stuff like that. So I would rather play, like a very light TSM. Not a mocking. That would be great.
No, I hear you, man. Well, thanks so much for taking the time to interview with me, bro. Best of luck preparing for the grand finals. You've made it. Hope to
Thank
see
you.
you in like what, like 2, 3 hours. You guys better
Yeah, I don't
be
know. Yeah,
awake and ready.
yeah, absolutely. We'll be here. Thank you.
All right, sounds good. Thanks so much, Monty.
Thank you.
All right, guys. Well, there you have it. That was Monty from Plug, who just took down 100 Thieves in a dominating fashion, 2-1 on the last map. They absolutely smoked them. Yeah, you heard it here first. 3 days of practice, and they're already taking down one of the powerhouses of Tier 1, a team that actually made it all the way to a Masters. And also, just finally, we have to do our giveaway. We have to talk about the giveaway. Vance and Lemon, if you guys would like to join me back here. I'm not all alone reading off the details of this. Oh, never mind. They're not here. Never mind. Oh, Vance is here though. Okay. Anyways, if you guys want a free, if you guys would like a free GPU, is it? We're still giving away the GPU. All you have to do is type the word RAZE in the chat on twitch.tv/Soar. That is twitch.tv/SOAR. The only requirements to be eligible to win is be a lawful resident of the US and Canada. And all you have to do, again, is to type RAZE. We will be drawing the winners right now. Or actually, the stream is delayed. So if you're watching this, we probably already drew the giveaway winners. But just draw them anyways. Just draw them. They'll be announced in chat. Just look at chat. They'll be announced in there and you guys can get a GPU. Anyways, go win a GPU. Thank you guys so much for tuning in, and I'll catch you guys right after this break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the For Those Who Dare main event finals. Right now, we have the second match going up between Washed and TSM. But before we get into that, let me introduce you guys to my lovely talent joining me on the desk, Vansily and Lemon Kiwi.
Yo, Ethos. Why are you such a bandwagoner, dude? You went from a 100 Thieves hoodie to a 100 Thieves jersey to get upset by Trust and Plug, and then you're just gonna change shirts?
He got into his washed shirt.
It is washed, yeah. But
And it's TSM colors, so he's playing both sides.
yeah, actually. Now this
It's
time
because
I
it's
know.
gonna be a gentleman's game, so you just dressed up for the moment.
Yeah, well, I had to get out of the 100 Thieves jersey, man, after they lost, dude. You know.
That's true.
Oh man, that was rough. But before we get into today's second match, we have to talk about the second giveaway. Today we will be giving away an ROG Strix Z890-A motherboard presented to us by our presenting partner Asus ROG. If you guys would like to enter, just type RAZE in the chat at twitch.tv/SOAR. All you need to do to be eligible is be a lawful US or Canadian resident above the age of 18. This motherboard features an ATX form factor, bringing a significant number of PCI slots, expansion slots, and peripheral ports, PCI-E Gen 5 support, and Wi-Fi 7 capability, and much, much more. If you guys would like to win this motherboard, again, type the keyword RAZE in chat on the Twitch channel, twitch.tv/SOAR, SOAR.
Yo, Ethos, are you single?
I am actually. Yeah.
Dude, that means somebody could marry you if they're not from Canada and the US, and then you could maybe get into the draw and then maybe try to win them a
Actually true.
Because that's a kick-ass motherboard.
Yeah, as long as you're above the age of 18, you can marry me. Wait a second.
This is so cooked. This is so cooked.
Let's move on. Let's talk about TSM. Let's talk about TSM.
Oh my god, that was hilarious. Yeah, TSM, awesome team. I think if you want to look at TSM overall, they came back actually with Sim, right? Sim had a moment where he was going out to trial with EG, and maybe it fell through. We're not too sure what's happening with that yet.
He's still back though.
He's still back in TSM, exactly. And then at the same time, they picked up T-Dog and Ziff because they lost 2 players in process too. So T-Dog coming in from Core with Ziff as well. I think this is actually 2 great additions to TSM. So far, playing their challengers scene, they've been pretty much the comeback kings, right? Losing first maps against opponents, or just major comebacks where it's just so one-sided for the other team, but brings so much resilience to even close out the series. So this is going to be a fun game.
And Sim just has such an incredible story. Just thinking about how he missed out on 2023 Ascension, left Moist Moguls, and it impressed people enough on Lemonade Stand that he finds his way on TSM. And I think a lot of people are excited about the T-Dog Ziff editions because Core finished top 8 at the Mid-Season Cup, impressed a lot of people, but couldn't really replicate those results in Stage 2, hence the roster blowing up. But fantastic additions of T-Dog and Ziff for this.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I was able to actually play a LAN with both T-Dog and Ziff before, and I just know, like, firsthand, even like, you know, years back when I played with them, these guys they got some good head on their shoulders, and they also have incredible aim. But T-Dog, this guy has such a passion for the game, and he has a love for the game, for understanding it and just improving at it. So I'd love to see what he can do with the squad coming from Core. He did well with Core as well, but with TSM under this, well-known just champion banner that TSM is in esports, I have to see him really do well. So I like to see what he can pull off. Also, we have our star player here, Sim, and his stats, and just seeing how much he did well at Challenger Stage 3. This guy was an absolute demon.
Yeah, I think everybody remembers how he popped off on like a Raze on Sunset back when Neon wasn't introduced as much in the meta of Sunset, but he has these moments where when you need to rely on Sim, he's definitely going to find those right moments and those openings for you. The only thing is that sometimes there might be some overcommitments and slight overheats where the team is not too far or a little bit too far behind to actually close the gap on the space that he's gained. So it's not necessarily just on the buddy system to instantly trade, it's just more to be on the right spot to take advantage of those angles of that position that Sim gets. So again, as you mentioned here, Ethos, because they brought in T-Dog this time around to even replace Poised and GMD potentially as IGLs for TSM, that they exchanged those roles back in Challengers. This allows for even I guess, GMD to just be more committed in just being a main controller and just laser beaming.
Yeah, and we've already seen some looks of TSM because they were just competing in the group stage of challengers not too long ago, and thankful to report that they did qualify to playoffs after beating Lemonade Stand and Ambrosia. And so clearly these additions have been working out for them, but they're going up against Washed. And you heard in the interview that Ethos just had that no one wants to face Washed because they just play weird comps, they play weird, they're aggressive, they're very puggy.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, half of Wash's roster is rankers from challengers, and they absolutely demolished the competition. They were so good. I mean, just mechanically, these guys were on another level. But not just that, it was really the confidence, because mechanics can only take you so far. It's being able to have the confidence to and the courage to take those fights, take those timings, and win your team rounds just single-handedly, just off the back of your own work, which is kind of what Rankers is just known for. And they have all these, I'd like to say gimmicks, but not in a bad way, but they just have these individual plays that they know that they're good at. They have their strengths, they have trust in their own individual abilities, and that's what makes them such a scary force to play against.
Yeah, and by weird style, we know that Knights really only plays Clove. Kane has been seen a lot more in ISO and Yoru, and of course some Neon when they want to go crazy, like on maps on Sunset. So this is a team that's going to be hard to prepare for if you're TSM, and TSM got invited here. They didn't have to grind through a qualifier the way that Wash did. They won the first qualifier with the 6-1 map count. So I wonder what TSM have ready for Wash specifically.
Yeah, and especially when you're looking at the roster of Washed, and you're almost thinking, well, this is just like a puggy team, but there's still a lot of experience that comes in with like the main core of that as well. Like Ion 2K, Shot Up, and Kane Zero have played with each other for like the longest, well, not the longest time, but quite a long time. I think they were a core playing with a team called Torch back then too. So again, just quote unquote puggy teams playing like Mr. Funhaver events and whatnot. But that in itself is just a lot of experience as a core. Then you're adding like a one-trick Clove player around Knights who gets a lot of value of being like just a main support fragger for the team too, and then Mocking as Mocking and getting his moments as well, though. Like, jokes aside, as much as the community laughs around like, oh, Mocking is like, how the hell is he at this part, but he's actually done an incredible job qualifying through the open qualifiers of last weekend to allow Wash to get through. So it's not just on what Kane was able to do as just the in-your-face Neon type of like, I'm gonna beat you, or 1v1 beat you as an ISO. Mocking was still a great pillar in terms of util and clutch factor for the teams. I mean, look at his util kills. 10%. It's not bad.
A lot of Sova and Fade, and almost a 2 KDA for Initiator. I'm down with it, but we have to look at the maps to see where we're going to, because TSM got first map pick and Wash had second map pick. It's a best of 3, and we're gonna find out who's going up against Plug in the grand final. And I don't know if we could easily say that this is a TSM win after what we saw from 100 Thieves. So let's roll the maps, see where we end up first. TSM picking Haven, and we'll find out what's next. But Haven first.
Yeah, Haven is good. I think for TSM, I think this is something that even GMD himself is very comfortable with to play on this map. Back in the Gen G days, moments that they have really one-sided victories. I think most recently, out of recency bias with the TSM roster, they even had like a 12-0 attack half against their opponents and challengers. I think that was against Ambrosia, I'd like to say, but finished the map at like 13-2. So if you're gonna smoke a team at a 12-0 half, you're definitely going to confidence saying we could play this map. And I think looking at TSM, usually comfortable to play on a map like Haven, Sunset Split. So the vetoes turn pretty well for this team.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think that Haven is an interesting pick out of TSM, because while this might be one of TSM's strengths, this also plays very much to benefit Washed in their ability to find gaps and find openings and put themselves in positions where they can find an individual fight, where they can, Knights can get up behind them, 1v2 them or whatever, and gives them a chances to find those aim duels. I think it'll really just hinge on whether or not TSM can deny those opportunities and make every fight based off of util, based off of protocols, and based off of strategy and the fundamentals of like a team. If they don't do that, then it's gonna be an issue, and Wash is gonna run wild, and it's gonna be chaos.
So the big question mark is like, what duelist is Kane gonna want to run? Last time we saw Washed on this map was in the grand final for those who dare, and in that qualifier. So he went ISO in that point. You know, Knights is gonna stick to Clove no matter what. But GMD likes Astra on Haven, and that's the only maybe difference that we see. No Omen.
Yeah.
See if he runs out again.
Yeah, I mean, here really it's like Haven's not a bad pick for Wash, even though they're lacking in initiating util. They do have the double smokes, which kind of frees up Knights, because otherwise Clove would be a problem in Haven. It's a big map. You need to have the range to be able to smoke off both sides if you need that. But Bones being on that Omen and then Knights also having that freedom as a Clove, he's pretty much the second duelist here, and they can do a lot of the lurk plays that they want to do. It's really just going to be whether or not TSM will be able to catch them in their little traps with the stun, jet plays, and the Sova darts, and if they can find kind of those openings to use their utility. If they can get that opportunity to use their util, TSM will definitely win. But if they aren't able to find Washed and they can kind of slip through the cracks, then they might be running into a little bit of trouble here.
We'll see what kind of trouble we run into on our first map of Haven. Thank you so much, Ethos. TSM versus Washed semi-final to see who goes up against Plug in the grand final. And what do you think of the Astra? I feel like we see Omen such a mainstay on this map. Is GMD gonna have time to kind of set up all these stars?
Yeah, for sure. I think Astra is still a very good agent to play on this map, especially if you're going to be ready for patch 9-10. You're pretty much going to be running Astra a lot here in these moments, especially when Omen can get the best value. You can already see that GMD is setting things up, right? Very similar to how you can play with a Viper or an Omen with these smokes that using the anchor smoke. So it's popped right away, and Seven can play inside of it and dance around it.
We just gotta keep track of these kills live. Actually, I don't even know if they're updating, but Washed is just getting ahead of the game. Kane is already at the front door, and they haven't even planted yet, but I guess no one checks Seven in the corner. It's okay, he gets a trade. And Washed, off the paranoia, will push that breach of T-Dog back. Getting in heaven, though, is Sim. Could easily just float down, but now he's getting smoked off, so Sim is gonna try and be elusive, because Ziff is on the other side, going for the longest flank. Should be able to get a win against Ion. No, Ion gets the better swing, and Washed should be able to lock this down on the post plan. It's just one breach, but T-Dog got that dog in him. He's just got Ion and a fault line left, and even despite that, Ion gets the job done. Pistol for Washed.
And just not counting on Kane Zero being able to dance through that smoke himself. The shot dart broke the shield in the first place, but again, this is a team that plays with so much confidence too. If you haven't watched how Wash has played, or you haven't even watched how even the core plays on ranked in challengers, they are not afraid to go in your face, especially when they find these lurking opportunities. So to be able to put Kane into the smoke to catch GMD off guard, get the pick and recharge the shield, that's the type of thing you want to do, especially why they're playing in a sense, playing double controller with an ISO. You're able to smoke a little bit more and allow the ISO to just scale through behind the team, or the team in itself to scale around the smokes. So if you're adding a third defensive smoke around there, and you're going to take that to your full advantage on the side here of Washed, because you're allowing your opponents to just create the space for you by adding the extra smokes.
Yeah, just kind of a Wash being able to play the fundamentals, which is, I know it's not something we can say all the time about them. They're just so aggressive. They run it down. That's why they lean so much on the Neon there with Kane. But this time it'll be the ISO and being able to use that shield. We've already talked about it. And Ethos said maybe there'd be a lack of good initiation tools, but maybe you guys can take the initiative in our giveaway if you go to twitch.tv/Soar, giving away graphics cards and motherboards and whatnot, and they're going to be hosting more stuff in the future, so you won't want to miss that. But I like that Kane just comes in with confidence, just already playing backside, already expecting the entry, but I would have liked if TSM's retake was maybe more synergized together.
Yeah, again, it's a lot of stuff that was being blocked out on the side here of Wash too, just throwing the smokes, not necessarily one ways too that was being thrown here from the Omen. It was just a deeper smoke to allow just players to lurk out on both ends, and whoever gets the most punishing one or not. But yeah, definitely make sure you guys watch this over on twitch.tv/Soar. Type in your RAZE. We're giving away a ROG Strix Z890-A motherboard. after this series, but there's still a monitor to give away in the grand finals as well. So big giveaways happening for today. Way better than the ones we had over last weekend, but still a big thank you to Asus ROG and to Intel being our main sponsors and forking out the cash for that. And you talked about installments of this event. I mean, this is already the second one in a row since the off-season circuits that Soar has come into the fray for Valorant. And I love it because, you know, back then, Soar was trying to go through a gauntlet with every other team, every other org that was trying to make it into the VCTs. When partnership was announced to try to make it to be picked as one of the main teams in the partnership program. And ever since that kind of like fell off and some teams just stepped away from Valorant, at least the org is still around that continues and still wants to continue to support the tier 2, tier 3 scene here in North America, which is great because if you look at it, you have an opportunity to see tier 2 teams and tier 2 cores such as Plugged to upset partnership teams such as 100 Thieves. And that is crazy in itself.
Yeah.
And yeah, again, I think it's looking back at this team for Watch 2. I think they went through the bracket and even was in the same bracket as the Cubert Academy. So, you know, what could rumored being the Sentinels Academy roster getting denied and stopped here in the open qualifiers as well. So again, the gap continues to be argued that it's quite close from tier 2 to tier 1.
Wash did a good job of, I mean, just the initial win against SAD Esports told me, okay, they know how to break down very structured teams. And, well, this is a pretty structured main event that we have. Only 4 teams made it here, 2 invited, and every team making it here gets a piece of that prize pool. $15,000, $8,000 for first, $4,000 for second, and $1,500 for third and fourth. So, you know, you're getting money just being here. And we are going through a technical pause, but we'll get into the anti-ego very shortly, where Washed, I mean, they're running things.
I think that's why Monsi didn't care to drop F-bombs and whatnot and get fined, because he's already into the money, you know. Awesome interview, by the way.
That was a crazy interview.
Yeah. Awesome interview that he gave with Ethos, who's doing an incredible job with his first time as hosting here for the Soar event. So for those who dare, rather, in terms of the title of this event. So well done to them, and again, big shout out to everyone that's also watch partying us so far. I know I mentioned always the same ones, but I think Sean Garris is watch partying today. We also have even Shanks that was watch partying earlier on. So this is actually pretty awesome to see even the support from the top streamers and major parts of the community that wants to continue to watch and see, you know, firsthand what 100 Thieves looks like, what TSM could look like potentially going into Challengers 3, and who could be the up-and-comers. I think this is super important to continue to have these events in the off-season, especially if you're going into a point where, you know, not a lot of players have an opportunity to get scouted, right? You're looking at, you know, probably conversations already of like, hey, how come nobody's given Kane a chance so far after seeing him for the last 2 weekends? Ions is currently playing. He was on the blip on the radar at some point in 2023 to potentially try to make it through, right? So this is a great opportunity for, you know, some teams, some scouters, some agencies to have opportunities to present players to organizations so that they can have their shot, because I don't know how long. I don't know if we're gonna get a replay system or GTA 6 before at this point in Valorant.
Yeah, I don't know. Are we gonna get our next round soon too? But hey, this is just building tension. Are we gonna get our second upset? Is Wash gonna be able to take down the likes of TSM? Of course, with a pistol under the belt, you would think that could carry on some good momentum, but you never know, because Wash have had very strong offensive halves when it comes to Haven, even with the less conventional ISO pick. But I'm wondering what version of Kane we're gonna get today, the one who can 1v5 or the one that loses every kill contract.
The
so
Raising
there's
Kane. He's gonna bring the sauce.
No, that's actually a really good song.
You know
well,
what?
you know what? Let's grab a snack.
Yeah,
How about that?
Yeah. As we're talking about Raising Kane, I'm starting to get hungry here. So let's grab that snack. So we're just waiting for the barracks to update, and then we'll get back in the game as soon as possible, Chatterinos. So stay tuned.
All right, let's get into round 2. Thanks for sticking with us, folks. We're just building up all the tension, the excitement for Washed versus TSM. Let us know who you think is going to win in chat. Who's going to go against Plug in the final? We got to start on this map 1, though. It is a best of 3.
Shout out to Sliggy. Chat was getting mad. That said, yeah, they're pushing down here. Anti-eco fault line, and we're trying to go for the surprise, but Wash is ready for it.
We are just not kidding around. Like TSM getting the heads up, but Wash just fire back stronger. That's it for the round. Like, what the hell is going on? Washed are just running things and winning all the duels.
And totally understandable. I think if you're looking at the buy too, like Sim went for a share of the previous round. You're trying to get utility around it too, and I think it was very similar to what we saw previously. Teams realizing that there's going to be like some aggression on an eco from the from either team that loses a pistol, right? So Wash stayed all the way back. They avoided all of that utility. They counter on TSM's aggression, and the eco doesn't come in. So we'll get into the 3rd round now, and we'll see TSM finally in the buy. And this is where it's good for Sim. The way that he takes space for the team, but it's just the overcommit. Well, he pushed through the smoke, and I love that he's already falling back, allowing TSM to play the numbers.
Yeah, working on the fix, folks. We are in round 3 with bonus for Wash going pretty well, I gotta say. 3 versus 3 and established on the site. You got T-Dog with hopefully some util coming in. At least the drone. Try to clear things, and you force out the teleport, so TSM thought that was the window of the swing, and they get a trade. It's 3 for Knights.
That's crazy.
And now dashing past that 7. Can't turn around fast enough. Sim in a 1v1 against Mocking, playing through main. Now we get to see more of this action. Okay, I'm locked in, and Sim has no idea where this last person is and doesn't really have the time to suss this out. At least he dodges the recon, but he's hoping Mocking is gonna peek, which he's just not. It's just the mind games against Mocking, and he's already rent-free. It's 3 rounds in a row now for Wash.
And that's why, as we mentioned before, Mocking could be the pillar to the team when it comes down to these clutches. A 1v1, the nice jiggle as soon as Sim went for the tap of the shot, to not even give a chance for Sim to even set up on the spike to put it halfway, and plays a time in the favor here of Washed. And again, a great job. But after that, the full pivot that came through after Watch just lost their first player onto A. I love that push, and they have unlimited smokes pretty much. Look at the amount of times they cycled smokes right in the back of the spawn on the C sign. You're gonna have to waste so much utility here at the very beginning from TSM to try to just fight back.
Recon from the defense just to check out this room so they can insert Sim. Even go on a flank if they're feeling things are a little too quiet, but offensively, courtyard control going into garage with now the Sova having to re-clear, and I don't know if it really caught Sim. So this offensive Wash will truck on towards B, already smoking the right side. This Astra Star could delay things. They don't care about this smoke. Wash are just gonna go on in.
Blinding.
Meanwhile, the sheriffs are doing damage in garage, and the paranoia from Bones, he teleports behind them. Are you serious? He got away with that with 2 HP? He gets shut down eventually. I don't think he could continue flanking into spawn, but good info to call out that Sim is coming through the left side of the site. And you see all eyes from Wash are in that direction. Still having mid control too. You're denying every single entry. We'll see how long this fortress lasts there for Wash, as 7 just unleashes through the right side, and Mocking's trying to get ahead to dissuade T-Dog from pushing in. But finally, TSM have some signs of life.
And just very, very nice patience coming out from both players on the A link. They leverage the initiator utility to just try to delay, try to focus, have the opponents focus towards them on either side, so that Sim could actually get that timing right through the garage and the backstab on the last kill. So that's very nicely done. I love the crazy plays coming out from Bones. That's what we're talking about. They have to be ready for these so far for TSM. But incredible, important wins that had to come out here from TSM off those duels too to allow that flank to happen. And that wasn't the best of buys that we saw from TSM in that previous round. So to capitalize on that one and to get the first one on the board is actually a nice start here. with how Mocking was able to play that 1v1 against Sim the round previously. So Odin, rifles, you know, just inserting Sim towards that front, but the breach is not going to. There you go. He separates himself well enough so that there could be a fault line to support if needed be.
Oh, Bones is so cooked, but he's just got 9 lives like a cat with everything looking at him and a KJ turret. He's gonna have sad meows. Cue that going later on, but he lives. I don't like that. 5 to 5. I think this defense isn't like taking early damage either.
Especially with that kill.
Oof. Ooh, this spike's just going solo. Nope, it's not. Checking things out at A, but it's all a ruse.
The ISO made it through though, so they could still have a backstab. This is the most important thing. Kane to get the timing, kill Sim, then they'll push through.
Show me a target.
Rolling Thunder is not going to do
Thunder?
anything, especially after Kane Zero got the kill onto Sim. So that's a wasted ult, and it's going to be harder for the retake for TSM.
My ult is
I was just hoping for a delay, but yeah, Kane is very, very comfortable now playing from down below. Seven's able to get a catch from someone rotating through a main kill contract. First one for Kane of the day, and it's an easy lock-in on 7.
and that's
Still 2 left, 1v2.
Oh my
And
god.
manages to isolate a duel, and even through the double tap, Ziff takes the win and denies the ace out of Kane.
Oh, that is so good as well to just from the grave, the clove. Knights putting up the smoke so that TSM cannot run it down and actually get Kane outside of the kill contract. And almost actually even wins that. He almost got an ace to win it and just single-handedly opened the ace side. This is what we're talking about. The space that's being created by Wash is not on full leg 6. It's just on these timings that the Wash players are getting. And it's not just on Kane. You saw the TP from Bones earlier on. Just every single one of these players are finding their own timings and just activating the map based on the plays that each of them are individually making pretty much.
And a player just called for a tech pause. Their house, someone's having an issue, and not our fault. Hashtag don't blame the casters. But this got a lot closer after 3 back-to-back wins from Washed off of Pistol, and TSM trying to humble them a little bit. I feel like there's more pressure on the shoulders of TSM, right? Because Wash get to come in, and no one has expectations, I would think.
Oh, yeah.
So it's TSM just trying to not look like 100 Thieves out here and lose to a team that you shouldn't have, at least on paper. But
That's exactly
TSM
it.
are, yeah.
The-
TSM aren't 100 Thieves level, but still.
Or
Should
maybe
be able to win this.
Maybe at this point after that game, no, I don't want to overreact. I don't want to start adding fuel to the flame of everything that's going on in the conversations in chat, most likely, and Reddit that started after that loss from 100 Thieves against Plug. That said, though, it's still some good caliber teams. It's some big organizations that you have to try to still represent, right? So, despite that, Wash is coming in as, you know, who they are. And they're still playing against a big org like TSM, and a lot of these unsigned teams want to prove a point. Like, why are we not the ones that are being picked up? Why are we not the ones that are being signed? Why are we not getting the hold here towards this B side hit?
Another Odin buy from 7. I respect it. Just spraying it down. Who needs util when you just got a lot of bullets and then you insert Sim into a main, which can open up a flank opportunity. He's currently testing that out. So Washed will have garage control and they'll start carving the way through. GMD double swings. You usually expect only one person to hold C, but GMD is really brought down the forces of Wash now with a 3K. But now you're just trying to hunt down where this Clove got out of ult, and GMD still took damage in the process.
Yo,
but
give me the 6K.
Down, C.
GMD ace? Question mark? Oh, GMD's looking for it. He's already walking up through the smoke and everything. You heard the TP.
This
So
is
now
what I
someone
love,
has to
though.
watch garage.
You're playing high-low. You're playing
30 seconds
to your
left.
advantage in terms of the bodies. So it's very nice that GMD is not overheating here.
Okay, someone's watching garage. It's 7 though with the Odin. Bones is to look at both ways.
One enemy remaining.
Clearing logs will get the jump on the Odin. 10 seconds left. All GMD has to do is prevent the plant. And at 14 HP. Oh no. I I thought GMD had that. I thought he's just gonna spray through the smoke or wait for him to come out. And
I mean, at that
Neither
point, I
option was
respected,
picked.
right? Inside that smoke, it's a 50-50 of where he's going to come out from, towards the back or towards the front. And I think it's one of those moments. You saw GMD walk into that smoke, right? So he went into the, I'm going to flick 90 degrees in and hoping that as I'm flicking in, I see him and I can adjust my spray so I can get the kill right over here. And unfortunately, it didn't happen and he just got picked off. I mean, he's low on HP. Could have been a six-pack. It could have allowed for us to crack a few of them open after celebrating that victory for GMD, but it's still Wash finding an answer towards the end.
And they stabilize themselves. Now it's Mocking with an Odin 5 versus 7. I like to keep track of that. Garage, something Wash have really liked to fight for. It's been successful for them to pivot into C. They'll just have to keep a better eye on GMD, who got like, you know, 4 or 5K on them. So Hunter's Fury is making things difficult, and from the offense, they cut the back, and Washed are doing a way better job of checking these corners, but Sim's got knives out.
Spike down.
And now it's just Ion in a 1 versus 2, so that's not gonna work. Washed fall behind.
Yeah, very, very nice for TSM to be reacting very quickly into Sim's aggression. When even Sim gets spotted here by the trip and he wastes a lot of that util, it was very similar to what Wash is trying to do. They realize the pressure's coming towards the A side. They fast pivot towards C, but this time TSM had a lot more bodies and they were ready to actually trade out instantly this time around and not be caught off guard. Again, previously, it could have been a similar scenario that Wash would have won more cleanly if it wasn't for GMD that got a 5K that round. That previous round. So nicely done here for TSM to readapt. There's a lot of pings from Wash that started at the beginning of this round. Looks like they really want to try to fight back against Sim this time. Breaking the cameras big to start.
Now Wash have to just take their time recleaning this after just the hail of bullets that came through Sewer's ear. So Wash with shares have still been very impressive mechanically, even from the qualifier to now. I mean, they won the pistol for a reason, but seems like Wash have been the ones to really dictate the pace, and now they're showing face at the site, and it's Sim just through the smokes. He's just been kind of gambling on where his lineups are and doesn't see anything, and Wash are losing bodies left and right. They don't know how to fire back, but TSM, Sim on top of the box. He's got 3 that round.
And that's something that's nice here from TSM that I actually also enjoyed watching for TSM back in Ascension when we were trying to qualify through. In those moments where Sim looks like he's overheating and getting a lot of these elevations or dashes and whatnot, in those moments where there's actually players that are ready to train, they are not afraid to go inside and fight with you. So the double push inside the smoke, Sim continuing to spray with the Odin. I think there was already a third player trying to help out at that point as well for TSM, and they don't mind just dropping the gloves and bare knuckle fighting against their opponents, and it's just a nice little matchup between both of these teams. It's going to continuously be explosive this series.
No distractions.
Kill contract, Kane versus Sim. Ooh, I've been ready for this one. Oh, Kane did damage, but Sim gets the last laugh, and TSM have had first bloods a couple of times now, and Sim continues to just now be on the flank, and it's Bones caught in all the middle of that. So TSM have really started to find their stride with 3 in a row.
And the mistake out of that one was just trying to send your Silva solo. I mean, he droned towards sewers to try to see if there's anybody behind that got hit by the behind the kill contract that watches that body. He does get the ping onto Zip, but then he's still moving there alone while everybody else is so focused on moving up towards the A side. You lose a spike in the process. It's going to be a lose-lose scenario no matter what. But again, all spiraling down from Sims winning that duel against Kane. Sim continuing to want to prove that his stocks are still very high and that he deserves a spot here in tier 1, which I'm all up for it.
Just a short recon from Mocking. You have no vision, no info on A besides, I don't know, the burring of an Odin. So just checking out A short isn't gonna be enough for Wash to get an upper hand. They've already lost Ion. Garage Control has been the strat, and now GMD gets to just get 3. It's deja vu all over again, except you don't have a global to go after. Asu's flawless for TSM.
TSM starting to find their groove again, and remember that when I was saying that they were able to just laser beam their opponents on this map, it was 12-0, and then I stand corrected, it wasn't Ambrosia against Lemonade Stand, sorry. And I think it was also on their attack side for TSM. So for them to have now 6 rounds on a defense, and with this comp, with the Astra, how much space you could create and allow Sim to get the best value out of his dashes, it's in a good spot that that the defensive side are in right now for Team Solo Mid.
Standing ahead.
And up from Sim. And look how TSM have also stacked the C site. That's just been the way to go for Washed. And there's just no end in sight. With so many first bloods for TSM. Now an op on A main. So Wash will be forced to funnel into B or C. And Wash, the jig is up. They've already been revealed by a recon from... or something revealed them. And then there's just an Odin. So Wash, they have gotten absolutely screwed the last couple rounds. It's not close.
Last round.
Yeah, I think it's just the op that was a surprise for Wash in that previous round. Something that Sim hasn't been bringing out. He has been pushing consistently up into the A long with a rifle every single time and finding picks on top of that. So it seems as though they wanted to give that responsibility to Knights to try to win that 1v1 at that spot. But surprise, surprise, an op takes you down, and now they're going to be afraid of that for Wash. They're already avoiding the op at the very beginning and trying to deathball into C. In the last few times, it's been just GMD laser beaming that spot, but thankfully, he's not playing the C site this time. Turret 1, shield 0.
Hunter's Fury from the defense right into C main. That's just not where you want to be. We'll keep Washed humble. The Knights at 20 HP. Guardian, you could still do work, but not by yourself. Washed just barely getting their rifles together, and multi-kills coming out of TSM to farm orbs, to farm Washed, and Drone doesn't see the person in the nook. The spike is still left behind, and Washed in a 2v4. It's, you got the Cloval. Nice trying to leave.
And count those seconds, and Clove's gonna fall. Or just fall.
1-2. Yeah. Well, that was,
Yeah.
How many seconds was that?
1-2 punch.
1v4. Okay, the ult to grab the spike. Bones hasn't given up.
Yeah, well, he should soon. I mean, everything's really locked. Right, you have 2 players on the A side. The C long is pushed up. You have a turret and alarm bot watching Garage and B. It's pretty much GG at this point, but TSM continuing to not be afraid to just fight back against her. I mean, you're still looking at GMD. He's a guy that's streaming 24/7 in the daytime with his dual Sabrosa, just grinding the rank scene and probably playing against players like Ions and Kane Zero nonstop. So you kind of just know how your opponents are going to play and just outpace them. Nice little shot by GMD towards the end. And TSM, I mean, after a very close back and forth in the beginning of the half, they've won 6 rounds in a row.
I'm curious to see how Washed now on defense can take advantage of this map control that they like to fight for at all ends. There's 3 sites and a lot of ways that Wash can just push Kane solo, go on a weird flank, and why teams would be worried about playing against Wash is to expect the expected. So you just never know what lane Wash could be pushing down. So as soon as TSM avert their eyes, maybe Wash could get some lucky rounds through that, but an 8-4 half is still very strong considering how one-sided it felt later on for TSM.
I mean, it's them now being able to dictate the pace. We talk about the Astra and what the Breach could do, but for Washer, just trying to fight early into B main, thinking somebody's going to swing out towards the window, but it still allows for you to fast pivot left and right. The stop in tempo also creates that extra paranoia for Wash, so you are going to be able to walk into an open A site for TSM, and the retake's not going to be the best here for Wash. I mean, they could maybe wall up and paranoia and potentially hopefully get the middle at the right spot, but there's just a lot of util here for TSM.
Now Wash, no smoke standing in their way. Checking the first corner, ISO shield out, shock bolt from heaven, and TSM are brought down to their last limbs, and TSM still managed to take some people with them. 1v2 now for Zip on the post plant. You did just hear the drop. You saw Ion too, but didn't get the shot before revealing her position. It still adjusts very well. Bones 22 HP, and the one way that Zip plays off of the clutch for TSM.
Super nice from Ziff towards the end. But I love the idea from TSM. They already know what they have to play against. They were expecting this vulnerable and the combination of the shock dart from Mocking. So you kept tapping on that spike. You wasted that out. And as you stuck it through, though, the counter play from the Paranoia and just Kane running out with the shield just started dropping TSM as they blinded so many players in the process. And thankfully, Ziff was there to be able to clutch that 1 versus 2 and save the round for TSM. Again, Ethos mentioned that he's played with T-Doc and Ziff before, that they have great minds, great heads on their shoulders. They know and they think well about this game. Ziff also played under the Knights and Challengers a couple of years ago where they had this unstoppable run on Ascent.
See how unstoppable TSM can be. About to be met by Mocking, who, hey, gets a shot into GMD, but Mocking not thinking that's very funny after that. He's on his last leg, and Wash are not even going to play for retake. They're going to try and scramble against them up close and personal. And it's not going so hot. Sim already gets around the boxes. And just this wave of damage is gonna wash over this defense.
Oh,
Seven almost
God.
gets the ace, but at least it's an ace who's flawless for TSM.
Yeah, that's very, very nice. Ace was flawless and almost 1 away from 7 to get the Hunter's Fury. And I'll take it any day. I think that was kind of sick. How 7 just danced around and just mowed everybody down with this stinger. And that said, though, it's looking to be a very fast first map here, 11Q. A lot faster than the series that we witnessed previously, because you are playing against a team that is not really, that hasn't really activated around the map on their attacking side for Wash and just staying as a group and fighting. And TSM has a great answer out of that.
And Wash aren't really... Okay, finally now they put Kane through a main, and they'll have Mocking there too. And I've been waiting to see Wash do something silly, something unexpected, but they're really just sticking to their guns, and their guns are losing. So 10-4 for TSM as they try to break through Garage, and Bones just sprays it down and wasn't expecting GMD that close. Couldn't react in time. So the trade favors TSM with now Garage control, but Ion looking their way from the corner. Punished there by Sim. TSM will get onto the C side, but Ziff losing Garage control. You worry about stepping into the KJ nade, I guess, wasn't the play.
No choice.
2v2.
I'd like to say that Nanostorm probably took the whole control of the Garage and he couldn't tuck into the corner, so no choice. But as you said, it narrows down to 2v2, and it's still Kane and Mocking.
Coming from opposite sides. Kane has full util. Mocking can maybe get them into the right position with the right shock dart, but you don't know where these last 2 players from Sim and GMD are. As Kane waits for the smoke to dissipate, and Mocking gets crunched, and TSM win their duels, and they're up to 11.
Continue to be a very fast half on the other end too, and I love the purchase of the Outlaw and the understanding that TSM currently has what they're facing up against in terms of the econ. Every single one of those players are playing half shields, so just isolating that one fight, dropping all of that site for util, open up the C site. Look at the amount of stars are being placed too as they go for these XX. Like it's really good what GMD is currently doing to making sure you could stun, clear out the backside, and smoke towards C on these hits. And maybe that's the thing that's unstoppable right now for how TSM currently plays this map.
And that was the closest round we've seen out of Wash in a little bit, so just not being able to play off of each other. It's tough, but playing off of First Blood is awesome. As you already have Sim dashing through the back corner. Where is Ion? Has locked him down. TSM can set their sides forward to preventing the retake, and 7 is already on flank duty. And he's got help too. But Mocking's coming through with the Guardian on the flank, and you got Bones maybe into Garage with a Judge. See how close he can get.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, just not close enough to T-Dog. The range really hurts, and Recon plays and maybe try to shoot through the wall, but man, TSM are making this quick.
They are not carrying. This is the Wash that we kind of saw from last week, where they had moments where they had such a strong lead and just threw around by just doing shenanigans. Mocking, I was looking through the minimap and I heard a Guardian being shot long range. He had a timing to be able to go for a backstab, and I think he just went for a jump 360, 720 to just clear every corner, spamming the Guardian. And he just like, hey, here's my position. Come at me, bro. And Seven did just that. So I think we're just into a GG. Let's go next, where Wash could potentially play their ascent to the way that they want.
Which is surprisingly not the standard comp that you'll expect, but we'll talk more about that with Ethos, the brains behind the operation. As we'll see Wash brains on the floor after a first blood from TSM, and when it rains, it pours. And you already pinged the Clove and Garage, 7 PC check. Sim trying to gift over a kill. Kane will be tested.
It looks like we have a 4v2 after this too.
Oh yeah, I was like, wow, there's a lot of people left for all those bodies. Is there a Sage somewhere here?
They're playing Battlefield now. 20 on 20 battle. But King Zero at least has the ADS.
Oh, never mind. Way to ruin that.
Yeah, my bad, chat.
Now he's about to get ADS in the back.
Yeah, my bad, chat.
Well, from the shadows, if Bones wants to make this quicker.
Or just go to the shadows. Let's go to the next map.
Spike planted.
Boom. Ziff with the last pick. TSM convincing first map no matter what. Like I said, I feel like they've done such a good job just adapting or just being comfortable of fighting back against Wash and then play that Wash, or what Wash was trying to do, which was pretty one-dimensional at that point.
Yeah. But I like that Wash, there were attempts to get on some flanks to try and go for these 1v1 duels, but they lost with TSM, who are so warmed up right now and taking this fully seriously. Yeah, then you had Sim, do a 360 at the end. We don't count that part, but 13-4 is a statement to make, and we have a lot more statements to make on the other side of this break.
Oh yeah, we're gonna continue.
Our production's on break, but we will have Ascent next, which is exciting.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be a good map. As you mentioned before, it was a crazy composition that comes out of this team. Again, one way or one trick pony with the Clove. But we'll see how that is going to pan out right after this break.
A new agent.
If I could create a new agent, what would I want the agent to do?
I have no idea. Some agent that can like steal abilities, use other agents' abilities. Like I don't know if you played Dota 2, but like Rubik, or like Silas from League of Legends. They can steal the ultimate. I like characters like that. It adds a lot more like variability and thinking.
Ooh, I would make an agent that has some sort of smoke and scan. Like it wouldn't be like a super good smoke or a good scan, but like you could potentially smoke yourself off and also scan and then shoot through your own smoke. Because like right now that's a combo play with like Jet and Sova, or like Fade plus Omen. But if there was one agent that could do it all by himself, I feel like that'd be pretty cool.
Well, if I was to make a new agent, I'd probably make the most broken character in the game. Give its regular E ability a Molotov that detains people. Just add something broken into the game. Let's give it a Neon Slide too. That could be pretty good. Maybe some Clove smokes too. And then have its ult be, maybe you get walls whenever you use its ult. Something a little broken into the game. Just have a little bit of everything in that character. Make it broken.
If I could create a new agent, what would it be like? I think I would do something with someone that does something to like the economy game, specifically like the L orbs. So someone who can either generate you some, or they can take it away like from the enemy team as well. And I think it would kind of like fit in on like a controller role like pretty easily. I think that's what I would do.
Off top of my head, I'm gonna make a super OP ultimate. So it's gonna cost you 9 orbs because it's OP as hell. But once you have it, you're able to have a drone go above like a radius that you set, and it's gonna rain some heat-sinking missiles towards the opponents in that range. So you'll have to look, and they're shootable at least. So you'll have to look up and break it, leave the radius, or just choose to fight and win your one, or die by a rocket towards the end. So it's super OP. I would actually have one ability as well that's gonna cost a bit. Let's say it's gonna cost you like 400 credits and you're only able to use one, and it's to allow some of your weapons to have armor pen. So it's kind of like a stimmy pack. So but I have to stay in the stimmy pack, so I can't move around and get a buff. So once I stay in there, and let's say maybe a ghost will be able to shoot through walls now, but it's not going to be as damaging as, like, for example, if you headshot a ghost without wall banging, right? So at least like it mitigates a bit of that damage when it goes through that wall, but at least it'll do some chip damage for opponents that are always trying to find like spam spots, for example, in B main ascent, you know? So it'll be nice on like an eco round, drop that, and then boom, 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 get out of my angle so I can take control of B main and I get owned by an Odin.
Pop it. I used to sleep with open eyes. I used to brave just to keep us alive. Now all I can see is we're drifting apart. I can't believe how it all turned dark. Bring me to life. Bring me the light. 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 Bring me the
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the For Those Who Dare tournament. We are in our second match of the day in the finals, and joining me are the wonderful Vansili and Lemon Kiwi. We just watched an incredible map 1. I'm so excited to get into it between TSM and Washed, but before that, we got some bills to pay. Today's presenting sponsor is Intel Gaming. From cutting-edge PC hardware to advanced gaming technologies and major esports partnerships, Intel is a leader in PC gaming. Visit newegg.com/Intel Gaming. Also, exclamation word sponsors in the chat if you guys would like to learn more. Yeah,
Well done, bro.
Go click that link like a bunch of times, and then some more. So yeah. But wow, that map was incredible. Really, hats off to TSM. That was exactly how I expected every other team should have played against Wash. They had the util, but they just didn't know how to use it. TSM, they knew exactly how to use it. They knew exactly how to contain these guys, their lurks, and knew exactly where they beat them out, which was, again, util. They have more util to take a main control, for example. So they were able to control the lurks. They were able to basically set the boundaries of where Wash could play, because they didn't have the util to fight out the A main control. They didn't have the util to just stuff their way into B or C. They were constantly just stuffed, and just the amount of space that they had to work with on a map that typically has a lot of space to work with was very limited. Because again, T-Dog, this guy, he's been playing since the very beginning. This guy knows exactly how to play against the best of the best, to also maybe some people who play a little bit more unorthodox. This guy is a very versatile caller, and we got to see that in this match specifically. They were able to dominate each side of the map and just basically keep Wash under control and not let them have any chances to find those aim duels and have any space to go for any crazy plays or picks.
Done, sealed, signed. That was basically the analysis right there. I'm actually quite surprised, Ethos, that you're able to find so much out of that, because all I saw was Watch holding W. Sometimes finding great timings and opportunities, but overall, TSM just not being afraid to fight back, right? Like, if they're like, hey, you want to push against us against our spawn? We don't mind not allowing you to set up even to get into the sites. And GMD had so many moments where he isolated somehow a triple swing in individual 1v1s. There's boom, boom, boom every single time, just funneling players moving up towards garage. I think the aim was just very good coming out of all these players across the board here from TSM. And I mean, that's just a one-sided thing. We talked about how difficult it was for other teams to get good defensive rounds against TSM's current state on this map of Haven, and that was just proven here on TSM style.
Yeah.
And to point out that, well, Bones is playing over Shot Up as the Omen player, and Bones comes in from what, Fluffy Aimers and also YFP.
That's who's missing. I was trying to figure out too. I was like, wait, this is
yeah. And he's like a flex, because I remember him from his like Raze days and Challengers, and now he's kind of playing Omen or in the Shadow of Cain when it comes to duelists. But either way, whoever they're playing, they're losing to TSM, and that was a very quick map. But they go to Ascent, and you would think that's the traditional comp coming up, but Cain has played Yoru before, Knight sticks to the Clove. Ethos, you're a Yoru enjoyer. What's its viability on Ascent?
Oh, I think Yoru is fantastic on Ascent. I think Yoru is great just because you kind of because you have the KO, which you have the KO and the Jet typically on meta comp, which allows you to go for aggression with the flash. Yoru combines those two, but on top of that you can op, and on top of that you can play both sides as well. So whereas before you kind of gotta choose a side to play with your flash plays and your flash traps and whatnot, but with this you can play a lot more just committed to one side and still be able to support the other side with just the snap of a finger. You just TP the other side, you have your flash ready, and then also that decoy is great for burning out any sentinel util, which will definitely create some space towards the attack side and just mess up all the defense setups. Like imagine you have mid, you throw the decoy up market, you can destroy the line bot, the trip or whatever, and just you can constantly fake pressure and just make the defense rotate. If they don't have a Yoru themselves, then it's very, very difficult to play against, because you're just always going to be on a weak side when they decide to hit. So I'm a big fan of Yoru, so I will like to see what Wash can cook up against TSM. But again, TSM, these guys are so good at making the other team play their game instead. They're like, we're not playing these weird ranked shenanigans. We're going to play our game, and we're going to do it dominatingly. Whether or not we do it fast or slow, it's up to you. However you want it. You want it hard, you want it easy, we got you, because we always have an answer. We have an adjustment, and we know how to deliver our game plan, whether it's at the beginning of the round or the middle of the round or towards the end even. that's exactly, again, that comes from T-Dog and his ability to just be on the fly and be able to implement that game plan at any stage of the round.
I think we should not underestimate Wash going into the next map. It's their pick. And at what point did Wash just mentally disconnect from the previous map? Like,
Instantly.
I think instantly, I don't know. I mean, sure, they know how to lose, they know how to move on. They won our first qualifier, so it's been a while since we've seen them. But I'm looking forward to seeing if we can finally get to see some flashes.
There you go.
Some Kane.
Monty rubbing off on you.
I just stuttered and finally get to see some flashes from Kane.
There you
I
go.
thought you were
And
going
with
for
the
a
Yoru.
rampage there. I was ready for you to like just.
No, I
bam.
was stuttering through the finally part.
It's a PG stream. We're allowed at least one, I think.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. No, but
God.
You have to
really,
be 18 and over for winning draws, anyways, right? So.
I actually don't think Washed are going to be mentally just at a disadvantage at all. I think that these guys are ranked players. These guys, no, they can queue 20 games of ranked, get farmed, and they will still queue the 21st one. These guys know what it takes to play this game, and they know how to deal with unfortunate circumstances and know how to maintain their confidence all throughout. Like, trust me, I know that these guys, they have what it takes in the tank for sure. So even on Haven, I don't think that they actually like disconnected or lost steam. I really think it was just they weren't given opportunities to take fights in advantageous scenarios like they usually do, because they weren't given the chances or the opportunities, and TSM was doing a great job of eliminating that. Ascent though, Yoru and Reyna, they're great at not only taking advantage of those opportunities, but creating those opportunities with their util, with the flashes, with the decoy, and getting lurked up in those positions. So we'll have to see if Wash can find a way to wiggle their way into the little crevices between TSM's defense, and yeah, that's really what it's going to be about. This entire thing is just if they can find those little openings.
Well, we've had a fun day so far, and we're in for some more for Ascent coming up. Thanks, Ethos. And Knight's not on Clove. What's happening? We get to see some Reyna, so a lot more entry options, it seems, from Wash's side.
I'm down for it. Again, another one of those scenarios where it's just going to be run it down and fight. And I think when we're just presenting and giving a highlight of this team of Washed, why Knights was playing a Clove and Clove was potentially going to be like a second entry for the team, might as well just literally use an extra duelist to move through, because you're going to do enough with just an Omen smoke on your side.
Well, Sim is just going to dominate middle of the map unless someone can do anything about it. And wow, Kane's going to take his teleport to the side of Sim, and then everyone behind Kane has got demolished from TSM taking angles from catwalk to backing up Sim. So it's all up to Bones and Mocking. They'll close the door, so TSM is just going to barrel through that. They're hoping to get the spike planted in time. TSM has stomped their way into Heaven with Mocking, trying to keep them in check, doing some damage, but there's the flash, there's a drop down, there's Mocking, keep holding his own in the 1v1. And TSM still gonna finish off what they started. This was what, a 4 versus 2? Either way, Bones, he's brought down to his last leg. And it's just Ziff at the end of the day for a TSM pistol.
I thought it was going to be a much cleaner retake for TSM as well, especially when they had Paranoia, KO Flash, and a Recon to try to get pings, but Mocking just staying in hell, and then his teammate just staying towards the generator avoided most of that utility, if not all of that utility. There was even a teammate flash that didn't allow for TSM to really flood down the way that they wanted to. Like 7 got hit, Ziff got hit, and that really gave a chance here for Wash to play 2 individual 2v2s that could have came down to the wire, or that did come down to the wire, because thankfully Ziff was there to get that pick. But TSM still wins the pistol, still wins the round. Outlaw out for Sim, fighting against Kane Zira, and it's looking for a fight on middle for the attack side. But for TSM, they're just playing a little bit more passively to try to hold the A angle.
And with all the Odin buys that TSM went for last map, they were able to just stuff any choke with just bullets, because there was just a lack of flashes from Wash. And
Time to jump.
now they'll have more options with a Reyna and a Yoru, but it is also Wash doing this a man down.
And T-Dog already has an Odin, so they kind of have B on lockdown.
Let's see, oh, Sim, wait, he still gets away with both of those?
Unscathed.
Okay, okay.
Unscathed.
Not breaking a sweat. Spike down too, yikes. Sheriffs? No Lear for Knights either. Ooh, Who needs a Lear, actually?
One
We got overheal. We still got Sim lurking around. But Knights denies him the ace. We are not done yet. Knights is not able to heal either, which kind of sucks, but...
Knights would have been not done yet if he was still playing Clove.
That's so true, actually. 1v2. Zip already revealed that he's dropped down and still getting forward. You'll have the Empress regardless next round, but Ziv, the last man standing yet again for TSM with the anti-eco.
You don't deserve my inventions.
That is insane shots coming out from Knights. First off, with the backstab, I love that he disrespected the fact that the turret got information on top of the switch. So yeah, he's gonna break it, realizes that he's not getting punished or pushed, so he's just gonna take full advantage of looking back towards the catwalk and get into the backstab because of the initial 2 players on the top of catwalk creating that diversion. Look at these shots, man. Clean headshots every single time with the Sheriff. And thankfully, Ziff is there one more time to save the round on a 1v1. This is insane. I'm looking forward to Wash starting to dominate here on the attack side with just watching these shots.
T-Dog takes a second before throwing the recon. That gets shot down immediately. So the lurk will remain there for Ion. We'll see how this goes. Wash falling behind, but not too far.
The hunt begins.
Okay, nice. Kind of really impressing me on this Reyna. And now with the one way, you're able to check things out, but what is the move from Wash? With all this mid control, Sim has denied entry so many times, not hanging around at tree this time, rotating back, and it's gonna catch a surprise from Kane.
This is going to give a lot of opportunities for Wash to actually maybe string a couple of rounds too now, because this is twice that King gets so much value on just pushing through middle, fighting a turret. There's no alarm bot. There's no pressure on top of that from TSM to fight back against the information that they find.
One enemy remaining.
Okay, Kane, this is the version I wanted to see. The first round on the board for them is if we'll try to go out with the spike, but hey, if you can do damage. Just saw someone drop a gun, so ooh, there's too many people there. He almost dropped mocking.
So another
Ace
ace
is
flawless for Washed. But that's the thing. So to continue on with that point, with the free real estate that they're getting on top of middle, there might be a time now where TSM's like, okay, we're on a gun round. We've been exploited now by Knights on middle twice. We should now converge a little bit more. Maybe put an alarm bot there. So what does that do? That's going to weaken a little bit on the information that you're trying to get off the alarm bot on B main, for example, that you're currently placing. And you're also potentially adding more bodies like they are right now. So you have an opportunity for Wash to work the extremities a little bit more. So all that works. They're working towards the side where the alarm bot should be gone from. The turret's potentially still going to be on the switch. They have 3 players from TSM on middle, and Wash just avoided the recon so they could late hit into B now. Oh no, you're peeking with the spike blocking.
Yoden's still a threat, but Jerome gonna suss out the off. Almost got body block from getting away. Still threatening Wash, making them think twice. Now the offensive smoke just to creep up, take real estate step by step, and now the op in B. This is Washer not gonna like hitting that site. So into tree they go with the alarm bots, with the KJ util. They're aware they have to take care of. Lear into glass, drawing out some fire. Knights with the peekaboo, but didn't swing at the same time as others. The Ion still gets a great double kill, and it evens up the numbers 3-3.
Puts an alarm bot too, so that's going to help for the push towards tree. A lot of them can focus on generator now, and almost got that timing with the turret before it spotted Sim.
Knives out. I guess better than the op if you want to brawl through it. T-Dog gets ready to recon into the site to set up Sim, but wasn't expecting Wash to be that close. And Ion still remains. And that fumbled or foiled all the plans out of TSM as they really just trying to execute a plan, and Wash just ripped that all up. At least T-Dog gets one for the road to try and keep the op, but Wash have now tied things up.
Mocking just saw him too, so they're going to try to hunt him down. So he'll reload. The wallbang's trying to come through from Link into main. At this point, potentially T-Dog's going to be able to save his weapon, but as the clock runs down and the spike's going out and we have a round coming out from Washed, I gotta say, initially, it looked really good from Washed's positioning to really add that conditioning onto TSM, and then everything was like, what the hell is going on? Why are you peeking with the spike into main? Yes, he's droning here from Fridge back into M2, but if Sim was actually pushed a little bit more forward towards B-Link, that was a free kill and that was spiked down. And then you're walking out and peeking towards B main to get her freely picked off by Sim again. Thankfully, they still have a buddy system to fight back and brute force their way towards short, and somehow converted a 3 versus 5 in their favor because of the buddy system that they themselves instilled on the link hit.
Oh, dimensional drift with a judge buy? I'm sat. I'm ready. I want to see this. Because once they Wash figure out what site to hit, this is gonna be interesting.
Thing is, everybody's pivoting back. Yes, he's TPing across here towards that B site. And I was gonna say, are they trying to fake towards B and leaving Maki alone with the spike? I love here from TSM. Re-clear towards that spot, find information. They see that the orb is gone and that there's nobody there. The B hit is definitely coming, but it's gonna be so hard for them to retake. I mean, Sim's already down to 23 HP with the op that they saved from that previous round. This is probably just gonna be the ones with the lower HP, the lower rifles rather, trying to just get some exits and save the op in the next round again.
And the judge in that spot too, just, you're gonna drop someone guaranteed unless Kane just gets hit by insane util. But there is the flank that Ion has to do damage against with the turret smoked off. Ion knows something is up. He's able to go 2 down, and TSM threw out the paranoia, but Mocking was unaffected and he picks up 2 with the Odin. And now TSM are in a whole lot of trouble. You gotta save the op, and Ziff wants to go down with the ship.
Wash doesn't want to let that happen though.
Oh, Ziff hit the flash, the decoy of the Yoru. That's so sad.
Yeah, and actually Bones picking up that kill allows for him to get the from the shadows in the next round on top of Mocking's Hunter's Fury, so they could potentially combine something here. But this was an important weapon for Sim to save in the next round too, so trying to go for the hero play at the beginning of the round, knowing that his teammate's going to be low on HP. If he could actually peek out and get an early kill, that allows for them to potentially just win on power of numbers for whatever rotate would happen in the end towards Wash. But you saw towards the very beginning of the round, the jump spot on top mid, a Lyra on top of that as it's spotted contact onto Sim. So you're wasting out the dash, you're wasting out the free escape card from TSM, and they have to play a little bit more passively, and Wash took full advantage of that. That's a really nice read that they played around the map. And Sim's trying to do the same thing again, and they already expected this because they knew Sim's been offed for the last 2 rounds, so smoking him out quite early here is actually huge.
If Kane, who's already thrown his teleport back and trying to be aggressive, able to cross through mid. Drone from TSM has met some presence, and yet the offensive Hunter's Fury, and T-Dog was hoping to shut that down, but it was more than he bargained for. Now Wash can maybe access the back of this site, and I'm surprised. And Sim doesn't want to stop looking at mid.
Yeah. This is going to be a late crunch back into B. Knights is going to find this full timing. Ziff is not going to have any help at all. Can't even get a smoke from GMD because GMD's in wine. So you can't even play back sight by yourself. They are so cooked.
Knights is just on an adventure. Has to re-clear towards Sim, but meanwhile, Washed have thrown their teleport. They got their Yorun placed. They're at the back of sight. Is Ziff? He's not gonna go for the lockdown. Just hoping to slow them down, do damage, and really does neither. It's just about time for Wash to wrap up this round, but Sim at least gets 1 with the op and hopes to disappear with it, and they'll be safe to save their weapons again.
So again, remember the conditioning that Wash was able to do since that 2nd and 3rd round by just continuing to insert players towards middle. They've been focusing now for TSM to have Sim just opping continuously down towards middle to try to shut that down. But he's been denied by a Lear on that previous round. He's now been denied by a Smoke. Now probably TSM wants to try to put this op somewhere that could actually cover the extremities. I wouldn't be surprised now if you're going to try to be a little bit more proactive, try to get T-Dog to owl drones so that Sim could get the line here towards B main.
Last player standing.
And when that happens, though, Watch could go back to the tried and true of working back towards middle and splitting towards A. I mean, they're having a very, very good Ascent attack round so far. And as I've mentioned, they are able to dictate the pace because of this crazy comp they're currently running. It's not as crazy, though. It's not as like the double controller smoke thing. These are still quite standard. The only thing that they're missing is that second initiator, right, into that default comp. But the thing is they still have a Yoru. He's going to do exactly the same thing that KO could do and even rotate even faster.
TSM are going for these small kind of confident plays, like peeking a Hunter's Fury, hoping to shut it down, thinking you wouldn't be able to escape, to leaving the backside of B open, to just solo holding this op mid, not finding anything, not pivoting, not doing anything. Washed are just getting away with just, like you said, deathballing into any side they want. We know Ascent is more attackers heavy, but TSM can't kind of let their foot off the pedal when it comes to Washed, when it comes to this series, and they're going to take a timeout to regroup their thoughts, and they still got the op carried through.
And the thing is with TSM, with this timeout, they don't really have Faded anymore. That used to be the coach here for TSM, right? He's rumored to be going somewhere else. I don't know if that's even confirmed yet, but TSM has lost a little bit by not having that extra voice to be able to help out in T-Dog in these calls. But hopefully they find an answer for it, and they go back to working that extremity. So the op's going towards A main instead of towards B. At least they still have the alarm bot. Aggressive information that they're trying to get off KJ util. The standard that you kind of want to have here from having a KJ on your composition, in your composition, to get that info as fast as possible and try to react off that while blocking the line with an op. All this makes sense now, and Wash will see if they can manipulate the map, continuously manipulate the map here.
I know Odin to stop them this time, but TSM hit the decoy and still managed to pulverize Washed and trade out until, well, Bones was still left in the corner from the shadows to, go towards the site with the spike. And Seven and Sim, or Seven almost had the cutoff, and he's already wrapping around boats. But, Sim tried to peek with the op, and that op is down. Great shots coming out of Knights. He cleans up the round.
What? These are crispy shots coming out from this duelist, man. That's insane. But it almost looked at the very beginning here for TSM that they're trying to go from some sort of a trap. I wanted to see what gun here that we have for T-Dog. I don't know if he had an Odin. No, it's just a Vandal. I thought they were trying to go for some sort of like recon paranoia, Odin spray, and double swing off the turret contact. But just like you said, one single Yoru clone is able to break crosshair placement, force players to turn away, and then they get brute forced by Wash. They have more numbers on the side of Wash to trade that out. I think it was like a 4 at least. 4-on-3 at that B main. This time it's going to be a 5-on-3. Make that even a 6 with the decoy coming out. She gets the pick.
Even through the decoy and everything, and good suppression with the knife from Seven, but Washed really don't care. They're just trying to bulldoze their way through the smoke, and TSM have angles watching that doorway, so Wash just flooded into their demise. And Mocking, I mean, they're so rich, they really don't have to save the weapon, but you also don't want to give an ult orb. Either way.
He's going to go plant. Knowing Mocking, he's going to go try to win this by just booking it towards A. I don't think they're going to be the team that's going to try to save as many times as they want to. I think they're just going to try to win rounds or lose rounds, no matter the situation. But that said, I think for TSM off this timeout, you're definitely seeing them being a lot more proactive, going to what Haven was. Just continue to stay close and trade as much as they can and fight as much as they can. And it allows GMD to really activate, just like he did on the Astra on that C site of Haven.
Post timeout for TSM. Works out to just where to place that smoke right at the front door B main and to really hurt Washed. And now you want to start hurting their economy. Washed are pretty rich with the 5 rounds in a row that they won previously. But TSM look way more coordinated and confident when it comes to these delays and these attempts to shoot back. Another op too for Sim.
Back towards B main this time, so they'll keep the alarm bot on middle.
Scanning ahead.
So I think you're trying to get an aggressive line here towards Sim, potentially off a contact of a turret, so you can try to dash away. It's already being pinged out. I don't know if it was a red here on the side of the attack that they kind of just know the setup that Ziff is trying to do. But after realizing that, look at the split towards A.
I don't think you needed that leer there, but because you could always have a leer for tree and a leer for glass or a leer into sight, but always good to be sure. And Kane will still get first blood for Washed. But man, the Hunter's Fury from TSM really ruined things, as Wash now have to go through Market and Pizza, and I guess all the way towards Spawn if you're Knights, popping the Empress. This gets the attention of Ziff and Sim with the op, who can just play from B main, wait for info from Ziff before swinging with the op, but anywhere Washed go, they're met by a TSM member lurking around, picking them off. Dropping that op really sucks, though.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. These, I don't want to necessarily say overheat, but he's trying to close the gap. But peeking out the way that he does with the rifle, with the operator, I mean, Kane's gonna see that miles ahead before Sim can.
One enemy remaining.
Thankfully, GMD rotates back to that pick, and there's a winning condition here. The spike's down.
Yeah, against Ziff. Oh, the paranoia. And now GMD can just run for his life, knowing Kane probably doesn't have time to plant, and Ziff can hide in the closet, and that's a nice round for TSM. A weird one? Okay, still, I thought Ziff was gonna hide, but hey. Got the dimensional drift.
Yeah, already had it too, but it adds the credits at least for the rest of the team. So they'll stay rich now for the next round or two. But that said, this was GMD winning this round for the team. Second pop damage after getting the first kill onto the rotate back from Kane. I think he got that lurk kill onto Bones at the very beginning by hiding inside Hwine, but he won't be able to do that anymore because that should be cleared this time around if you're going to see Wash trying to walk back towards the A site and work it. So GMD for 2 rounds in a row, 2 multi-kills. Focusing on what's in front of his crosshair instead of what's on the minimap, and as he was the ex-IGL with Poise before. You can definitely see here the value that he brings as his controller. Wash going back to mid control.
Okay, won't be able to drone into tree. TSM. Once he sends some quietness, they could take back mid control, but we'll see if Bones will spot that out and cut it off. But TSM will just wait for the first move from Wash, and look how much map control they get to maybe just walk towards the defensive spawns, where Ziff, the very back, could meet against Knights. And Ziff cuts him down. Now got the paranoia swing from TSM into mid, and that gets traded. Still have a number advantage for the defense, with just Ziff maybe trying to hold a position for the lockdown, who's still yet to be used. He's had it for a couple rounds. Now, danger is pretty close, and I guess all Ziff had to do was wait for support.
Yeah.
And there's your Omen right on the site.
Exactly. TP towards the site, drops the spike again.
One enemy remaining.
So GMD continuing to be a big anchor for the team.
See what Bones can do in the 1v2. Not with the spike. Nothing but smokes and vibes. And 10 seconds left. And just walking out loud, turns his back at the wrong time, and TSM have tied things up 5-5. On a bit of a streak, too.
And Wash has seemed to be finding a lot more successes with their fast tempo plays of just trying to brute force and trade back against TSM. And again, you have great aim coming out of players like Kane and Knight so far as this double duelist. But this is 2 times in a row now where, you know, you're trying to mid-round, trying to move for some sort of play to crunch back towards the spawn, but then you lose the spike in the process of like, oh, wait, we got 15 seconds of plant. We have to make so much noise, and we're giving all of that free information away here, which TSM capitalizes on. But that's also 3 rounds in a row that we get a multi-kill from GMD.
Okay. Oh, this is gonna be tough. He's gonna be revealed right in the middle of the smoke and scrambles against Sim. We just had Shorty, I think, and Hunter's Fury. He's gonna get a ping on Sim and dances around, and this delay from the KJ volleys delayed Wash so much. He could have capitalized on so many more kills, and now the smoke's in place. It's gonna take an extra step for Wash to get into glass. This keeps TSM's position in heaven safe for now. And you got a Killjoy lockdown. And TSM had a sense of security and washed, maybe left that gap open on purpose. I don't know, but it's a 2 versus 4 retake.
One enemy.
GMD and T-Dog are just gonna get flanked through glass. Only a matter of time. Wash with the lead.
Thought it was going to be an opportunity for
round
Ziff
before
and
the
Seven to start locking out their ults even before the lockdown came through. Because when they went down for that plat, I think if Seven popped his null command, Ian probably wouldn't have a chance here to plant his own lockdown towards that ground. You were talking about the isolation they were trying to do. I mean, he's planted in a safe spot so that his teammates could try to stay alive towards tree. You're funneling everybody towards the right side. You could pinch here from the top of heaven through the window, and you're running the clock in your favor. And you already have players playing inside hell, and you're funneling it towards cracked aimers. And then hopefully here the double ult will work for TS7 on defense. Shark attack to push towards main, but it's GMD that dies.
Knights is so good in these duels. Now still has one Lear in the back pocket, trying to fight for mid, and then they're just sim. Just that's it. That's the sentence. Sim. Period. Just with mid control, and now the round looking pretty chalked for Kane and Mocking, even though they got Vandals. But
Are you doing a Kotex commercial?
no.
Kotex.
What? Period. Period.
You get it? Anyways, yeah.
Old jokes versus new jokes. We'll get them. We'll get them up to date, guys.
Still a good fight though towards middle, but I'm still quite surprised that Null Command wasn't even popped out by Seven. This is the last round of the half, but man, just having enough numbers for TSM to just fight against Wash. They had enough of Wash's shenanigans on the mid control at the beginning.
Oh, Kane. He's just still going for it with the flash and everything. Oh, man.
30 seconds left.
Seven went around the corner. It was so close. What a good play out of Seven and get in that moment. We get a 6-6 half. I wasn't expecting this
Switching
after the map we
sides.
previously had, but glad to see it Wash locked in until the end.
Remember what worked in the past.
That's 6 rounds on the attack. And you have to expect here for TSM that Kane and Knights probably will continue to be quite aggressive on their defensive side, just because they only have, you know, really Mocking that's able to get some early initiator information as is Sova. So you're probably going to double up, trying to get your Yoru out somewhere a little bit earlier on, trying to get your Reyna to try to go for picks and dismisses. And TSM probably could try to read into this to stick together and trade, or play a little bit more passively towards the spawn in these defaults, and really force the paranoia and force Wash once again to move inside the crosshairs. But this round is a full hit towards the B site. The pings are already coming out.
Oh, Kane with 2 before the punish. Just for free. Still got a flash. You still got a knife if you're 7. And even through the pings, Mocking and Ion get another double kill. So GMD is missing, but now he's getting knifed. Okay, don't let him knife you. Do not let that happen. Wash still get the pistol, and that's concerning.
That's what I'm saying, man. Wash, it doesn't matter how many rounds they're up or down, they will not be afraid. If they have an opportunity to throw some shenanigans, and he will. And look at that, just unfortunate misplacement of that turret. Because we stayed outside of the radius of what the turret could spot, even had the timing there from Kane. Before the turret even was fully deployed, that TSM swung out, and he gets a double kill out of that, which doesn't give TSM any chances set up at all for the execution. And this is an opportunity now for Wash to really start snowballing the confidence that he just built on that first round.
Oh, well,
Spike down.
just another double kill on
One
defense
enemy
for
remaining.
free. And Ziff, last one left. Just
get the
no,
orb.
no flash, no help for Sim when he was dashing in. No kind of immediate follow-up. It's just like a second behind if you're TSM, and kind of an off map for TSM, but hey, they'd only be down 2 rounds.
Just pausing a bit too before he meets his demise. I think that's totally fine. There's probably something from T-Dog to say, hey, just wait a bit. I got something to call. I got something to say. And then just go and get the orb, and then we could just continue on, so they don't have to waste out a timeout. So I like these things that sometimes that GLs kind of do, hero teams just kind of do. Especially in eco rounds sometimes when you hold a question mark of like, hey, where are the, you know, the ones that are saving still in spawn? It's because you just don't want to lose the round that quickly enough so that you could actually have the conversation and have pretty much a free timeout.
Placing swarm grenade.
An Outlaw, a Bucky Buy, an Ares. Okay. Wait, and this Ares isn't even holding down B. It's over at A. They're just gonna keep inserting Kane now with a Bucky. Got away with murder before, and he's trying to do it again. He's got Ion to swing off of him too. TSM gonna take their time instead of just having Sim dash in. Sim reacting off the contact of the turret, expecting this player to be close and checking the corner to be sure. Now the jig is up and Sim's kind of just going in solo. Got his KJ there, but coming at different angles. The rest of TSM were like selling a fake somewhere else, and well, this is a better round at TSM just through frags. Now it's just bones.
It's a very nice round played by Sim and Ziff at the very beginning. I think there was a lineup of the Nano Swarm to go in front of B main so that you force Ion to pull his turret back. So as he pulls it back, King Zero is like, well, let me try to move forward. I have a get out of free jail card. He spots the turret, he TPs away, and off that timing, it allows now Sim to start moving up and to get into a corner before the second turret even comes back up from Ion's refresh. So then you have the swing that breaks it through. He thinks that the other player is too far back, and then Sim just swings out to get the pick onto Ion and open up the site here for TSM to take. And a nice little chess match between that 2v2. And that's what dictated the round here for the attack side to take another and close the gap by 1. And for Wash, the slow tempo, maybe it's something that they want to change this time around, going into the next round here.
Now that TSM and TSM are trusting that Sim doesn't need all this util support to go in, that Sim can just frag out. And
one enemy remaining.
How long is that gonna last? I'm excited though. Sim's definitely the GOAT. Out of a lot of duelists and challengers, this is the guy I would trust to do that. And TSM are at arm's reach, finally getting their first round in the half. We'll have to go up against an Odin on the B side, but the spike is leaning towards the right side of the map. There's already some contact off of just reacting to an orb touch there if you're washed, and his Bone's still with a paranoia and he's sitting in wine. They don't, and TSM don't know this. They could be walking into a hail of bullets, but Bones is gonna manage to teleport out thanks to the smoke so he could get out of wine. Didn't want to take that risk with already a member down.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, once again, Wash trying to get some early lines with, you know, just counting on their aim. And now TSM can work the map. Nice shot by Ion, though.
We got the dash out. Ion doesn't even care. The spike is still heading towards A, though. He just threw a knife in glass, and paranoia coming right through A main. Reinforcements on the way from Washed, and Bones will still get a trade. 2v2 with TSM planting. Till 2 shot bolts left for T-Dog, but you're just, Washed are not gonna give you the time. Kane is online.
And there was almost a chance there by T-Dog. He surprised both of the players.
Show weakness.
But that 2v2 was clean once again for both teams. This is looking to be a very fun ascent that we're currently witnessing so far. This is not as many shenanigans as I've witnessed here on this Haven map, but there's been some good heroic plays coming out from both sides. And Wash has an opportunity, or has a chance now, to spread the lead here as they lead this game by 2. The economy has an op for Sim. He's gonna try to go for this pick on middle or catwalk. Smoke, I think he might be up on cat after a contact. A little bit of a misplay. Trying to go for a pop flash pick, but it still works. He plotted his team in the first place when 7 threw the flash, but Sim doesn't care. He'll still pretend like nothing happened and still get that pick.
Oh, I was gonna say, wait, Knights got spotted in that smoke and just gonna Lear behind him, and hey, drone for Lear, not bad. Washed are ready to jump out of this market to surprise TSM, expecting with that mid control that they would come creeping up like they usually do, and Sim is only delayed, and he's got now sights up with the op, and as the rest of TSM flooded in, they got kind of cut off, but with the Ion to get some kills going, and he just gets Goomba stomped by the whole squad of TSM.
That's what I love. Wallbang too. I mean,
One enemy
TSM's back to
remaining.
play as a team.
Good paranoia from Bones, but just a better reaction out of TSM, and this lead is not escaping anyone. I think the biggest lead we've had is, what, 5-2 for Wash at the beginning? It's quickly closing.
Yeah, and it's definitely, again, different than what we've witnessed on Haven. Haven just one-sided for TSM after, like, a timeout or something that happened. When he salvaged the rounds that they had on the defensive side and took the attack, it was pretty much GG at that point. But you have now Wash with 3 ults available. Knowing this team, wouldn't be surprised if they use it, especially after a Bucky with a dimensional drift. Trying to get some info here.
Oh, well, Kane's gonna have to do it with no help. So that plan is foiled for Washed, and this could be a quick one. Droning in, you have Knight sitting in tree, smoked off though, and just hoping to get good timing as TSM run in, and well, just tried to meet Sim halfway.
How is Sim still full health after those 3 engages? Oh my god, the overheat.
See, way to go. Way to go, Vance. You just had to say something. Could TSM even get the op back? That'd be nice.
They should be fine. They should be
Oh,
fine.
Walking, go get the op. Oh, wait, did the op not get dropped on the high ground? I thought it did.
Yeah, no. At least TSM will pick it up. But
Yeah.
dude, for Sim to just jump through like old school Valorant, jumping through the op, and then somehow the Bucky does not hit him. The first pick was nice, but right over here. Okay, we don't see it, but it's still, he's able to jump in, force up the Bucky shot, and then there's just so many players of TSM behind him to support him for the kill and to move in for the A site. Now we're tied up 5-5, or sorry, 5-5, 9-9. But I was going to talk about the amount of ults that are available, at least 5 in the round. And Ziff is a 1 away of getting a full deck here for TSM in this round. Although they're not focusing on that, they're still going back to the default that works. Just trying to activate Sim here with this operator towards A.
Yeah, TSM definitely pacing up. And now after punishing Bones so bad on just the op peak, Washer not even gonna bother playing at A main this time. And just hoping that once they shoot the KJ turret, that maybe that could be the moment for Bones to be present, but now the teleport for GMD. Just get a paranoia through hell and even clip some of heaven. Now GMD can just yell back at this Odin. It's kind of disrespectful.
Bruh. Double ult though for Kane and for Knights.
Shock Bolt hit both on that high ground. Kane and Knights.
Oh my god!
But Knights heals back. And Odo 2v2.
One enemy remaining.
Okay, it's just the duelist gang from Wash. Jeez. Knights with 4 saves that for Wash.
Bro, that shot on Sim was incredible. Yeah, a 2v4, but again, you're playing against a double duelist with double ults. I mean, Knights went nuclear that round again. To allow Knights to get this, you have to watch this replay. Yes, there's a little bit of spaghetti there. That was funny as hell. But man, these picks. Boom.
Yeah, to get that heal was huge because Knights have just taken damage too from like a shock bolt or something, and I thought that started off really well for TSM, and like where they inserted GMD on the teleport and they had the smokes in place, like all the ducks were in a row.
Just too many flashes on a 2v4 there for Washed. I mean, it was a decoy. Lear's coming through. I don't know if Kane's had another flash on top of that. Man, TSM was fully blind throughout the whole time. But they could still fight here, Lemon Kiwi. They won, a lot of rounds in the past, so Nop's still good. Fighting against Kane. Oh, the timing on that.
Oh, just clipping the barrel like that.
Yeah, I think Sim's weapon also blocked his own POV. He probably had on a right-hand model, and as he tried to outscope, that's when actually Kane Zira peeked through, and it was actually he wasn't able to see him, sorry, because of the barrel of the op. That's just unlucky timing.
Got the op back though, if you're TSM, so
Yay.
yay. You don't have Sim, that's kind of charged. You got a Hunter's Fury, got a lockdown. They could just buy the site with just pressing the lockdown button. And now you know they're down below too, not even in heaven, but Washed are just playing close with the judge. The TSM not even gonna, I guess, waste any investment here. T-Dog's in a this one and done spot. So Wash get up to 11 and we could very much see a map 3.
And you called it right, Lemon Key, when you said there's still a Hunter's Fury and a lockdown. There's still a good way that you have a double ult to go for a standard hit towards the A side. But when they're trying to just move into A and they're still facing against the op here of Kane Zero, when even the Flash Recon got good info, these guys don't care if they're getting pinged. They're still going to fight. And you might have to start just leveraging those ults to make sure that
Placing swarm grenade.
you're at least able to get site control. But now even harder to do because Ion and Mocking have their own lockdown and Hunter's Fury in round number 21. And 2 rounds away are Wash to be able to push this into a third map, another series that goes a distance potentially.
Oh, any pings? Nothing got dash out, but and no op for TSM. Just can't afford it or just didn't want to. It's been so impactful for
Still
them,
huge.
and now
You should run.
Kane will have his all
A
the way at
blind
the
ult.
back of B.
A blind ult will not allow for you to break this lockdown, so this should be free real estate for TSM to take.
If the op doesn't just slice them down, and well, Sim manages to jump above all the competition and slip by their defenses. Hunter's Fury, oh, huge from T-Dog, knowing exactly where the retake is coming from, where Wash were hiding out during the lockdown. And now you gotta re-clear, you gotta drone back in TSM, an early paranoia, and Sim try to follow through, but then they lost eyes on Market. So Kane's gonna dimensional drift and call out where everybody is, hoping to work with Walking. TSM again, another good start to the round, but maybe a better ending out of Washed. Even despite the lockdown, you thought TSM had it in the bag, and it's Washed. Match point.
Good picks at the very beginning here for TSM to get in. But Kane's dimensional drift just got way too much info here. Free kill for Mocking to take towards that B main. It was just, again, like Sim had a nice entry at the very beginning, but then was kind of like out in the open after he got that push into the market. Stayed out, the recon dart trying to clear it out, then the owl drone just kind of like stopped it like a deer in the headlights. And he left himself exposed to Kane, which then makes TSM lose the whole control towards Switch and Logs, while everybody was still playing so far back here towards the back of the B side and B main. So that's just unfortunate towards the end. Great util for Wash. Now
Wash
so
is so
far
good
away
at-
for these ults for TSM.
Wash are good at getting damage in the early round, mostly on the B side. A main, that's been going more TSM's way, and maybe they're sensing that too. Already heading that direction, going through all the one-way smokes from Bones and getting a pick onto Kane and Elbow. Things are boding well for TSM, but if you're a TSM fan, you know you gotta just wait until they actually win. And Sim continues. Now he's gonna pull rotates towards B, and he's got Knights' attention, and
Disappoint me.
the ball is not rolling for TSM despite, you know, the first couple of picks going their way. I thought they'd be all playing it up at A by now.
Cross over. Spike
Well,
down
Sif has
A.
a chance, so 1v1, but you're playing against Knights here. At least he has so much utility for the hold. The door closes, it's being broken. Now he knows that his opponent is close to door.
You swing off as soon as the turret shoots.
It's
No,
watching heaven.
don't trust the turret, I guess.
Yeah, it's watching heaven, so. Good shot by
Oh,
Zip
it's looking
towards
the other
end.
way. Ah,
I mean, it's still pretty good, right? The doors, if it gets broken up, you know he's coming from main or from tree. The turret's watching heaven. He has everything in his potential in his arsenal to be able to fight that 1v1. And Zip, just similar to what we saw previously, is the man of the hour that's able to keep TSM alive here in these clutch scenarios.
Cross over.
Also, essentially a 1v3 pretty much at that point for him to win. Although the 2 kills that he got were just instant trades.
there's duels everywhere. There's duels at B main, there's duels in mid, scuffles in tree. Like, it's kind of TSM conforming to the chaotic style of Washed. Now, after getting sussed out there, TSM gonna back out of A, only for a
Placing
second.
swarm grenade.
And Bones has a one-way there, and he sees nothing. So he's getting comfortable. Now you definitely heard something. He gets ready for paranoia.
Shadows traveling.
Meanwhile, B site's the same thing. They're still throwing this nanoswarm towards B main, forcing a turret out. There's no pushes this time around though from anybody on B main, so TSM's not looking to regain that space on B. This might still finish towards a split towards the A site, especially if you're trying to recon to get Sim across here and getting more control up towards M1 and M2.
Yeah, it's like TSM left mid open on purpose so they could just see if Wash would go for a cheeky flank after they got nothing off the mocking drone. Now with this mid control.
Shot dart missed too, so he's gonna have to shoot it to break it so they know the jet's there now.
30 seconds left.
Oh, just the early lockdown on B, just being that paranoid about it, and TSM are happy with that. Gonna just be aggressive over at A, and Wash are gonna stand there and try and prevent this from happening, and Wash are just 1 kill away, 13 to 10. We will be deciding this on Sunset. Who is going to our final, a qualifier or an invitee? This is a crazy day.
Yeah, that is quite insane. It would be even more insane if the grand finals is actually 2 invitee or 2 qualifiers. Or actually, sorry, 2 qualifiers because 100 Thieves are already out. That's what I meant. So there's a chance here. I mean, these guys are cracked for Wash. It's not over in this series.
Yeah, you would have not expected that after a 13 to 4 on Haven. Woo, that got ugly. But we're gonna end it with one final map. We gotta throw it to a break. We'll see you after this.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the For Those Who Dare main event finals. Presented by Asus ROG, powered by Intel Gaming, and hosted by Soar Gaming. Joining me on the desk is Van Silly and Lemon Kiwi, and we just watched an incredible game of Ascent between TSM and Washed. But before we get into that, I just want to remind you guys about the amazing giveaway we have from our presenting partner at Asus ROG. They're giving away a ROG Strix Z890-A motherboard with an ATX form factor, bringing a significant number of PCI slots, expansion slots, and peripheral ports, PCI-E Gen 5 support, and Wi-Fi 7 capability, and much, much more. If you guys would like to enter, type the keyword RAZE in the chat of the Twitch chat at twitch.tv/SOAR. All you guys got to do to be eligible is be 18 or older and live in the US or Canada legally. But yeah, that's it. All right. Wow, guys, that map was insane, and really, it just stands to show I'm glad Ascent's getting taken out because, man.
Well, I mean, at the same time, it wasn't like the same quote unquote compositions or whatnot. We saw some just nice little TDMs here and there. I gotta highlight how good both Kane and Knights looked in this double duelist role, but Knights most specifically. I'm just questioning why he hasn't been playing Reyna the whole time.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, I think it really does come down to, like, these guys know how the map works. These guys know how to play the map as if they were seasoned veterans on a team already, because this map has been in for so long. So the overall skill gap, like, strategically isn't really there on a map like Ascent, where a lot of teams already have that figured out. So you can see more highlights in things like gunplay, decision making, and just overall aim, and just the confidence from Kane's era and Knights to absolutely take control of these rounds. They knew exactly what was happening at all times. They knew exactly how to play, and they knew how to be aggressive and disruptive, which is their, bread and butter. So again, TSM, unfortunate for them, but they did play, a very standard Ascent with the meta comp, which was, the meta comp does call for a very defaulty kind of slow contact, put pressure here, push up here, walk around, figure out what's going on. Unfortunately for them, that doesn't really work well against a team that has such relentless aggression like Washed, where they're going to get in your face before you can really get set up and do a lot of things, which is why I feel like Ascent was just such a struggle for them. They started to figure things out towards the end of both halves, but I just feel like it was a little bit too late. And then also you just had, again, Nice and Kane's era absolutely taking over just completely by themselves sometimes, which was just, it was a treat to watch. Don't get me wrong, it was awesome.
Yeah, I mean, TSM got cut off every time they tried to enter. There wasn't like a retake attempt from Wash per se, but just an absolute brawl at the front gates. And there were some slip-ups in the TSM camp, whether it was like the KJ turret that we pointed out wasn't looking the right way, or didn't detect Kane, who was in the corner, or just TSM not being synced up with each other when Sim were to dash in. They try to add more support, even some flashes weren't synced up in mid, and it's just these tiny little things that would maybe give like a 4K to someone like Knights. There's just a lot of fragging too, I was surprised it's still 0-0 clutches when it felt like there was a lot of clutching happening for Wash in these rounds where they had number deficits. TSM would have strong starts but not strong finishes.
I think that's the thing when it comes down to seeing 0-0 clutches. It just comes to show how the nature of those rounds came a lot into just instant trades. Something that I was talking a lot about that first map, where I didn't see too much come out from TSM at the very beginning of the game, then a little bit less coming out from Washed in that first game as well. But that second game, everybody was always working in tandem as like a 3-man workforce, if not a 5-man hit. Through smokes or whatnot, right? So there was a lot of chaos in those executions where those clutches doesn't really come into play, and you had a lot of these 1v1s towards the end that doesn't count into the clutch. So I gotta say that I think personally it was some very cool Ascent that we saw from both ends. Nothing really like trying to break the meta or break the mold of how Ascent's being played, but both teams are manipulating and conditioning themselves each other rather quite well, which allowed for us to have such a fun little finish here towards the end.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens on Sunset, which you're not going to expect the standard comps. Not when you're watching a team like Wash. They have done ISO in the past here. Sim has played Neon the last time we saw him on Sunset. But I don't know. How do you guys think it's going to boil down?
Kane on Neon.
Kane on Neon. I mean, if they have a breach, maybe to support him, because I don't think, again, you know, a Neon by itself with just a fade might be that might be a little bit harder. In which case, then the ISO might come out. You know, as a solo duelist, ISO will be a little bit more suited for Kane's style, where he can just kind of take his fights with his team, versus just a solo Neon where there isn't really much they can do to support him. But again, I think overall, I think Sunset will be a much different map than Ascent, because based off of TSM's comp, they will have more utility to be able to kind of limit their play space again, kind of deny these super aggressive lurks that come out from the side of Washed. And if they can do that and kind of limit the ability for Washed to find those more 50-50 aim duels, because as we've seen before, Washed will usually win those 50-50 aim duels, so maybe they're more like 70-30. So it really is about just whether or not they have the util to stop that and put good, you know, kind of boundaries on Washed and stop them from being able to just play wherever they want to play.
I think that's something that you mentioned during the open qualifiers too, where I think we're watching a team like Wash play against Rose or going through the qualifiers. It's like, yeah, they're playing solo Neon, and Kane was just activated every single time because he didn't need that extra util. But you've also mentioned here, Ethos, that if there was actually a team that's, you know, more organized or that's been playing with each other for a longer time, or a strong core that plays into like a stronger tier 2 league or tier 1 league, that they should be able to counter a solo Neon. But again, I think it's another one of those moments where, yes, maybe you have utility to stall a Neon, but these kids over on the side of Wash just have such good aim.
No, absolutely.
They are not gonna. Last time we saw Wash, they don't incorporate the breach. They like that fade, the omen. Those are their tools to get into the site. And do you think that lack of breach is gonna hurt them, Ethos? Because we just saw kind of how the lack of flashes on Haven really hurt Wash's attempts on offense.
I think that if they choose to run the ISO over the Neon for Wash this time, I think that the lack of a breach really won't matter. I think it will be rougher if they do choose to run Neon without a breach, because again, he doesn't really have the proper setup to get in. And if TSM are able to respond correctly and in time to counter util the Neon when he comes out, there's no one there to help him. And overall, I don't care how good Kane is. If you're being stunned and paranoid, you don't really have a chance to shoot back. So I do think that if they run ISO and they keep the Omen fade, that's totally fine. And I think that they can definitely work the map with the aggressive lurks up in mid, up through market. Those things definitely always work very well against teams, especially structured teams. But it really will come down to whether or not TSM will be able to play their own game, because it seemed like on Ascent they weren't even able to get into the positions to do so without Knights or Kane just, you know, having a say before that happens.
Cool, we get to see a different look from Mocking Twos. Usually just running a lot of Fade, a lot of Sova, but he's on the Gecko. Any thoughts, Ethos, before we let you go?
Well, it looks like they put Bones on the breach, so now it looks like we're gonna actually see Kane's era fully unleashed, fully supported, and it looks like they are, you know, they're not messing around. Like, I know Wash, they like to troll around a lot, but I can tell that they're trying actually really hard. They're doing things that make a lot of sense. Mocking's calling very well, I'm assuming, and I'm pretty sure that we're gonna be able to see Kane's era at the absolute peak of his performance, and I want to see what that looks like versus another tier 2 team.
Well, we got that ready for you right now. Thanks, Ethos. We'll see you after the match. And yeah, we're going to decide if we're going to get any invitees at all in our grand final vans, or if we're going to get a qualifier winner versus qualifier winner.
And that's the thing, looking back at what Ethos and you spotted out here, Bones playing this breach, I think it was just looking back at the open qualifiers and having shot up as a sub in the past week. He's been playing a lot of radar or just a lot of smoke, so they're just going double controller no matter what. But with Bones moving in and switching out from a main duelist role back into an initiator to support, I think this looks to be a Wash that actually wants to clean up the act a little bit more and activate here on their defensive side to start. Look at this double push that they have. They could flip the map to take control towards B main. Knights and Zord on the flank.
A lot of good map control for TSM, just surrounding and out conquering these defenders left on the site. And I like that Mocking tried to hit the corner and just hope to get a trade, but now it's all up to Knights and friends of Wash to keep this spike out of TSM's hands. And Ziff is actually getting really good shots, especially against a Neon sliding. So Wash are not joking around.
Neon slide with a Ghost 2 and dings her. That's actually quite sick by Ziff, but somehow a raid boss. You have what was it, half shield at least coming out there from Kane, and that saved him in that round. That said, this leaving this open, not having a late lurk towards the A side after we set up that trip on A. That's a slight mistake that's going to be very costly for TSM because they instantly dropped that spike into market and couldn't pick it back up. And when you're playing against Knights the way that he is so far, it's just so hard to retake in that area with less util. They even shot at the very beginning. I think that was accidental now that they've given their position away. So TSM's just going to tempo to try to get a plant.
At least the Prowler take care of the trip is nice, and Sim is already at the back of the site before Ion can blink. Now you got a market push, and this time TSM are gonna get ahead of the game. GMD still has a paranoia, and it hits Knights before they could come out. So TSM adapting very well in this anti-eco, but the gun's still better. You got Mocking at the top site, and Wash are playing together with the better weaponry. Despite TSM having that good start, it's gonna be tough with a Ghost and a Classic, with Sim and Ziff being split up like that. So anti-eco for Washed and bringing 3 guns over.
Classic ding 2 at GMD had the backstab and a free kill onto Kane, but Kane again having armor that saves his life for a second time in a row. And at least I like it from TSM that they were very, very aggressive to fight back. I mean, they dropped 2 players, almost a third, got a plant on top of that. That was a lot better and probably something they were looking here to achieve in their pistol round. And I like at least the attempt of trying to wrap back towards Boba. But on the other side, the calls going out for Mocking to just tempo back up and fight back in the aggression towards the B main instead, and just kind of leave Sim on an island. Allows for them to just capitalize the anti-eco. That's quite nice. The bonus round is still going to be pretty decent. Knights is with a Vandal and could still buy in the next round pretty much.
Oh boy, Kane. Already keeping them in check, and look who's ready to just bite right back. And Sim bests him, but Paranoia is going to force TSM back. Or some Flash force them back, I should say. Washed have Bones in position after that fault line, and Mocking's gonna leave them. And TSM may have less trouble now getting into A, but they don't have a mid lurk, so TSM have to be wary of the flank. Still gonna take their time.
Yeah, they definitely got to go a little bit more quickly rather. Bones only has a flash, but now his fault line is available off the refresh, so he could stun to allow Mocking to rotate back into wallbang with the Ares.
Right there. Right there.
7 knows they haven't cleared elbow. The party sussed out this player, and GMD goes to capitalize off the fault line. It's another day at the office. It feels like if you're TSM until, well, I thought GMD was gonna win that and watch these duels. Like even Knights has time to take out his gun against Sim. And this should have been a wrapped up round for TSM. 1v2 now for T-Dog. It's not over yet. About to bump elbows with someone right beside the smoke. And it's Washed 3 in a row.
Knights getting, what, a double kill out of that one for the flank. A 1v1 against GMD that he won, but I like this to start. To just saying, hey, Kane likes to play aggressive. We have an opportunity to just play through the one-way smoke and slide across and stun back against our opponent so that Kane cannot get that type of aggression. So I love that they're playing fire with fire for TSM. But then you just see somebody like Knights come out with a blowtorch, a flamethrower, and just burns out everybody else from TSM as he retakes the site. I mean, this guy just seems like he's able to play the game solo when it comes down to this map or just in general in Valorant. Just such good heads-up plays when he has to play 1v1s.
Ooh. Sim with the overdrive. Gonna make this a quick round, already heading to the back, hoping to catch some off guard, and he continues to dismantle every duel. Walking gets around the corner, and there's just too many bodies to melt through. But Sim has made his presence known, and TSM have already planted. Getting ahead of the game too is T-Dog. He's out of util and getting pushed back by players like Kane coming in with the judge, and Mocking coming through market. TSM hold well, but it's another 1v1 that TSM have to pull through despite the first blood, and it's just a judge slide from Kane that gives Wash the win.
And that's what I was talking about in these moments where Sim is so good at getting first blood in entries. Great pathing, great util for him to get across and open up that B site. He just continues to push forward. He gets a dink on the first one towards the spawn, towards quad, and still wants to fight the finger blasters against 3 players swinging against him. And him dying, look at the rescale that comes through. That's just so unfortunate because the util, look at that, so clean from Wash to retake as the way that he did on that market side. And they had such a better, a much better chance to play a 5 versus 3, run out the overdrive and still play the crossfires instead of being left alone in these spots where, again, the players behind Sim cannot take control of the space that he's gained. You saw that, what was it, T-Dog? I think he went for a Prowler back towards the spawn. And then he's just there alone. There's nobody else there to like help him out because everybody's just trying to protect the spike getting planted.
Yeah, I feel like Wash have pulled you into this kind of chaotic style of just having to act first, think later. Because look, Sim has all the kills and he's doing his job, but TSM can't close out the rounds. You really need to maximize the value of this util, and Wash playing together. Their retakes have been successful every single time.
Here.
See if TSM can kind of shake things off. They probably got a huge sense of confidence after the 13-4 win they had in map 1 to getting humbled on Ascent to
That goes there.
now you're worried about losing to Washed in map 3.
This should do.
Not something you want to deal with. You got an overdrive, neural
Let's wait a
thefts.
moment.
Just went for a camera to see if anybody's gonna try to walk back from the door. Hasn't been closed yet, so that's a gap that's open.
Oh, tough one. Sim knows how to dance against kind of the counter pressure that comes from the defense. Looks like they're all just following Sim's call. Re-clearing through mid, smoking out, knowing that Knights has peaked top of mid before. There's even a defensive trip to just cover their market side so there's no flank from TSM. And TSM were just kind of playing with their food, with just faking pivots back and forth, and the spike not leaving its spot yet. Until now.
How many times is Kane gonna survive in these moments, man? He's 3 HP after getting dinked through a wall by a Vandal.
Oh, yeah. Well,
Oh,
it's
it's
just
not
up to
cleared.
Bones. And we were just talking about Washed really good at stopping TSM on these entries, just like they did on Ascent. It's happening again.
30 seconds left.
Camera
Sim-
doesn't see him too. He's gonna be able to walk up. There's a trip there.
Oh, it's gonna force him out. So you got util out of this Neon at least. A lot of time being burned off too. Only 15 seconds for TSM, and they'll get the plant through. But Nice is gonna try and challenge this because he's got the ult. He's gonna be able to do some scouting. Rolling Thunder from 7. And TSM are just gonna wrap a bow on this, it feels like. Which is the advantage they had in the util with the ult. Still a 2v2 though.
Standing.
Still have Mocking and Bones. Rolling Thunder. Sim's gonna dodge. Spots the head of one. Knows one could have slipped by. Sim gonna try and use the speed to his advantage. And Bones comes out, but it's still a clutch at the end. TSM though, really relying on Sim to pull TSM into these wins. I'm worried.
Yeah. And if anything, Wash is just good at staying activated around the map too. Just the first mistake was not clearing towards the tuck corner where Bones was at with the fault line, or as a breach. Gets a free kill onto T-Dog. But if not, like them being able to, for TSM to take control of market and for Ions to set up a trip towards the staircase, they always anticipated some sort of Boba crunch from TSM with the comp that they run, because they like to do that in challengers. And then once he sees nothing, he replaces the trips into better spots too to hold the main site.
Damn, TSM really thought they were gonna only have Bones watch that left side, and they thought they could just overwhelm him, but there's a lot more trouble at A than TSM expected. They'll have a Nightfall if T-Dog even lives. 6 HP, he just needs one to pull the ult, but now the swing from Wash gets traded. Nightfall. Last second. And Wash leave the site, giving TSM some security to get a plant down.
Bones doesn't have his aftershock for this for the retake either. So he can't deny the plant and run it down here so that Iron could come up and meet up with him ASAP. So Bones feels like he needs to make a play because he's only got this Spectre. Oh my god.
Unfortunate timing, but still a trade for T-Dog. That's all TSM have to do is get trades. The numbers that they have, but now it'll just be a save from Ion. And TSM post timeout haven't lost, so there's some cope for you.
Yeah, it's Haven all over again. Come back from a timeout and just trying to find ways to bait out util. It was basically watching two Jogamos into main between Sim and Kane Zero, walling up and sliding and jumping backwards in front of the A site so that they waste out so much utility from either ends. And then it comes down to power numbers available for TSM, perfect trades, and even taking more out of more than Watch could take. And they're able to just flood the site back. I mean, look at that.
Yeah, just being able to be aggressive, but also to not hesitate in those big moments where TSM really have to fight back and be able to adapt well, despite having a lot of washed defenders, and then they're able, TSM able to get the Nightfall and regain the site and just play from there. TSM just have to get comfortable.
Yeah. Full line paranoia, beautiful haunt. That's so nice in the front for TSM.
It's just the Neons putting the cape on their back, and Knights gets healed back up. 1v1. Sim with the overdrive. Has the speed and the spike, and wow, I thought Knights was gonna be dead there. The decay is gonna force Sim to fake the plant.
Oh, I love
and
it.
still get the kill at the end and show them how it's done.
I mean, just the heads-up play from Knights, though, to throw the metal on top of that and goes for the pre-fired spray. That was so close for him to be able to get that kill onto Sim. But for Sim to fake plant and go back for the fight, that's a big brain play. I love that from Sim. And again, the amount of util, Ethos mentioned it on the desk, the amount of util that could support Kane Zero to try to get a lot of value, at least on this map, it's really on TSM side. The fault line and the paranoia and haunt from both 7 T-Dog and GMD respectively allows your Sim to open up so many multi-kills, or so many kills on that last round.
TSM just gonna pull util at A and just give it up and break down the doors, see who's gonna make contact from market, play off of any contact. But now that smoke is dissipated, top and mid, it's a lot more to worry about, so you have to adjust looking through main. It's Knights that's gonna peek and spot a couple. Mainly knowing that Sim's in mid, you really gotta watch your back, so Wash have to reinforce market and get ready for that cutoff. The 7's fault lining, trying to enable Sim, and the flash that came out, Sim just got choked out by Washed. That's one option gone, but Knights now, what, the stabs in the back? Jeez, now TSM have the spine carrier having to do everyone else's job. This round is looking pretty cooked, and do you even want to invest the Rolling Thunder 2v4 if you're 7? Not if you just have no map control and no idea where the next threat is coming from, and 7 gets stunned up by the Neon, and Wash pull through.
Yeah, Ziff dying was huge there for Kane Zero to allow to start that flank from the back. But it was just one of those moments where you're like, oh, well, why is Ziff getting shot in the back? Because Ziff was watching top mid in case the push was coming down. A ping came at the very beginning, understanding and hearing the rotate coming out from shops towards the right side mid. So they thought they were going to get crunched at some point. But then because T-Dog was so hugged and tucked into the wall, it allowed you just Ion to walk down and get that pick, and just unfortunate there, TSM could get no control of market at that spot. So they go back into the tried and true, try to stick together, try to activate Sim, who has a Bucky slide.
Oh, gets trade. That's worth, but that's good time being bought for Wash, and mainly Bones to get in position to flash or even try to get around TSM, and the Prowler will force that breach back, and all the action takes place in elbow, and Kane gets 3 this round. Bones caught the arm of that fade, and C's gonna reveal him, and TSM bring down the numbers, 2v2. But T-Dog still is a sheriff with
player
rifles on the site. And now he may not able to approach that. Now Nice is behind. 1v1. We've seen a ton of these kind of 1v1 showdowns in this matchup. GMD grabs Spike and Knights closes it out. 6-3 now for Washed.
Yeah, he probably thought that Knights was going to rotate back from short or something, or was still deep inside elbow before he cancels a TP and hoping that he gets the lineup there against Knights. But Knights continuing to be such a nuisance on these flanks. I mean, I mentioned Knights as a duelist, but pretty much at this point. But both Knights and Kane have been doing incredible jobs on the backstabs on TSM so far. I gotta say here, TSM are not looking the fittest right now in terms of their attack side, especially in the mid-rounding or the end of these rounds. But Sim's doing an incredible job on these openers.
Nice is just out in the open. He's completely surrounded, and would at least like a first blood. Nightfall though ensues for TSM. Just able to race through market, deal with the trips,
dude,
and then smoke out the back. Bones is just gonna trying to see what he can get. Swinging solo, maybe catch the spike carrier, and there's the thrash. There's so much chaos that Wash is putting out with it. A lot of ults too. The overdrive, rolling thunder, thrash, you name it, it's out on the field, and we're left in a 2v2 with Wingman. Gonna go check what's up. GMD, his presence in this corner will be known, and thrash for the detain. GMD is really trusting Seven here.
Oh my god.
Those bullets just sailed past his head. The fuse doesn't even get halfway. Holy cow, what a clutch by Seven too.
GMD just did his best song cosplay by just staying outside of the smoke. He hears the footsteps. He's calling out. He's in the smoke. Spray him. Do anything to try to save me. And Seven thankfully is moving there to get that pick. But for them to salvage that round, I mean, that was nice by TSM. But holy hell, how many times are they going to get backstabbed by somebody that finds a great timing behind them? There should be much cleaner rounds coming out from TSM when they're going for the scaling, but Washed are so good to get these backstabs.
These TSM are not letting Wash get on any kind of streak, and they hurt their economy severely. You got Sheriffs, Bucky, a Hero Vandal for Knights. Knights just needs to continue holding down mid, because TSM try to get into B. Wash regaining control of market through mid was a huge part of their retake success.
Drop in a smoke.
Knights will already sense that TSM's lurk's been activated in mid, so keep your eyes peeled, because you could be faked out on either side. TSM, though, just heading right into B with a camera to the left corner. And trips that you have to worry about if you want Sim to really let loose.
Yeah, it's getting pinged out, too, because of these continuous one-way smokes that's being thrown by the Clove by Knights, so they're expecting somebody's there. So waiting for T-Dog to rotate around so they can haunt and confirm that the front side is cleared. There's no shenanigans coming through, and now they get to fight head-to-head, sorry, against Knights.
Yeah, just Sim came through mid, got shot in the back by Bones, and Bones will pick up the Vandal because of that. And this Bucky at close range, Kane getting 2 kills on a half-buy round, mostly a save. It's huge for Washed, and now you get an Intel Thrifty out of that round.
What is going on?
I don't know.
The haunt was actually pretty good too, like I said, to clear out the site, but fast rotates coming across. I mean, they at some point when they were about to hit that and the haunt already came through, I think Kane already rotated across to try to help out with Knights. Counter cages across too from Ion to not allow TSM to get full control in the back of the B site, so
this goes here.
Just harder for TSM to hold out their ground towards B, and they're realizing that they don't have the best success towards this B site hit. So all eggs in the basket for a 4-player hit towards A to start, unless T-Dog could find something here. Now he's gonna meet up with the rest of the team.
I'm out of here.
Okay, Kane. Steady. 2 of his initiators. Kane just manages to swing without it, and a huge flash, and Washed are capitalizing on it, and they take down the Prowler, but T-Dog still gets a trade, so still pretty much worst case scenario for TSM. 8-4 half for Washed.
This is where we're gonna get to see Washed on the attack. Something here that Ethos is mentioning, an opportunity now for Kane Zero to be unleashed at his full potential now that he has Bones as support. That last half, I don't think I was able to see too much of it, to be honest. It's just TSM doesn't look as coordinated on a map like Sunset, where so many times in Challengers, I think they took a lot of teams to the limit in the final moments of this map to decide the fate here of the results.
Yeah, how wrong was everybody?
Yeah, dude.
For
so
thinking
far,
this was going to be a 2-0, right? Like after map 1.
How wrong was everybody to think it was going to be TSM versus 100 Thieves in the grand finals?
That too.
It's crazy.
Not over yet. Pistols. It's been pretty even between these two teams, except Wash took the pistol here, and it's a good start from T-Dog, just peeking mid. Haunt sees no one else. And Kane's facing some trouble solo. He's pulled the attention of 3 defenders. So he's like, if you guys don't push the B site, I swear to God. But maybe Washed had this mid control. Now they're still trying to get into B, and all this time being bought. Not really working out. Now you got the spike in mid. This is scary.
All very nicely done by T-Dog in the very beginning. But Kane still opens up the map. There's some over-rotates that happen there after those 2 kills from T-Dog, and now A-Site's fully in control. I mean, even the Clove is still in range to smoke out shops. This 4 versus 3 from TSM definitely is not a guaranteed dub with how we've witnessed these post-plant scenarios for Washed, especially with their aim.
3-person flank will be snuffed out by the trip. What kind of help is Ion gonna get? It all depends on how quick they can take care of Ziv. No, Ion didn't get any support on the flank, and Ziv still got a trade. So Washed only have 1 on the post plant, and it's mocking with no util, and this defuse is just gonna be held, so nice try, I guess. TSM with a chance to buy back a couple of rounds with the pistol. And
that's the thing, the trip only spotted 1 because it's really the only thing that you could do. So it's even nicer that Sim on the 1v1 was able to win that fight against the flank watcher, because then towards the end you don't know how many players are actually playing back towards the gate. So the attempt there from Wash was a good read, pushing back towards the spawn, sliding through, just couldn't win the fight against I think it was Ziv back towards the gate. And then you just have 3 players, free reign, free control towards the site to go for the full defuse. TSM, they have some breathing room.
Oh, jeez. Well, Kane was put in his place quite quick. Trying to do his best to close the gap, and he gets closed out. TSM will still keep watching. We'll have to re-clear through A main. TSM then use Haunt to check mid, and no info for TSM except now the 2-for-1 with the Outlaw. Nothing stopping T-Dog, and the spike is down, so Knights will be on his way to go grab that, while Ion tries to keep the defenders at bay, but with the little HP he had, it's tough. TSM have a potential to take all 5 of their weapons into the bonus, depending on what Knights can do with the Sheriff.
Always gotta love a twofer. That's a nice little shot there from T-Dog, and if you're looking at the HP, all of these kills so far, not a lick of damage being taken by TSM. That's a lot of economy that could carry over over the guns too. But this is still Knights we're talking about.
Wallbang on the second shot too, and the fault line doesn't get Knights, and it's too much to look at. But hey, you deny at least 1 rifle.
Rare misses, but yeah, denying 1 rifle, but the other ones are still fully healthy at the end of the round. Seems as though the fault line kind of missed here. I don't know if it was being used for elbow or something, because those 2 players on the short were not stunned at all. And it was just a free kill for Sim. Full rifle in the second round, carries it over to the third, of course. And T-Dog in the last 2 rounds have been quite good to cover up middle. And now it's a little bit safer. You're placing the trips to have passive info towards market and middle, so you could actually add a little bit more of that pressure on the extremities.
Oh, the Prowler didn't get the trip. Be something for TSM to deal with. We'll get orbs going. T-Dog one away from the Nightfall. Washed are stuck in middle with only a trip covering their tracks, and with their lurk heading towards B. They have a pretty forward push too from Ziv looking through his camera to get eyes on B main. So Wash will have to fight tooth and nail for this map control again. Just like 360ing, trying to get info, and he still gets a kill on 7. Neons are too quick, man. Now re-clearing through elbow to await them. GMD with a paranoia, T-Dog with nothing but outlaw. And trying to get a shot on the bones, 10 HP! The box so sturdy to help him out too, but T-Dog still finishes off what he started. Advantage for Washed. Trying to get a plant. GMD allowing that to go through. And now he's in a bad position with his position revealed and now gone. It's just Sim. 1 versus 2. Has the overdrive. And some speed to work with. He's trying to isolate a duel. Taking this step by step. Oh, walking his
my
last
God.
leg, and he clutches it. At 6 HP for Washed.
Dude, imagine if you 180'd and got that while sliding too. That would have been some crazy shenanigans, just like we saw from Trustin Plug earlier on against 100 Thieves on this map. But that, the 360, I mean, that's the standard thing you have to do here as a Neon. Just jumping around, doing the 360s, just very similar as just a jet dash into your own smoke so that you could actually get the information for your team. If you fall, you're able to potentially get a trade, or if not, info for where you can pivot based on the players that you find here. By finding that breach, you know, 7 is playing a line to support the fault line anywhere. And now TSM, I mean, it was a bonus round, so not too bad. They come back into a big fight. Even Knights and the rest of Wash here, they still have a pretty decent buy because of all these plants they've been getting.
TSM just ready to play off of 7's fault line if Sim makes any contact, and still has the overdrive. But now Sim gets fault lined himself, and it's a lot of Wash being able to take the initiative, and TSM playing a more reactive style.
Trying to flash off cam potentially here so that Sim can get some picks.
Is dead in a flash. Sim continues to hold market. We pushed out. Kane on his way. There's the crossfire too with Ziv. A huge double kill. TSM slowing things down, and that reactive style has paid off at least in this round. And hoping to catch up to Washed as Ion and Mocking will save their weapons.
This is the first time actually I see a rare miss from Washed where they actually don't really clear corners when they're scaling up. They were so focused on trying to take Sim down that they just left pretty much Ziv for those free 2 kills. I was going to mention the camera to spot, right? I think he was already ADSing to look back towards tiles, but with the walk up to just around the door, it was a free kill. So you didn't really need the flash camera for the peek towards the end on the crunch. Very nice.
Ion and Mocking. Oh, they really want to keep these weapons because look where their economy is. Like, they just wouldn't be able to buy. So they hold their own. Hey, 2 away from Neural Theft 2. You got Thrash. Everything's cool. Everything's cool. Is the TSM comeback real?
I
You guys
believe
in
it.
the chat, let us know.
I believe it. Yeah, let us know in chat. Let us know in chat, twitch.tv/Soar. Spam your raises at the same time. Big shout out to Asus ROG and to Intel, our main sponsors for this event, for those who they are presented by Soar. Second edition, continuing to be a banger. So we have some great matches to provide for you all.
I got the spike.
That said, you talked about the weapons that were definitely needed. You get to buy a third one into it. That's Bones buying all the way down to 0 on top of that to try to leverage this because you still have a Thrash to work with.
Monster on the loose.
Oof. Well, Knights only had a Sheriff, so good bait. Thrash being used to clear sight. Nightfall from the defense to crunch into mid and Washed escape into the market. And it's only a trade now. Prowler clears the market, so TSM get info, but just now getting kills as Washed are extending out of the top of the site. And it's a 2v3 with Washed on the post plant with a flash remaining, but TSM have already come through market. Wash have to wrap around this pillar and work together. Bones is waiting out the decay. Back to full health. TSM making noise, gets Bones' attention, but he can't do much against that. And it's TSM closing the gap and really ruining Wash's economy.
Very nice from TSM to just play more passively towards Boba as well. Felt like they knew Wash was going to try to push through Boba and try to fight back against them, and Sim just gets a nice little opener on the person trying to swing back. TSM closing that gap now by 1. The 3 rifles that you bought into this one, I mean, nice. You said he only did Sheriff, but you see what Knights could do with that Sheriff so far, but loses that 1v1. Sim, I don't know where he's at right now on the scoreboard, but remember when we were talking about the Raze play that he had so many entries, so many first bloods, it was on this very map. Now he's doing the same thing here as a Neon, yet somehow TSM are still behind by 1.
You can grow this lead with how good their economy is. But Washed have thrifted them, what, twice in this series? So let's not count them out yet. Guardian 2 for Knights if he goes for a long-range duel into B main. Depends. Oh, T-Dog was looking towards the site instead of behind him through mid. There's no eyes in mid for TSM. And now Wash are hoping to maybe even wrap around the back of the site, so Ziv could be in trouble. I mean, he already is. He's 25 HP. Neural Theft will help. Ziv had to go for that to give TSM a chance, which is funny to say considering they had a way better buy. And Knights is able to upgrade to a Vandal. And Knights putting that to work.
And has the ult too. This is such a big raid boss.
Uh-oh. Aftershock is gonna force him into a duel. There's the ult. And She is playing through main, so at least the ult gives you info of where the rest of TSM are, but it's only so much Bones can do with the Sheriff not able to. Oh, there's a gun there, but he doesn't have time to do it. Wait, he gets that shot, and the defuse still goes through for TSM to tie us up 9-9. Holy cow.
And Sim has some words to say. He's like, I am not going down without a fight. And he is just body shooting everybody alive or dead pretty much in this map. But nice little push by GMD to cover up towards that B main, allowing that double backstab because it was looking very good for Wash to be able to win a thrifting, especially again, Knights, Vandal, ult, not dead yet there from the Clove. Allows them to get second life and really run that clock down. TSM on an eco, we haven't really seen them push aggressively like a Neon Breach would kind of do. Because so far, Wash has been just, or moving very quickly into a line of sight that gets picked off here from Kane Zero's dashes. And if not, just walk contacting right into some good reads here by TSM. I'm going to try to walk contact again, but there's still 2 players here.
At least Seven's going to have support from Sim. Overdrive available too. It's a good stun from Seven and kind of no reaction as TSM just in defense mode, and that's when I guess Sim activates, using his teammate as bait. Works out and gotta finish what you started. Okay, confirms the kill on Knights. And that's a very quick TSM round to steal back the lead after an 8-4 half for Washed begun this map.
And just a small mistiming there from Kane, sorry. He went for the dash as Bones went out with the fault line, but actually went for the slide and what shows himself to, I think that was 7, just before the fault line hits 7. So 7 gets a free kill. Everybody's focused to try to trade off against 7. Sim gets an easy 2K towards the end. Now you're looking at Wash going to try it again, but potentially this time with a lot more tempo. The fault line's going to go up towards Shop. They're just going to try to flip the A site around potentially. Nope, back towards the elbow.
Oh, TSM really starting to run away with this. Rolling Thunder from the offense to get Washed a leg up. But they don't got bodies. They don't got legs to stand on anymore. 3 versus 5. Washed have turned around deficits before, but this is also a 4-round win streak for TSM, and they're feeling pretty rich after that. Knight's doing his best to delay and gets caught out in the open by the breach. Util. And it's just Bones at 10 HP. Waving goodbye to this round. Maybe could have saved the rifle at 100 gold, but it's okay. For 100 credits. And TSM up to 11. Can they close it out, though? That's the big question for TSM.
Dude, another slide from Kane trying to get some space in is just, instead of playing close towards the elbow, they're all the way towards the back. Look at this. Boom. Swatted. No chance, no opportunities for Kane to even react here.
One enemy remaining.
To choose which target that he wanted to try to take down through that slide. And TSM now lead by 2. Such a strong defensive half so far. They've only given up 1 round, which was their bonus against Washed. But looking very clean here and finding every single answer onto Wash's attempt to work the map. And now Wash...
T-Dog just has to...
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
I was just say T-Dog has to be maybe quicker to retreat because he kind of got flooded in market when he tries to hold it. But what were you going to say?
Yeah, I was going to say right here, the Kane trying to activate up towards middle. This is not something that Wash has been doing too much. And because they've been trying to focus so much on the A side and B side hits, they are trying to add a little bit more utility, try to get Kane to flank back towards Boba.
He shredded T-Dog down a bit. Thrash, no detain. Good clear. Wash are going to want to recover that if they can. They did clear through market, and there is Ion's lurk. It's huge. A double kill and a neural theft before he goes down. And Wash are happy with this situation. TSM. Will the streak be broken here? It looks so, unless Sim could go hero mode off of the dead body from 7. At least he made the job easier. 1v2 for Sim. And he's taken down 1 pillar. Going for more pins, going for the strike. Gets the attention, but couldn't react fast enough. And Knights keeps Wash still in this.
And just letting Ions, is this going to be the name of the game for TSM and what might be, if they lose this series, what breaks their back, what breaks the camel's back, the straw that breaks the camel's back, I figured it out. It's just always having somebody like in these positions that they just get a huge backstab onto TSM. And as you've mentioned, throwing out the neural theft with a double kill from Ions, that was a huge round to allow for Wash to really sit up here on the post plants.
Wash buying down to 0. Just so desperate to pull back the lead in their favor. Putting it all into this round. They would be taking a big risk crossing through the top of mid like this. Looking both ways before they do so, and they did just see the fall line come from B and sliding across. The Neons are traded. As the dice fall, Wash just have the numbers, but TSM rotating from B. We're able to get the trades they need. Wash remain with a number advantage, with Knights looking at the top site, and Wash taking shots from market, but still secure enough to plant.
Big opportunity now to tie up the game. GMD has a Paranoid to work with, and they have a Cage as well to try to scale back through this.
I'm playing through main, and Bone still has a flash, so
just spotted GMD.
Wash just have to play smart. Mocking gets hit by the Paranoia, and TSM can't punish it. So they're just trying to draw where this third member is, or where the rest of the team is. And Nice is in the middle of all types of chaos, so off the flash contact. Bones and a 1v. There is a lot of 1v1s. Spike getting tapped. Smoke gone. The jig is up. And it's Wash that tied it up 11-11 after a big force. And they'll still bring 1 gun to the next round.
Big 4K by Bones too to save that round. And just great spacing that came out into post plant here from Wash towards the end. Just really being separated, not everybody getting affected by the paranoia thrown by GMD. They don't get the full value out of that. But then that slight mistake towards the end, the middle, and then everything just started just unraveling, and Spaghetti was definitely falling until Bones was able to save that round. He's also been activated so far. A duelist playing an initiator down to 24, 18, and 9. Not somebody that I've been talking about a lot here on this map because I was so focused on Kane and what Knights has been doing in the past 2 maps. But this initiator is definitely doing his, picking up the weight here when it comes down to, you know, they're trying to use utility to activate Kane Zera. They're not getting the best value out of Kane Zera because of that, because the TSM's just in great positions to just punish Kane. But Bones is doing a good job to pick it up right after and save these moments now for Wash. And you're definitely seeing it here, here. Just holding spawn for the first minute. They're just waiting and anticipating a crunch because of these strong ults that T-Dog and 7 have. Now you're forcing, you know, the attackers to make the play. There's a minute left on the clock. Now you're trying to get a little bit more info, and you don't really have the best initiator to find info on your B takes.
Kane is just gonna go head first into that. Jeez, and brings out the Nightfall and the Paranoia out of T-Dog and GMD, so... And Kane still has 1 HP. I thought for sure he died. I don't even know how he just got rejoined his team.
Dude,
but there's
plot
all
armor.
types of Cypher util. Yeah, the plot armor is huge.
left.
Main character energy. TSM have all types of Sentinel util, though, on the site. And Kane just jumped over 1 tripwire. The plant will continue. Rolling Thunder retake 4-7. 2 Rolling Thunders as no one can move. 13
down.
seconds and Washed hasn't planted, and this is for the lead. And Sim 3K that round. 2v2 Knights against Zip and T-Dog. And it's TSM's defense that pulls through. Match point, series point, grand final ticket on the line.
Oh, just great from TSM towards the end with the amount of ults. I was going to mention, too, GMD has been holding on to this from the shadow for quite a long time. But the first stall with the Nightfall, and then the tethers are given to tell that the rotate's going at the tempos from Wash towards this A site. And then GMD TP's right into all of that util also that anchors up towards that site. There was no opportunities here for Wash to go for a plant. And look at this last round. They have a Thrash, thankfully, and an overdrive. But outside of that, 24th round, broken econ for Washed. Can the ranked demons turn this around in their favor with Knights with the Hero Vandal?
Oh, it's a tough one with the bye they've had. Washed have just locked down so much. Very little saves. But Wash putting it all on the line. After even just pushing TSM to this point. Prowler, Wash are forced to shoot it. TSM gonna know exactly what's up. Thrash to clear the side yet again. Going towards Market. I think it got shot down. No detains of TSM. Have to hold on. And they still bite back against Wash. The plant is barely secure. Thanks to the smokes from Knights. We'll have a second life too with the ult. TSM 4v4. A lot of injuries on Wash side.
Paranoia from GMD, that's the biggest thing for the retake.
Sim unaffected by the aftershock and now slides on it. Headshot into Knights. But the ult is out. Sim has to stay focused. And he's on the chase. And that is all she wrote. TSM will walk to the grand final to face Trust in Plug and take down Washed in map 3.
Defenders win.
Okay, well, at least there's some sort of normalcy here going into the grand finals of for those who there is going to be an invited team going into the grand finals to play against Trust in Plug. But man, it looked like this storyline, Lemon Kiwi, was not going to be the case, that somehow the ranked demons of Washed, it cleans up the rack again. I'm pulling that dad joke again for the end of the cast of this series, but man, did he look good.
Yeah, Ethos. Did you think TSM were going to pull through at the end? It was so back and forth.
Oh man, I think that honestly TSM was looking a little bit shaky at first because it really looked like Wash was getting in their heads. They were getting behind them, like the util wasn't coming out all at the same time. That would leave a little gap, a little window for Wash to potentially walk back in, and they almost always did. So if they left any holes, again, your defense or the utility, you can almost guarantee that Wash will somehow be there and take advantage of that. And I feel like there's a lot of those gaps on their attack side, but then overall I feel like TSM did kind of clutch up and kind of start playing aggressively as well. As you saw Sim, dude, this guy took over. This guy completely took over.
100%.
Like,
holy crap.
This guy showed that, you know, you don't have to be just a ranked player to be able to aim and just go lights out performance and just demolish everyone. Sim putting up numbers where maybe his teammates weren't as well, and he was just showing that they can do it too. They can also be aggressive, they can also win those aim duels, they can also be absolutely insane. And it was such a great just back and forth battle. I also saw that TSM was playing so well at punishing Kane Zera at first, but then you have to remember, everyone on that team has the capability of becoming Kane Zero, except for maybe Mocking. But like everyone on that team has the ability to take control. No, Mocking's actually very good at clutching and closing out rounds too. So I think that a player like Mocking is very necessary on a roster like that. Whereas everyone's going crazy, everyone's going ham, and then he's the one who kind of ties things together and make sure that some of the plays make sense.
You definitely saw that, right, in those moments on that second map, and even the jiggles that he had, I think, on Long, if I'm not mistaken, of Haven in that first map. It was so long ago, but yeah, definitely this is a team like we've mentioned. It looks like it's a pug team, but the core of it have been playing around and have been grinding like the tier 2, tier 3 scene for quite a long time. So I think to some it might be a surprise because they probably never heard about it, a team like this, and they're able to make this so close against a team like TSM. But they have what it takes for sure.
Yeah.
And we'll have one more match to go. Trust and Plug versus TSM. And two teams that went all the way to map 3 to get to this point. And we'll have potentially an interview. So Ethos, that'll be all you, but we got to get that set up for you. So we'll see you guys after this.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the For Those Who Dare Grand Finals event. We just watched TSM take down Washed in a nail biter series in a 2-1. It was absolutely insane. And joining me today, I have T-Dog, the new IGL to the team. What's up, Travis?
Yo, what's going on, Alan? How are you, bro?
I'm good, man. It's been a while, dude. You're looking good out there, dude.
I appreciate it, bro.
Man, I wanted to ask, what was your guys' how were you guys feeling going into that match? Did you guys think that Wash was gonna give you guys that much trouble going into that series?
Realistically, I was prepared for it. I know how good each one of those individuals are, even though they don't grind the game like fully. Knights, Kane, Ion specifically are just like top of their class for their age. When I was that age, I was doing nothing. At their age, they're all the way up like competing with like challenger VCT level players. So we knew they had a lot of firepower, but I was confident that we were going to be able to 2-0 just off of the week of practice that we've had and the experience that we have as well. Just not getting rattled by these individual plays, these clutches that they have, stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, you've been around the scene for a minute. I even highlighted the fact that you're just a really versatile caller. Like, you know how to play against teams that play really structured and then teams that play kind of, a little bit more aggressive. So I saw that come out on Haven. You guys were really shutting them down. And I think that we played LAN together, made a finals, all that. I remember
Yeah.
you and me, So like we have some reps in the past. I know how you work and how you function, but I want to ask, how confident are you going into this grand finals versus Plug?
I'm very confident. This is a team that not myself, but everybody, has played like before. Whether it's been that five together or them scattered around, they've been around for a long time, and they're a really good team. It's an off-season tournament, so we're trying to get what we can out of it, which is reps and develop chemistry with like a new five. I think a lot of teams have been getting like a lot of flack lately about that. With like the challenger stuff going on and this tournament as well. Got to remember it's an off-season event. Not a lot of these teams have time, but it is important to kind of like put your money where your mouth is and not come up short like some of these teams have, and VCL and how 100 Thieves did like today. But they're a good team. They're underrated, and I think it goes to show again the same three that I talked about: Kane, Knights, Ion. Some of those guys on the enemy team, specifically like Mikey, off the top of my head, like these guys are like really like top of their class individual skill. If they can get on our roster with some more experienced people, a coach, I think like a Bonkar situation is like pretty easy to think about, like Mata and Verno, that they're going to be up next, like the best in the game possible.
All right. Thanks so much, man. My last question for you is, how many Dr. Peppers have you had this series?
Oh man, well today it's brought to you by Chick-fil-A a little bit. We've had a good amount. If we're talking can total, we're probably looking at around like 6, 7 today. We got another BO3, so we might run a couple another.
All right, man. Well, I'll let you get back to it. I'll let you wind down and get back to your teammates. But thanks so much for talking with me, dude.
Absolutely, bro. Thank you guys.
All right, you heard it here first from T-Dog. And before I let you guys go, we have one more thing to do, and that is announce the winner of the second giveaway. Again, the giveaway is an ROG Strix Z890-A motherboard with an ATX form factor, bringing you a significant number of PCI slots, expansion slots, and peripheral ports, PCI-E Gen 5 support, and Wi-Fi 7 capability, and much, much more. All you guys got to do, again, is just type in Raise into the chat at twitch.tv/SOAR. That is Soar. Live in the US or Canada, be the ages 18 or up. And then, just type it. We're going to draw it. Perhaps it's already being drawn. I'm not even sure. Right now, we're on a delay. So what you're hearing right now is, it's already happened. But right now, look at chat. You might win. And just keep looking at chat. But thanks so much for stick around for that match, and don't go anywhere, because next up we have the grand final event between TSM and Plug. I'll see you guys in a bit.
I can see is we're drifting apart. I can't believe how it all turned dark. Bring me the light, 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 bring me
For those
Welcome
there.
back, ladies and gentlemen, to the last match, the very final grand final of the grand finals of the For Those Who Dare tournament. Presented by Asus ROG, powered by Intel Gaming, and hosted by Soar Gaming. Today, joining me on the desk, we have Lemon Kiwi and Van Silly. We've seen some insane matchups today, and this next match is going to be no less crazy. I'm super excited to get into it, but before we get into that, we have one final giveaway. And I know you guys were like, oh, I don't want parts, I don't want all this stuff. This is a monitor. This is a gaming monitor. You can take it and use it right now. I don't know, maybe some people didn't want a part. But here we go. We have the ROG Strix XG27 8Q gaming monitor. It's 27-inch with a QHD 1440p IPS panel, 300 Hz, 1 millisecond response time, and it's the perfect balance for every gamer. If you would like to enter, all you have to do is type the keyword RAZE. Also, to be eligible, raise. Yeah, raise. Also, to be eligible, you must be a lawful US or Canadian resident over the age of 18. If you are not and you win, you won't get it.
I'm ready to raise the roof on this monitor.
That's actually a really good monitor, though, so enter that.
I'm actually entering. I've entered every single giveaway. I haven't won yet, but I have a good feeling about this one.
You know what? I'm going to do it as well.
You don't think that they would like disqualify my name, right? They wouldn't like take it out of the drawing? Like, I'm still entered, right?
Sure.
I feel like you can't win.
Why can't I win? I'm 18. I live in the US and / Canada.
You're also
and I'm
hosting,
typing waves.
man.
Oh. But yeah. Anyways, if you guys do want to enter, make sure you do it over at twitch.tv/SOAR. And now let's get into talking about the final matchup between TSM and Plug. What are your guys' thoughts?
Dude, I don't even know at this
TSM
point.
looked good. The TSM, I mean, didn't Sim just drop like a 40 bomb like in the last map?
If not
Like,
at least close to it. The
I mean,
guy's
it's
freaking
technically,
insane.
guys, it was 36. It wasn't, it wasn't anything.
oh, okay,
crazy.
my bad. Rounding up, my
Yeah.
bad.
Yeah.
36 still pretty nice, and
Yeah.
it was a journey. Plug did have to upset 100 Thieves to be here. If you missed that, you may want to rewind
Actually-
during our breaks.
It was 39. Ethos.
Oh. Wait, really? When do you get the last?
Yeah.
Oh, my bad.
Oh yeah, the last like
You just
3K.
forgot to watch the last round.
It's still 40, or it's still not 40. All right, so
True,
let's chill
true.
out. All right, 39 is pretty damn close. Though. That's pretty damn good. That's almost as good as how I would probably do on Neon in that exact game. So I get it.
Wait, you played Neon before? I only see you playing. Yogurt.
No, I've played Neon, but I'm pretty sure I bottom frag almost every time. I don't know how they do it. It's actually so difficult. I don't know how. I always get shot mid slide, so I don't know how these guys are like pulling off 3Ks, aces like this. That's just insane. It's out of, my perspective, what I can understand about the game. But
We were definitely gone through the gauntlet in the ringer though for the past open qualifiers until today. I think right now you're looking at a TSM that had to play like the whole series, right? It had to go to distance. Same thing for Plugged in the first series against 100 Thieves. But the thing is, Plug was able to sit behind and wait for the series to finish. So they got to watch all of these rounds that were being played here by TSM, and they have a great opportunity to just be like, oh, we know how to fight against this, so we're going to be in a good spot.
TSM got pushed to their limit, though. I mean, yes, it was a 13-4 first map, and we thought, okay, we can lean back after Haven. Maybe this is a quick semifinal, but ooh, then Wash pushed them to the edge, and they almost kind of reverse swept, I guess. It went, 13-10 or something crazy on the last map. Washed was a huge troublemaker for TSM, but they got to this point.
yeah,
And it's not against 100 Thieves, so...
Yeah, I mean, it was I believe 10-13 second map and then 13-11 on the last map.
yeah.
And they were actually trying like really hard. They were playing really fundamentally sound Valorant. Yes, they were still aggressive. Yes, they were still taking timings, but overall, they weren't just trolling like we saw on the very first series that we watched from them. And I think that just really goes to show that like these guys aren't just, pushovers. They're not just ranked players. These guys actually do know how to play proper Valorant. And I think that that's something that people can't take away from them anymore. And a lot of people maybe we're trying to like, discredit their accomplishments by like, oh, they're just playing dumb. They're just doing yada, yada, yada. But no, there's genuine like substance behind their plays, their decision makings, and, their performance. they're making good decisions. They're playing with confidence and they're hitting the shots. Really, that's the most important thing. But they're hitting the shots and they're doing it in the proper moments. And I think that overall, Wash really impressed me coming out of this tournament. And it's not even with their full roster from Rankers, which is their Challengers team. And I'm definitely going to watch them moving to the next Challengers split.
Yeah, and also one of those stories where maybe they had an opportunity to do the funniest thing, right? Especially after Blood got the upset against 100 Thieves. They're like, well, maybe we could do the same thing, and we're just going to have two teams that went through the gauntlet of the open qualifiers to reach this moment right here in the grand finals to guarantee a hefty prize pool and even 8,000 on the line here for the grand finals winner.
And Monty said in his interview that he much rather face TSM or was expecting this. So they are prepared. And these are going to be some very familiar maps. TSM select Haven, which is the one they just 13-4 to Washed on. And Plug get to pick a Sunset where they won that against 100 Thieves. So both, I think, a strong map set for both.
Yeah, I thought you were going to mention, oh, yeah, you remember Monty's interview? It was like, hey, sometimes we play good, sometimes we suck.
Yeah, they sometimes may be good, sometimes maybe not so good.
Just trying to find my censor button, couldn't find it. Good thing I didn't say it. But yeah, going back to the maps, it does make a lot of sense. As I mentioned before, I mean, you have a team like Plug that's very comfortable playing on Haven and Sunset. They could come out with different comps, that just as Monty mentioned before. Like they could put Mikey on a Chamber, they could put Mikey on a Cypher. Sunset, we know exactly what Jurin could do. As you remember, we were talking about that 4K was him exactly against 100 Thieves. It's just this third map. I'm hoping to see a third map. Again, this is a map pool that favors TSM for me because they also used to love to play split as well. But I don't know if it's going to go to that third map. I feel that it might be an opportunity here for Plug to potentially even upset on a 2-0 just because TSM literally just finished a 3 series.
Wow.
We'll see in Agent Select here in a second what Duelist TSM opt for because they like the Jet, and that could be the difference of Duelist, right? Sim on the Jet, Gerwin on the Neon, who continued to run that on Haven, but Plug didn't look so good on Haven against 100 Thieves. They lost 13-6 playing that Neon, so Gerwin, had a hard time on that map, but maybe against Sim, against TSM, it'll be a different story.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think TSM, they do have Haven figured out, especially with T-Dogs calling. Haven is that type of map where if you do have a fundamentally more structured team and you know what you're doing, that you saw that with 100 Thieves as well, you shouldn't be losing. You should be able to take map control and you should be able to really make it difficult for them to get any headway into any site, into any parts of the map. So, if T-Dog can remain that versatile caller that I know him as, then he should be able to, outcall this sort of newly formed team with a few days of practice and should be able to come out on top on Haven at the very least is my prediction. For the rest of the series, I'm not quite too sure, but I do know that, what TSM struggled with against Wash was just the, unsurmountable amount of firepower that they brought to the game. They were just demons, like aim demons, and I don't think that Plug is any less than that either. They have that firepower. If anything, they just might be a little bit more kind of structured and a little bit more put together than Wash, the less solo plays and a little bit more double pushes. But overall, the aim and the confidence and the aggressiveness will still very much be there. The same confidence and aggression that caused TSM problems on Sunset and on Ascent. So I have no idea who's going to take this series, really. I think they're both looking really good, but I would like to see Plug do well because they didn't make it out of Challengers group. So this would be really funny if they won this tournament.
Yeah, TSM has a chance to do the funniest thing, and we're here to watch it all happen. Thanks, Ethos. We'll see you after the map. And yeah, no Mikey Chamber. I thought, okay, they would have to go back to standard against 100 Thieves, but not going to be the case here. Mikey's just going to stick to his fundamentals and how to slow down TSM, especially Sim.
Yeah, and that's the thing, too. If you're looking back at TSM's side, they won that series previously against Wash, but it's not until Sim had to really much carry everybody into his backpack, and it was a small backpack, but he somehow managed to fit everybody in there for them to win like a 13-11 towards the end. So you cannot expect Sim to do that every single map, although it would be freaking awesome if he can. In the last 2 series, to just pop off and just not stop. But they definitely need a little bit more. Maybe not on this map though, because we've seen some really good anchoring coming out from GMD on the C side when they were playing into their gun rounds. And that's where TSM is going to start, right? They're looking to fight back into some potential plug aggression up towards B, a crossfire set up at the fault line. But maybe this first recon dart is already going to pull a pivot away.
Yeah, TSM gonna play this cool. They got 3 set up in B, so they want to crossfire. That was one option, but it gives them easy access to A or C, depending on where this hit is. And 7 already gonna get to call this out, and he's not even on immediate retreat. I think he got grabbed weld, or I don't know what happened.
I got stunned there by the neon.
Got stunned.
Star.
Okay, yeah. Star is on his side, and well, this round is not on TSM's side, and Plug get to just flood in and barely drop anyone. Ziv just shooting at a distance that finished off Jerwin, and see how Plug, or yeah, how Plug look in the post plant.
Last player standing.
So
Pretty
far, so good.
far. Yeah, Ziff is alone. Gonna be very hard to retake. I mean, he'll have a turret to maybe ping some player out when his cage comes down, but there's just too many players to fight against. Nonetheless, this looks like a very similar pistol round result for TSM just against their previous opponents, rather, of Washed. Just trying to have somebody dance and play inside that smoke. This time you had 7 just hiding inside of it, but gets owned by the relabel by Jerwin. And then 2 other players start to fast rotate towards spawn, and 2 easy picks coming out from Plug. Again, just very similar things. They'll probably watch that game here that TSM just had to play against Washed, and they're like, hey, they're weak side, they're playing Extremity on the A. They're having the player dance around in front of default so you can at least hold down and maybe reflip towards long, and then they play flood retake before even using utility to just go double up and try to retake the site. So Plug was just ready for that one, and TSM are already going to be on a full eco with Sims Sheriff.
We'll just have to keep an eye on these early round recons and just what information we're getting. Jerwin already spotted at A main, not able to shoot that quick enough. But that's what 7's job is, to just collect information and stay alive. He wasn't so lucky last time, thanks to the stun, I think, from Jerwin. Either way, Plug can now dial things back. And TSM have already started to scale up their jet here of Sim. Now this Aftershock is going to force him into the firing squad. Jeez.
Trying to land that shot before he was able to dash away. The 2 players fall instantly on the double swing, and Plug's looking pretty good here to win the anti-eco.
GMD is thinking about, thought he was going to go past the smoke. Meanwhile, Ziff is working on a flank through C long. So Plug just have to overwhelm the site here. And GMD takes 2 down with them, which is huge. And you got 7 working on a flank too. Could be coming up from behind Bow. Could be grabbing his weapon too. Just depends on the angle. No, you can't get anything because of the trip, and he just gets caught mid-shock bolt. So yeah, Ziff is just gonna hope to get behind Bow here. And take his rifle into the next one.
I think he just wants to go fight here. They'll be able to fight rifles in the next, and he just wants to make it expensive too. Bulldog is not worth versus 1,000 credits with Bulldog versus the full rifle you could get here with the kill that he just got. So it's just unfortunate for TSM trying to go for that double flank, and it was being watched on both extremities by a trip. GMD letting 2 nice shots with the Sheriff, but it wasn't taking out Mikey, so those trips are always up. So Plug was always ready to react here on the information, and I was going to mention a clean anti-eco, but it ends up being quite expensive going into the next round. So they'll try to leverage Jerwin with the Bucky, maybe an early garage control.
Looks like Plug have been good at watching their flanks too. Bow's been a good anchor for that. And he'll just have a Sheriff into this round. Full rifle buy, as you said, for TSM. Just watching from a distance, and there's Jerwin making this space, and what a ping on someone at the back. And Jerwin's gonna push his luck, and did not work out. So now Plug have to be careful. TSM have already started to carve their way through on both sides.
No way.
Sim is just spraying through the cage and gets 3. So that'll get TSM on the board soon, and being able to carry all these rifles through is going to be huge.
It's already made so much noise rotating across there for Bunbao, but very, very nice for Sim indeed. A little bit of an overheat for Jerwin after they got map control, and looks like he was or trying to pick up a Guardian or just trying to surprise somebody inside the smoke, because he is also still a Neon with a Bucky. But there was 2 players inside there, something that so far in these 2 matches that I've witnessed from TSM, or at least all the rounds that we've witnessed from TSM so far, they've been really good at isolating Neon and punishing Neons on slides when you're trying to do so much surprise attacks on the side of the duelist, and that allowed TSM to get a very clean retake in round number 3, sorry, and even a little lockdown ready for Xith in this round that could potentially once again reset the econ of Plug. All of them staying so far back. GMD with an early smoke too, to try to scale up 4 players.
That's the beauty of getting a triple kill off a pistol there for Ziv, but things don't start out so well for trying to insert Sim forward, and GMD cuts 3 down just from being in sewers. And now you got a neural theft advantage for Mikey, but at 2 HP and 56 HP, it's about outracing the defense. And at least it was Jerwin that ate that turret. Mikey could have died, so lucky there. Still hoping to get the spike planted soon. Jerwin watches garage. Mikey will be safe for now.
Spike planted.
Using drone instead too. HP could have been called out to try to get a shock dart into sight. Breaking moments.
He probably didn't even need the lockdown, but you know, insurance is always nice. That'll be TSM matching us up. Bringing the Odin, the Vandal over, and some good money is starting to accumulate on TSM side.
Yeah. It definitely looks like overkill, but the lockdown's still pretty good to funnel the players outside at the extremities, where you can kind of just scale back in. You know the HP's low against your opponents. You have an Odin and a rifle to work with, especially when the Allen drone didn't get any information to play the retake on C site. But the initial setup from TSM was so good. I mean, look at those trap kills. It was going to be like Gravwell smoke in the front, double nanoswarm to do double damage, while you could play the lockdown and full retake on a quad flank if there was nobody there on A site. So a very nice setup from TSM, and Plug went right into the spider's web and got owned.
TSM lost Sim early through this route, and look, Plug are just stepping up the aggression, and Sim takes a step back and fires back even harder. The Plug are just trying to, I mean, they lost their best gap closer, and you got a bunch of SMGs, so this is just kind of tough. About to go for a big play, and it's just 7 hosing everybody down, putting out the fire. This is about to be 3 in a row for TSM.
And another 3K for Sim, so as I mentioned, you can't really ask too much from Sim to pop off just like he did on the previous map of the last series. But he is looking to pick up right where he left off. 2 rounds where he gets a 3K that puts him here at 6, tied up with GMD. And again, it's just really Plug not having a good opportunities to really sit up here in the post play, because they lose a lot of players in the process when they're trying to scale. Especially, as you said, trying to utilize Jerwin to close these gaps. He's like instantly dead, getting 0 value. And now at least maybe it's going to be a recon dart, maybe try to do a Hunter's Fury behind the info that Jerwin finds, and he finds an op.
Now you know there's an op at A main, and Plugger still gonna push the issue, thinking, okay, he doesn't have a dash, he can't be that crazy anymore, right? The drone, is it gonna spot Teague? No, so TSM just being ready no matter what, and 7 could just play back too. He's got a Hunter's Fury, he's got Shock Pulse, there's so much delay on TSM's side, and it's Plug playing at such a disadvantage without their Neon, and playing that close with an op, and 7 even supports him. Could barely see anything though. Great paranoia out of Bao. And Teague has a fault line left, and the post plant's looking pretty shaky with an op still lurking around on the site. He just didn't clear this A short area, so Teague's gonna go down with the ship and at least take 1 down with them. But TSM will still get to keep the op and the win streak.
Yeah. Sim says, hey, we don't have a recon dart, let me be one. And just goes for the whole 360 and being a watchtower and being able to spot the last player to allow this trade to happen. But for Bunbao to get picked like that, that was an unfortunate miscom, or just missing the heads up play that he could maybe try to avoid the op and try to punish somebody else that's going to be out of position coming back from spawn. But TSM I mean, they've done a good job with the amount they've been holding and anchoring up towards the A side, and even pulling out an early ops right in the beginning of Haven is not giving Trust and Plug a really good opportunity here to work the map in their favor on the attack side. You can maybe double ult around this half buy, especially if Jurin gets good value out of it. This is looking to be probably a wall pinch back into the C choke. But the C is the main focus, but there's already like 3 players there already.
Yeah, Sim gets just the solo whole day with an op. But now Plug will try to break into B, wrap around the back of Garage, and Jerwin gets to steal away the Vandal and just be a true threat in the backline. But the threat is also in front of Plug. They lost their spike carrier, so they'll regain. They'll have a member advantage, but definitely not a health advantage. Sim is now on the flank with an op. He drops that, and 7 will be able to change out his... Oh, that's a Stinger, actually, so not something he wants to change out quite yet. Just the Odin. Tough thing to retake with.
Quote unquote, just the Odin. It's gonna own.
It's just, yeah, but...
One enemy remaining.
Okay, well, maybe...
But?
maybe. Just gotta be quicker.
Too.
Thrifty.
Ah, see? Told you. Told you, I wasn't worried.
Nice intel Thrifty towards the end, though. I just feel that for TSM, there was a lot of gaps on how they were setting up on their defensive round. Yes, they had 3 players here towards the C side, but the wall that's being thrown towards B, the turret cannot really see him in the first place, so it doesn't really give a chance here for Timmy to sound the alarm that there's going to be this crunch happening towards the C choke. But they have to be ready for that, especially if they heard the owl drone go all the way through, back to the window of the garage, and spotting nothing in the back there. And it's great here for Plug that they identified that gap, and that was quickly taken away here by Jerwin to even put that player in the garage, like out in the island, where they just pinched him and took him down. So, where we praise TSM in good positions at the very beginning to get caught for the first time. And a blind ult, unfortunately, not getting any pings or kills.
Does cost some movement. Maybe Plug could just play off of that info. Rolling Thunder. Plug gonna go in mostly blind, and T-Dog's just already emerging out of the smoke, ready to throw hands with Plug. And it's Mikey with 3 that swings around. You thought in Plug's favor, and it's just the Sim op remaining. And they'll know it because of that Mikey neural theft. But no more pings, so he's gonna try and surprise them through Garage.
Spike planted.
Try not to make any noise. And now he wants them to make contact. He wants them to challenge.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, he baits out Bow. Wait, this is so possible. Mikey's 36, and Sim gets it done.
Sim is different right now, Chad. Sim is different. That is such a good play on a 1 versus 2. A beautiful clutch.
Hurts.
And he definitely
Everyone's
dared
so
to win that. I mean, just jiggling out to get that. I love that spray of the EG on the ground, too. Be like, hey, you let go of this? I mean, watch this. Just the jiggle to force out that swing from the Omen. I mean, anything else, it was good protocols coming out from Plug. You have the Cypher, Mikey playing contact. And as he gets spotted here, you're trying to go for a double swing. Sim spots it, just uses the corner of the wall as the extra obstacle to isolate these fights. And you're playing against an op here, and you're also playing against Sim. I mean, that was clean.
And you're gonna call a timeout for Trust and Plug to figure out what's gonna come next and how they can go into these rounds more confidently, not just stealing away around here and there. It's TSM that are still pretty locked into this map, especially with the Sim op. Like, how do you react to that? How do you challenge that? How do you punish that?
Yeah, and he tried. I mean, the trip was a perfect play too for Mikey, but you're playing in the moment, right? You're planning, you're trying to set it up, you're trying to sound the alarm. I mean, he did even jump over to make some noise, so it's like everything was well played. But when you have a player that's on a heater like that, that's a similar story as the last series where Knights and Kane could do no wrong. So whatever you're trying to do, there's just no answer. And the only thing maybe out of this one is the timeout to cool down TSM's hot streak. Also with how TSM's just hitting every single one of his shots. And hoping that the timeout may force him to overheat a little bit more and Plug could salvage a couple of these rounds.
First time seeing mid control from Plug, or at least like sending the team there. Now smoking off B could be a fight for Garage with Alarm Bot and Astra smokes there. No one actually watching that Garage window. It's just Ziv kind of holding solo and some delay preventing Plug from getting immediate Garage control. And meanwhile, Sim's gonna take this time to scale up through a long, and he gets pinged by the drone and now has to leave and at least gets to keep the op.
The drone from Seven's side actually cleared out towards Garage and Long C, so they know that there's nobody really leaning towards that side with the first util. Sim even repeats. That's the overheat I'm talking about, but he makes it out.
Wow, with the updraft too, dodging out of some bullets that were just spraying through the smoke. Took some damage, but could have been worse. Always could have been worse. And now 7 is just gonna Odin spray through B main and Plug are caught. There's one sheriff that's hanging around and Ziv trades. And it's just Jerwin with at least a Vandal and the spike to salvage this round and run over with 12 seconds left to see to plant. It's
That's the
1v2.
hero rifle. The hero rifle that he brought into this round here for Plug.
Could it be another thrifty for Plug? I'm ready. Jerwin, here's them running in and okay, just the 1-2 punch. Another Intel thrifty for Plug. Okay.
That's 2 round salvage from Intel Thrifties, man. That's just crazy. Again, it's not a weapon that was even picked up by Jerwin. Everything from this spray. It looked like they were just going through the meat grinder. Timmy the Turret even gets a 3rd kill on top of that. But this, the slide to get the kill, and the balls to play out in the open like that. That was just so nice there from Jerwin because he had no escape. He's just trying to use the logs as like a one-way so that he shows only his head. And he did it perfectly because GMD did not expect for him to be out in the open. Sim was not in an angle to trade it out. But Sim will be in an angle here. Oh my
What? I thought that hit. Okay, Shorty gets it done. And also before that, Sim was like 12-6, so TSM putting a lot of eggs in the Sim basket. This Plug, look, hoping to drone up into B or even recon with Teague still alive. Gotta worry about 7. I mean, 7 mowed them down last time with the Odin and he's still getting into position, and Plug just now getting established, and they don't want to let anyone from TSM get a retake set up. So Plug get a successful plant and a 2-man advantage against 7 and Ziv, and now it's pretty cooked.
Superb utility from Plug to really enter towards that B site. One of those rare opportunities or rare moments where you had everything working in your favor for Plug, where I've praised TSM so good at shutting down Jerwin, trying to get entries. But this time there was the aftershock that pushes GMD out of position, the fault line and stuns that's keeping T-Dog in his tracks, the flash to push forward for the double kill. I mean, all that was so good here for Plug. And now TSM, I mean, if Ziv could save his weapon, it would be difficult, though. Never mind. Very easy. There's a Neon from the back. But 5-5 on the scoreline. This is still not really out of the game, but also not out of the fire for Plug. There's still 5 rounds that they have on the attack only. Where TSM was seeing what they could do on their attack side, seeing how good they were on activating the attack side, how they could smother around the Astra utility on the hits. Trusted Plug has to be ready for those type of sight slams coming out from TSM, but not until these last 2 rounds are about to be played out here. Sim was about to go for an outlaw, but he decides to go for a Phantom half shield to buy in the next round, but still try to leverage him to push down on a crunch into middle.
TSM hoping to get a thrifty the same way that Plug have gotten now 2 thrifties in Monty with First Blood. Punishing TSM scaling up through mid, and it's just all the pins falling in favor of Plug. And it's just Ziv with a classic, kind of like last round, left solo at C. And left behind at the party, so Plug from a thrifty to a round 10 win to now a 3v1. It's hoping to keep these rifles, but they're still in a pretty rich situation.
Yeah, for sure, for Trusted Plug. And Ziv is going to try to make it so they don't have too much money going into the next round. especially the last round of the half. Everybody could buy here for TSM. Even Sim could buy an op and maybe a half shield or glass cannon. But they are not giving any breadcrumbs here for Plug.
Never reaction though. Okay.
Never mind, Jordan's just gonna jump out.
Jordan's having a little too much fun with this. Is this just gonna get out of dodge? And that'll be Plug with a lead after a 4-2 start for TSM.
And that's an important kill too for Ziff to
Last
just
round
get.
before the switch.
Now he has a rifle that he moves into the next round. He has a lockdown that's available too. I'm just trying to see, because you save your weapons, you have a Phantom, it's 1,000 credits. He got damage too, so he can't really go for a full shield rebuy if he needs to buy back into another nanoswarm and an alarm bot. And as I say that, he's just fine. He's just fine.
But these additions, Ziff and T-Dog, I mean, Ziff is really shining here on the defense, and T-Dog in the past, I think was, what, top fragging on Sunset, I want to say, or second best. So I like how they're just being integrated by TSM, and it's going well, and Plug swiftly get into C. Usually it's Ziff solo holding, and they can just kind of depend on the lockdown, or let's see what this Hunter's Fury gets first, and Sim is getting trolled by this op.
Spike planted. Scanning ahead.
Paranoia out. Plug is just gonna send Jerwin on the hunt, and he gets checked, he gets humbled, and Plug extending out to fight through this lockdown. It gets destroyed, but at what cost? Plug lost their entire team.
Yeah, and Sim maybe missed the first shot, but he wasn't going to miss a second time. Mikey backpedaled and tried to go back for a re-hit into Garage and went right back into the crosshair of Sim. So not being able to gauge to a late flank, a late lurk into Garage, while the rest of them just funneled Plug into forcing the fight the lockdown. That was very, very nice for them to instantly pop it down here for Ziff. I mean, that just moving at the last second.
I'd be so mad. There's 2 times I thought Sim had the shot. It just didn't connect. Well, what's your line? Oh, I would have hit on land.
Exactly. Exactly. But also, Seven's been a total nuisance with his Odin as well. Even though like Sim's been popping off with this op, it's so hard for Plug. I mean, they are scraping at the bottom of the barrel for these round wins, especially with 2 thrifties that they won, the Intel thrifties that went on their side for Trust and Plug. And that's what I meant about how gruesome it's been for Trust and Plug. To make this a 6-6 half, I mean, this could have been a whole different half if TSM didn't get thrifty the way that he did. Now they have the attack side, their strong side too, and Trust and Plug. They are, I mean, similar strategy, trying to fight back into a contact fault line, and somehow Jerwin just got picked.
Man, and everyone just gets dismantled there from a Plug who are holding Garage, and T's trying to backstab, dropping through into the smoke. They'll have Mikey to play off of. TSM could get a lead here if things continue to go their way, and they've just been mostly left untouched. TSM just communicating so well to react to where Plug is trying to push from.
Almost looks like TSM was watching a game for Plug versus 100 Thieves when they were waiting on the sidelines, because Plug just set up the way that they did, and then how he was stopped by 100 Thieves before is that they had Cryo just holding back towards the T-spawn to watch the Garage on the crunch that they were trying to do. So TSM just set up the same way, very similarly, but instead of waiting to react and counteract, they just pushed into the Garage and got an instant kill into Jerwin, where, I mean, Plug cannot do anything after that.
It's just good timing on Jerwin, and no trade for Plug. And Asus flawless to start off our second half. And still the 6-6 half tells us this could be really close. This is the map pick of TSM. So we'll see where they take us now with an Ares buy from 7. Maybe hoping to just pressure through Garage and using the KJ util to get attention, to get info in mid.
Here.
See how Monty's gonna hold them back. He's got no util. He won't be able to see this coming. Maybe he could hear this coming. He's already ready to leave the site.
And he'll hear it from the Owl drone, and that will confirm for TSM that the site's open. Nobody hell, nobody default. The smoke's not going to do anything because they've already confirmed that there's nobody there. The only thing that he might be afraid of is potentially sewers, but I was gonna say they're not really looking to fight back in that area. Now they go for the buddy system for that to even support Ziff. Going to pull back.
Maybe a cool flank, yeah.
Good enough. Because they have the alarm bot to watch the flank too, so that's gonna work.
See Monsi dancing with the sheriff against the Vandal there from Sim. Got a late fault line from T-Dog. It's just a matter of time, and maybe Plug can keep TSM trapped in here. It seems like the plan. Bao is still holding from behind, and TSM are running towards Bao and Mikey. There's the paranoia, there's the swing, and who is left at the end? It's still TSM, but one man down from that scramble.
Expensive paranoia throw by Benbao to try to push through and get those exits towards the end. I mean, you're trying to close the gap by turning the corner where people that are hit by that flash could probably just narrow that gap to be nearsighted to win those fights, especially with everybody from TSM exiting at that spot. It was an attempt to keep the economy low and not give a chance for TSM to have the best of buys going through their bonus, but you got 2 Vandals, a Bulldog, a Ghost. Half shields maybe could be the saving grace right now for Plug to be able to fight back this round, but this is some good weaponry coming out from TSM, especially when you have Sim with one of those Vandals.
At least Monty's gonna get a lot more support here on A. This time T at the back with 2 flashes. And TSM, they like to pre-fire to like force someone to challenge them. Now you know someone's on the other side of the box and there's more to worry about. It's Sim, so mechanical. You challenge him, man, he will best you almost every time. TSM just win every duel, and at least there was pushback from Plug this time. It wasn't just kind of a awkward retake with no util. Still have a paranoia to work off of from Bao, but that wasn't used.
Tripwire destroyed.
Yeah, it definitely is not going to happen here for Plug. I mean, it's going to be hard to retake when they have no util to retake with and no bodies to retake with. That's the most important thing. I mean, look how you're running this block down. Too good of a damage here on the side of TSM. And that is, I mean, it's nice what TSM did. The wall contact up, jump spot forces out the first flash from Teague. But right after that, the first stall, I didn't like the repeat from Monsi to just try to crouch peek out to try to get information because he falls first. And then Jerwin gets caught in a 1v1 inside sewers. And then suddenly you have a 3 versus 1 inside the site where nobody's able to trade off each other. You still had more util coming out from Teague if they're going to try to go for the re-hit. You've only wasted out 1 flash when Sim was able to push up. And you forced out the updraft from Sim too, so there was still great utility in the pockets of Plug to be able to really, you know, push them back trying to move forward.
But now you know that TSM are hitting that A site quite a bit, so now Plug can just take a timeout and address this, because that was our first full gun round, and Plug did try to take these duels. It's just, it was tough to stop Sim and really the rest of the squad when you're being outnumbered, when you're looking at Plug being outnumbered, trying to hold back against this wave of damage.
Yeah.
So it's Plug having to retake how you want to go forward and how you're going to stop this win streak from TSM.
Well, it was a real gun round for the side of Plug. It was still a bonus round for TSM that was converted too. So now look at how you're flooding in terms of economy. Sim could even go for an attack op if he wants to, but I think after this timeout, you still want to go with a rifle because you know that Plug's going to go with an eco in this round. You see a couple of sheriffs and half shields. Even an outlaw maybe could have been good here for Sim because I've seen him use it on this map. I mean, we've both seen him use on this map previously against Washed, but they're just trying to leverage tempo instead to just really, it seems to work really well against Plug's playstyle. Just walk up contact and full bash execute.
Can be able to take the orb here and play off of a rolling thunder and see who you can draw out at this moment. Sim dashing in. Okay, a scout. Sim took some damage and just couldn't finish off the shots there on Teague. And it's just Monsi with a sheriff and a 1v3, but with GMT at 4 HP. Monsi has a drone and a dart.
And they even have a smoke on the top of the boxes too. I think that's to set up a one-way. It would probably just spot the feed. I mean, the Astra smokes are kind of huge, so I don't know if it's gonna fully work it for its intent, because it's kind of too close to play for a suck. But, I mean,
just no one died in sight for him to get a better gun.
Exactly. Oh, it was a nano swarm, sorry, onto the spike. It wasn't even a star, so that's good enough. Gun gets picked up, but it's still a 3v1 here at that point.
Gonna go down with the ship. Oh no! Just randomly Ziff gets it. So 10-6. A lot of strong first map showings from TSM, but it's how they get to the finish line. Now Jerwin just bought an op, but pretty successful to just flood into C, and Plug have pushback. They're not just going for full retakes. They're taking people with them. It's just what's left afterwards on the retakes. Plug don't have enough gas in the tank.
I'm not too sure how the op is going to work here with the line for the fault line to just try to push him out of his spot. Okay, he hugs the corner instead. Catches GMD. I mean, GMD trying to do Omen things, but just jumping across in a cubby where an Omen TP would have kept him safe.
Rolling Thunder from T-Dog, and Jerwin stays in the corner. He's smoked off from his team and hopes to regroup, and it's great punish from TSM. Knives out from Sim. Shots coming in. They haven't made it through the doorway. And TSM take a step back, and that's where Teague breaks back in. And now swinging with Bow. Successful retake there for Plug.
And that's the thing, unfortunate for Sim, as good as he is and landing his shots with the operator, the thing that doesn't seem to get the best value is his Blade Storm. A couple of buddy shots, a couple of whiffs, not being able to really catch Teak, was kind of caught out in the open towards the spawn. But Jerwin with this pick, at least now, as you called out the op coming here up for the defensive side, something that TSM will be ready for in the next. As a timeout was utilized by Trust and Plug to try to force out this operator as soon as possible. And realizing that, Sim just wants to go toe-to-toe with him, so not trying to leverage the whole walk contact to dash in and execute. Gonna play a little bit more traditionally now for a TSM default.
This initial fault line there from T-Dog in case Jerwin wanted to extend forward. They don't know he has an op yet. Recon from the defense clears A main, and now TSM will test the waters with a trip in garage. So Sim can watch the window. And Mikey's just gonna walk right into the crosshairs. Also got the attention of someone like Bao, who's holding C by himself, and now Teague and friends from Plug have to re-clear through B, and Sim already has that downloaded.
Moxie's 1 HP, that could have been a collat.
He can go and be bait, get info for Jerwin. They got an attacker's lockdown just in case someone slipped by the defenses and got to the backside. You don't want to lose anyone. Your TSM.
I'm out of here.
Now it's time to plant. Insert Sim. With the ops, a tough lane to push through. Unless Jerwin can get a good slide.
Free kill coming up here for T-Dog.
Sova's dead.
Really right now is TSM has a lot of money they can work with. They know that Jerwin has an op. They know that Jerwin tried to use that towards the A choke at the very beginning. But they want to try to hunt him down. And so far, it seems that they might let him live for a bit unless Sim wants to go for it. But Trust and Plug, this time around, as soon as TSM is ready for the line that you're trying to get with the operator towards long A, and just go for the hit into B. Something that TSM hasn't really been doing in the first place, but as you've mentioned at the beginning of this round here, Lemon Kiwi, where you had Mikey just try to walk back inside the garage. That was close. But that said, the smoke that was thrown by Button Bao was trying to make sure that they could try to leverage a little bit of map control on the side of the defense, because they are weaker there. I mean, you have your Omen that's kind of left on an island alone on C if there was going to be a full crunch towards the C site from garage. So you're trying to throw a smoke, you're trying to reposition Mikey, but they're still not ready for the Sim op on the attack side, something that he just brought out on this map. That surprised even 2 players on top of that, and Plug has to be a little bit more meticulous on how they want to gain map control and leverage this op.
A lot of ults too on the defensive side. And TSM is encroaching on a map win. Could be fighting for that garage control yet again. Plug leave that unwatched.
Camera taken out.
TSM will be ready to smoke it off anyway, and it's Sim. It's tough to put him in a bad position with the op, and now the drone clears the trip. Rolling thunder from Teague, as there's the flood coming through B from Plug. And it's just a trade. Plug had the jump and the surprise, and it's Ziff that fires back and gets a 3K. And it's TSM that end with the number advantage. You have GMD clearing C, so that's the spike being pulled in that direction. Plug did not benefit from that.
Yeah, way too much of a dangerous move to Rolling Thunder off or camera. If people are moving up closer to B or off the trip. Because now you're running so many players down towards long B. There's no crunch coming back towards the garage. Everybody's looking towards the same line because TSM has been really good at staying as a group and playing as a unit. And a retake's going to be impossible.
Last player standing.
Especially with Sam. I mean, he already showed us a 1v2 clutch with the op, and he could buy 1,000 ops if he wants to.
Pretty much at
regardless
this
of what
point.
happens here.
And that's what we mentioned before here, going into the second half. TSM just very, very good on working their attack side. Yes, we were talking about the value of the what the Astra is getting, but so far it's been a lot of this Sim and 7 duo that we've, you know, praised during the challenger scene over in North America, where 7 seems to be finding his groove more as an initiator role instead of, you know, a cracked duelist at the very beginning when he was scouted out by, I think, 100 Thieves back then. And now just finding great use of his util around KO rolls, Sky rolls, this time playing even as a Sova. TSM were in first map win potential in this grand final series.
I think, yeah, just everyone, all these new additions have found really great homes. Like, you even think about Monty and Teague and Mikey from Blinn, who Trust and Plug are giving me a lot of hope. It just sucks we won't get to see kind of them flourish, and that gives them a lot of time to prepare for the next stage of challengers that they haven't qualified for this time. And a team that has qualified and a team that is doing well is TSM in those challengers playoffs, showing us how they're starting to reach that peak. But this is a map 1 TSM. We saw how exciting they were against their previous opponent, a 13-4, kicking things off. But it's the next maps, and by the toe, Bao is gone.
That's a big ass toe. 150 HP.
Why'd you fight it?
Big ass toe getting picked off there by Sim. But this is a great counter. Throwing out the hat here for Mikey out of the Cosmic Divide. They know the hit's coming towards the seaside. There's still a camera up there too for the retake. Oh, the nanoswarm's perfect though.
Oh, Hunter's Fury from Monty just to let Plug settle in. Now Cosmic Divide. TSM hold their side of the real estate. And as it comes down, Teague surprises them all. And now this is turnable for Plug. And just being this close with the Stingers is huge. Now it's just Ziff on the post plant. He has a spike in sight. And he has the weaponry advantage. 1v3. No. picked up the op, and it's a clutch that ends the map in TSM's favor, 13-7.
Oh, what a clutch coming out there from Ziff. Another time where you need to somebody like your Sentinel player to just step up to the plate and get it done, dude. Ziff is clean on that one, and it was a nice idea from TSM towards the end to try to stay forward up. It wasn't really planned for them, but there was just a lack of coordination from Trust and Plug to really retake in its full benefit.
And we have another map around the corner, and I don't want to waste any more time getting into it. Sunset, Plug's Choice, coming up next. Don't go anywhere.
One agent for the rest of my life?
For the rest of my life. Wow, that's a hard one.
To win or have fun?
I mean, probably Yoru. I mean, I think that's just the most fitting answer.
Well, if I was to choose one agent right now, of course it'd be Neon, because Neon is just broken. But after Neon nerfs, maybe I'll probably just go with Cypher, who I've been playing for the longest time.
If I had to choose, just Reyna. Just have fun, and then I'm thinking about like me playing ranked or streaming. That means my coach would be forced to have me on Reyna. It'll be fun.
Man, I think after the buffs, I think I'd have to go with Phoenix, man. He's just a little too fun. 6 all orbs, unlimited flashes. If you keep getting kills, you can heal yourself. I love playing Phoenix.
Now with the Omen that's coming up, I think it's going to have to be Breach. Yeah. Breach so far has maintained quite consistent. He's just undervalued at times just from meta changes, but he's fine too.
Vandal, Phantom, Sheriff, and Knife, right?
Vandal, Phantom, Sheriff, Knife.
I don't have Valorant running right now, but I can launch it for you.
Deagle is my Reaver Deagle, my OG. My Phantom is the Recon, the red and black, the Bang Zero one, shout out Bang, and then I'm on the blue Gaia Vandal, the tree Vandal. Oh, my knife, I'm on Reaver Karambit as well, so that's been getting me some good results.
Right now, I have the Arcane Vandal, the Doombringer Phantom, just because I'm trying to, get some clips with that too. But it's a nice Phantom, but otherwise I'd be using Recon Phantom. For the Sheriff, I have the Doombringer Sheriff. The knife, I have like the Battle Pass Cleaver, like this current Battle Pass looks like a giant metal cleaver. I don't know what. I think it looks kind of cool. Like it looks dumb, but it's kind of cool. So I've been using it. I don't know.
My Vandal, I'm using Prelude to Chaos right now, but it's usually a mix between that, Kuronami, and also the Primordium Vandal. For my Phantom, I'm using the Ruination in red, of course. Sometimes I switch between the Recon, depends on what I'm feeling for the day. Sheriff, I'm using the Ion Sheriff, and then for my melee, I'm using the Neo Frontier Axe, the best knife in the game.
Singularity Sheriff, Recon Phantom for my boy Sean. I'm not using the Vandal at the moment ever since the Phantom buff, but I have the Forsaken Vandal on. I have a random knife equipped called the Bubble Pop Light Stick. It's the red variant. I don't know why it looks good, so I've been using that.
Vandal, I have a few because I have them rotate. I have them on rotation as their favorite hit. But because of the Arcane line that just came out, I have the Arcane Vandal equipped. The Phantom, I think one that I like to go back to is the Champions Phantom or the Oni Phantom. Actually, no, I'm trolling. There's actually two skins that I love to use now because it tilts people off the face of the earth: the Minima Phantom and the Minima Sheriff. So I call it the Cybertruck Phantom and then just the Block Sheriff, and people just hate it. Especially I have a Riot Buddy on the Sheriff, so people want to pick it up for the Riot Buddy, then realize it's a Minima Sheriff, then it just drop it. I like screwing with people's minds with that. Ooh, the knife, I like the fans. So like the ones that got released in China, I think we were able to buy it recently. Like I said, I was going through my rotations a lot, but whenever I have a chance to get the fan, I'm putting the fan back up. So yeah, don't mess with me when you're playing against my Phantom in a new patch, because it's gonna be the Cybertruck Phantom for sure.
Pop it.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the grand final, the final of the grand final. Today, it is the final of the event for the week-long event for those who dare grand final event, presented by Asus ROG, powered by Ethos Gaming and hosted
That
by
was a
Soar Gaming.
perfect prompt to read.
This guy can read. Let's go.
I was just thinking the word final. How many times can I fit the word final into one sentence? But before we continue with the grand final moment of the final event, let's talk about the final giveaway we have for you guys is an ROG Strix XG 27AQ MR gaming monitor. It's a 27-inch monitor with QHD 1440p IPS panel, 300 hertz with a 1 millisecond response time, and it's the perfect balance for every gamer. Brought to you by our presenting partner, Asus ROG. To enter the giveaway, all you have to do is type the keyword RAZE on the Twitch channel, twitch.tv/Soar, SOAR. Only US and Canadian legal residents above the age of 18 are eligible.
And Ethos is disqualified, so you guys have a chance.
Yeah, what is
Get
up
in
with
there.
that? Why am I disqualified? What did I do? I want a monitor. That monitor looks sick. That monitor actually looks like the perfect balance
good.
for me. I'm a gamer. Speaking of perfect balance, let's talk about the map we just watched.
Okay.
Oh yeah, let's talk about Neon.
Perfectly balanced. Let's not change her.
Yeah. No, Neon is perfectly balanced. Well, we actually just watched TSM beat Plug on map 1 without a Neon, using the old meta with the Jet. And I wanted to ask what you guys thought about that, because me personally, I was pretty impressed to see that, Jet time and time again is just putting down Neon, because Neon is just such a broken character. But I feel like the op presence on Sim is just so strong that you see him just put him down right there. It's just always going for those first picks. I think having that op presence, Haven is one of those maps where the op can absolutely take over an entire map. So go for it.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead. I was just gonna say it's demolishing them for sure. I mean, we're having literally just another highlight reel of just Sim letting op shots. I mean, this isolating the 1v2 that I just glazed them for about a round and a half on that clutch. But overall, it was just nice to see TSM back on the attack side, where they dictated the tempo themselves, or going into this whole, hey, Sim goes into, Vandal, create space, site hit execution. And then once Plug pulled the timeout and pulled Jerwin out with an operator ASAP, then Sim said, you know what? I could actually slow down the tempo too, and we'll just go for op picks, and he's winning those fights as well. So I just think that it wasn't really around the comp of how TSM kind of played. Like there was no Astra recall smoke to put players into different spots. Like the Astra for me didn't give too much value, because you just had somebody like Sim just pop the hell off just like he did last series.
Yeah, absolutely. I also think that just in general, TSM is fundamentally a little bit more together. They have a little bit more time than Plug, and they were playing a little bit more together in general. And Plug wasn't really abusing those gaps that they were leaving, and was being abused by Wash in the previous series. So I think that TSM, having just kind of those protocols, they were being allowed to set up and get in those positions where they were, they rehearsed those setups, they rehearsed those protocols, they rehearsed those reactions, and Plug was just letting them get away with all of that. So I think that was Plug's main mistake. If they can kind of, start to get into their disruptive mood like they did with 100 Thieves on Bind, then I think that TSM could run into a few more problems. But overall, this Haven map was just completely dominated by TSM, and specifically Sim and Ziff actually holding it down as the Sentinel, because you need someone in the back ranks, making sure that the people ahead of you can go as crazy as they want, and you'll just make sure to clean up all the mess afterwards.
You still gotta praise Plug for pulling off 2 thrifties, keeping it a 6-6 half despite that, but just not being able to crack down on defense. They only won 1 defensive round. But here's a bigger problem. Do we trust TSM outside of Haven? This is exactly the deja vu of what happened in their previous series, where it went all the way to map 3. They started off 13-4. Wash came back on map 2. We went the distance on map 3. And Sunset, or map 2, was the point where Plug came back against 100 Thieves. They dropped that map 1. So what do we think about Sunset?
I'm looking forward for that neon action.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of Neons, Sim absolutely pulling out just an insane performance last map on the Sunset. But Jerwin was also, he was no wet blanket. was so good on Neon. He was creating so much space. He was getting in there and he was capitalizing on all that utility. This guy definitely doesn't miss a beat. He definitely does not hesitate. So I think that the one thing playing against the Neon is if you hesitate on falling back and rotating and getting out of the way of that utility, you will be dead. You will be forced to take that fight right then and there against the guy who's sliding at you, flying at you, just like it's Apex Legends. So you need to make sure that if you do not plan on fighting at that moment on site when all the utils flying at you, you need to just book it the second you hear that sprint come online.
And even just on recency bias, though, if you're looking at that TSM game, they were getting dismantled by flank after flank after flank. So even if Ziff is playing the Cypher, he's got to do a better job to at least find some sort of like camera timing, at least on middle, if it's not being broken and he's trying to move out with the rest of the team, to just tap the cam to make sure that nobody's getting like hit towards the back, right? Because they were getting owned by Washed for at least like full rounds on the timings of the Knights push that was coming out here from the Clove on the A side, the push down towards middle too that came out from anybody else. I mean, they gotta clean that up a bit. If not, we're going into map 3.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Monty's sticking to the Gecko, yes, and T-Dog with the Fade. That's the big difference between these two squads. We have the Neon matchup. Ethos, what do you think about Gecko versus Fade, or what do you think about Sunset?
Well, overall, Gecko has always been a great pick on Sunset, but again, with the changes, as I said before, you know, it's not as abusable with just the plant spam kind of meta. I really like the Fade from T-Dog in general, just because when you have that Fade combo, not only can you use it to help locate and find people for the Breach Neon combo, you can also use it to support with the Omen as well. For example, the 2 Omenal and Fatal combo is absolutely broken. We call that Batman from my old team. That thing is just absolutely broken. You Fatal into a site and you just Omenal around top of them, they have no idea. There's also little crazy cool little things that you can do with Fade, and I feel like that just allows another agent to enter the mix with combinations of util, and I think that TSM overall has some cooler, newer ideas on this map that we haven't seen as much before in the past, which is why I feel like TSM might have the upper hand and we might see a 2-0. But then again, trust and plug Jerwin. This guy, he's an absolute trailblazer. I would love to see him pop off as well.
All right, do we trust in Plug or do we trust in TSM? Tough question. Thanks, Ethos. We'll go into Sunset. Both our teams have won this map, and this was the map 3 that TSM had to close out, but by the skin of their teeth, 13-11. So I was a big fan of T-Dog on that map, so I got to agree with Ethos with the Fade.
For sure, but if anything, chat, just agree with Shanks too in terms of that skincare routine. Rather, CeraVe is actually a very good moisturizing cream and soap for skincare routine if you're looking to have flush, clean Asian skin like Shanks, like Ethos, like myself. Go for it.
Damn, you just like threw yourself in there. I'm pretty sure you still use a bar soap for skincare, so I don't think you get to be in that conversation.
It's a CeraVe bar soap.
Oh, okay. You get the pass, I get.
enough free advertising for soap products. Let's actually give the shout outs to the correct sponsors, though, being Intel and Asus ROG, for forking out the money and making sure here that we have an amazing prize pool for the top 4 actually that made it through the gruesome gauntlet that we witnessed last weekend to play against the invited teams. Even one of them upsetting 100 Thieves, and now TSM potentially here will be the invitee that wins the whole thing, or Trust and Plug that comes in from the open qualifiers to win it all. And $8,000 for those who dare, presented by Soar. And dare I say here, Trust and Plug has definitely an opportunity here to push this into a map 3.
Monty used this Thrash a lot to clear sight and not get too many detains, and you had pointed out the Wingman. Not always getting the plants, but using it as a space creation tool, and not something that TSM need right now. They seem to be, well, I thought they were gonna have space and time to plant, but kind of hesitated and Plug flooded in through mid. Now the spike is dropped, and GMD and Sim 7 are still trying to find themselves, and you just got Jerwin at the back box.
Oh.
This has just been such a chaotic pistol round, but Bao's the last one remaining.
Yeah, this is exactly what I'm expecting here for this map of Sunset when you're playing Neon and Neon, and again, where you're trying to just activate as much chaos behind the Neon, and both teams are doing such a good job to just fight through that chaos. But this time, won by Trust by Plug. A good start here on their map pick. Now to play the anti-eco, they have a couple of players playing a lot here on top mid. I mean, this is all reactionary on Teague. to try to slow down on. Okay, never mind. It was going to be that case for 2 players up there, but looks like they want to focus on the extremities and play very passive information on middle.
A lot of resilience from these teams to play this long and still give it everything they got. We got a $15,000 prize pool, and TSM are gonna let it rip on B. Still a trip and 2 on the site, defending Bao and Mikey, especially with a Bucky sitting in the smoke with Mikey. TSM have to be careful. I don't think that T-Dog Util even hit them, so here's Plug with the jump scare. And the Bucky gets 2 and Teak with the 3rd. TSM not able to trade. It's just GMD, and it's yet another round for Plug.
Very, very clean for Plug. This is going to be an Asus ROG flawless. Got that one right.
At
least TSM now is able to get that plant on that second round, so that's going to build the econ and, you know, allow for you to get full shields in case you may think that Jerwin or somebody else might pull out an outlaw within this round here. So nice on TSM to be able to brute force their way for another plant. And now we're seeing a little bit more of that mid control coming out from Plug, sorry, at the very beginning. So Jerwin, close range Bucky, but I don't think there's a line for him to move down.
This is a nice spot.
I think he's just going to try to spot here.
All right, now you lost vision in mid for Plug. T's just gonna watch from market.
Careful here.
TSM gonna bait them while they set their sights on A. 7 getting into fault line position. Plug in trouble, and Sim delivering the final blow on Bao. That means Monsty still has a flash in his back pocket. Isn't gonna throw it quite yet. Wants Jerwin in position to react to it, but he has a Bucky, so could be a better choice. But if he just pops out of the smoke, he could surprise TSM. It's all about timing, and there's the backstab from Jerwin and the overdrive immediately. But TSM react well. Get multi-kill too bad, and GMD left behind. Holds down the left side of the site, but T-Dog still has to make his way out of elbow. Monsty rejoins T. They're trying to approach this together. Crossfire from TSM, and it's T-Dog with both to give TSM the round.
Yeah, and just great patience for T-Dog too. Despite his teammates are falling down one by one, he is not looking to push out because he's there alone with the spike. So he just wants to make sure that there's a way that the action calms down. They can isolate, they can play the 2v2 and use their direct comms here to make sure that they have the perfect trade towards the end for GMD and T-Dog. There was a little bit of a overcommitment on the swing here. I think that was Jerwin that was still playing towards slant, and there was so much noise being made that GMD just pulls back very easily that allows T-Dog to insert in and just gets the corner angle, isolates 2 1v1s in. Plug had an opportunity to really do a great job to convert a bonus round on top of that because of the timing that they had to smother TSM on the attempt to play contact towards A. Now they have a gun round on both sides. TSM still has a pretty healthy buy after that round. You're giving some elements of information away by prowling up towards the elbow, and the reaction from Plug is just to make sure that they could really funnel those players towards that right side here of elbow by throwing these one-ways, because that Ban Bao could continue to jiggle and find the info.
There.
T-Dogs went away from Nightfall, so that could be how TSM fully take control of the site or even play the post plant, but there's paranoia from the... And GMD is going to teleport into the site off of that paranoia, and he blinded 2 on the site, and Plug are just stuck in the crossfire, unable to react. 7 took a bit of damage, but still a very strong round for TSM.
There.
T-Dog will get also the plant and the orb for the Nightfall.
Face your fear.
The 4 versus 3 just unleashes it right away, has Plug sprinting away. Jerwin's in the corner, and he's just going to regenerate to a healthier state. And TSM are going to push their luck. They do have GMD wrapping around. As soon as that flash was thrown from the breach, it's GMD making his move behind, but Plug being aggressive and not wasting too much time. GMD could just end this quickly, and TSM are just going to keep them trapped just to make GMD look good in the 3K.
Yeah, all backstab kills this time, especially not in those moments where you're trying to shoot models in the back and it just somehow whiffs from the RNG. And a great lineup here from GMD to get all three and knock them down like pins. If anything, though, that was great utility from GMD from the beginning to the end. When they didn't have really the haunt to work with, they went for the Paranoia Prowler and also the TP into the site to be a literal body, a literal haunt to spot the area, to allow 7 to just storm through and get a double kill. And for TSM to get 2 rounds in a row, breaking the econ for Plug. Aggressive camera looking to be placed for Mikey to try to get some early info. That's definitely going to be heard by TSM. They're just going to have to wait it out. Nobody's really watching towards middle, which is why Ziff is kind of just staying in his cam so he can watch the push down. And that's really what was missing, as we mentioned before we started this game.
That was a cool camera from Mikey. TSM, fast plant, smokes in place. And now what's going to be their priority? The top of site, market, how do they split their focus? And already some noise being made from mid, and TSM just getting a head start before Plug can get set up. And the Paranoia is going to hurt TSM trying to take control of market, and T-Dog does what he can to trade out and do a lot of damage. TSM will be forced out of their positions off the aftershock from Teague. Now it's just GMD and Teague in a 1v1. And a not so decisive post plant for TSM. Spike getting halfway, and GMD reacts appropriately.
Good thing GMD's for the save one more time. I mean, that was just great shots coming through from Plug, but also a little bit of a meme where you have that guy with that's shrugging up, tilting his head, and there's 3 question marks over, being like, why are we just trying to fight back into middle and getting owned here by counter paranoias on Bunbao and just trying to swing fully blinded to try to get some lucky kills. Because that gave a full player advantage for a Plug to retake that site. And if it wasn't for GMD's instant double spray on his teammate falling down right next to him, that was going to be a Plug Intel Thrifty again.
I see Ziff at 12 kills. I don't know, but somebody on TSM already has 12 kills with 3 rounds in a row. They built themselves up a nice lead. Oh, that's
zoning it up.
Got an overdrive from Sim. I'm waiting to see him hit those double digits.
He's done enough, right? The rest of the team's got to do something.
Surely, right? Look at Bao just trying to react off of his friend grabbing the orb, and Bao gets shot in the face for it. And Jerwin fades into the shadows.
And you get free orb control.
Oh, he didn't even grab the orb,
Yeah. The tap really forced the fault line out of 7. They went relay build, pushed up, punished Bunbao, and now there's no one-way smokes to be thrown on the defensive end, so great utility. That's potential coming out from TSM to just pinch back into A, sorry.
Yeah, the aftershock to get the defender out of that corner box position. TSM adapt really well, knowing that Plug like to lurk around, even against the odds. So Mikey and Teague will keep their weapons. And state of the economy right now, and with 4 in a row from TSM, I'd imagine you may even want to call a timeout if you're Plug.
Yeah. I don't think it'd be a bad call here for Trust and Plug for sure to pull out this timeout. Because TSM's doing a good job slipping against the util that's being utilized by Plug in the very beginning. Plug themselves are not really adding too much info or pressure or early info grab towards middle. So the starts is really off camera or off just plays by fighting against TSM in the front of that A site.
Wait, Teague handles that. But still, how are you going to break down TSM, whose offense was not only relentless on our previous map of Haven, but continues to be very punishing, even catching, was it Bao in the early round, trying to protect Jerwin on the orb grab, and now we got the timeout we called.
Yeah, it looks like they want to try to do something off these 2 rifles that they saved. Bunbao buys all the way down to 0, and there's still a stinger in the hands of Monsi. And Jurin has enough money to go for a Judge or even a Bucky or a Stinger, whatever he wants to do to try to close that gap. But again, it's hard for them to get that early information back into middle just because they don't have like that Fade or the Silva. But they could definitely try to rotate Monsi around a little bit more, especially if you could quickly grab that Dizzy and refresh into, like, what, 10 seconds before it could actually throw it again? And maybe try to leverage... Sorry?
Also, I wonder if you could fight for the A orb and try to get Teague and Monty their ult.
I mean, they tried to pick it up on that previous round, but they definitely did get caught off guard by the line that 7-hand from Tiles in all the way across the A front into elbow. So they might just want to try to give that up a little bit more.
Careful here.
Even the one-way smokes that they're throwing and try to fight back down towards the ram gets fully canceled out by the neon slide that Simba has on the other end. So yeah, they're going to try to play this way more passively towards A.
Yeah, because you've leveraged Teague now. I think just fault lined, but could involve Monty in that equation. I think from the shadows from GMD is going to stick this in the defensive spawn. He's got the attention of Sim. So, or he's got the attention of the whole squad. So TSM are in the defender's spawn, I guess. That was quick. Now they're wrapping around B. And Mikey could only do so much to hold the door. TSM will be able to plant off B. A rolling thunder invested there by Teague will prevent the plant. Seven's in trouble. And Ziff is trying to protect him in the crossfire. A lot of flashes being thrown out. Now another fault line. Teague and friends infiltrate and just wipe the floor with TSM.
We're just playing team deathmatch right after the flash after flash from both ends. And I think that all of that started, from that TP from GMD. He tried to get into a spot where technically it might not be heard, but he already had Mikey playing all the way back towards Boba. He pinged it out already. The instant rotate happens, the pinch from the back. And even though, you know, Teague didn't get that kill onto Sim, it was still good enough to force Sim on the first slide, not allowing Sim to get more of a gap closer with his finger blaster back towards Boba. So again, it was just very nice from Plug from beginning to the end to just react on that ult from GMD. So the timeout looks like they're pretty good. They're able to iron things out a little bit more to be able to really catch TSM into and corner them into a sandwich.
Yeah, you got a great rolling thunder from the defense, but a great overdrive to add to that from Jerwin. Just, man, TSM have barely left the spawn, and they're just getting flanked and crunched by Plug, taking full map control. And against the overdrive, that's tough. Ethos flawless from Plug with back-to-back rounds to tie us up 4-4.
And T-Dot did a good job to just seize the neon in place, but just not enough bodies. Everybody was already full committed to walk back into B main. That's what we mentioned before, something that Plug wasn't doing too much here to try to fight back towards middle, and it's hard for them to do when you don't have a Fade or a Sova that's trying to recon dart or trying to eye to know if there's any pressure from TSM at that point at middle. So you kind of just have to gamble it. Like, let's try to just go for a play, try to activate the overdrive and see if we're able to catch TSM on a default. And they did so.
It's TSM just shooting through the smoke and making a lot of noise in mid, ready to infiltrate into market with a nightfall in hand, but with T-Dog across the universe, so he'll be on his way. And Ziv can activate the neural theft off his lurk if anyone dares to cross into mid and try to stab TSM in the back while they take control of market. How will Mikey hold them back? If he could win a duel, he could activate the neural theft for the defense to figure things out. So Mikey's gonna preserve his life. Nightfall activates there for T-Dog. Just not making too much noise, and Ziff has an important job in mid to cut this off, but calling out that numbers are in mid. And here's Jerwin and friends in market wrapping around TSM. It's just a scramble in the post plant. Neural theft from Mikey too helps a lot. Thrash, T-Dog will not be detained, but can't handle the tidal wave coming his way. So Plug, man, they're on a win streak.
Definitely since the timeout. But for TSM, I mean, they've corrected one of their weaknesses from the last series is, again, inserting players to be able to watch these flanks and these rotates happening towards market. Zip did a good job, just unfortunate that the first person that he catches couldn't have the cleanest of shots to confirm the first kill. So it's easy for the other two to swing across, and when you're trying to flip the map and fight back the way that you did towards market, it was just unlucky as well. Another opportunity where they had first shot, but couldn't complete that kill. Mikey wins it, hat comes out, and that just doesn't allow TSM to have the element of surprise with them trying to flip that map back towards Boba. So TSM, you were talking about them really taking control of the pace here since the gun round happened, but it's now time for TSM to pull out their own timeout to finish these last few rounds.
Still a good chance. You got a neural theft from Ziff. And maybe if you help them out more on mid, if it is going to be a B hit, that there's more eyes, or maybe it's sit him and market instead of out in mid, or have someone ready to swing out with Ziff. So if you know Plug are going to not flood through the top of site, but through mid, just how can you support Ziff more? Still a very close game that we've had, so see how TSM move forward from here. When they were comfortable in a 4-2 lead, that has slipped away.
This goes here.
Could see a fight for that orb yet again. TSM stick to this, but against Jerwin, it's an important exchange, and Jerwin's 12-6. It's GMD that was 12-6, so you were right about that.
And as we mentioned that, he's still at 12-6, so he hasn't been able, to activate as much since the timeouts that came out from Plug, and especially with this round starting off, the Dizzy already got information on 2 players holding out towards A. So they could keep their stronghold that they have, the power of numbers, over towards this A site.
That was a fault line from the offense too, so Teague's playing very far back. Plug are just gonna play for retakes and play through the mid cut at A. And TSM just wanted the orb. And they want to try and set up Ziff for a neural theft too.
There.
Yeah, back
Just having
now,
to
too.
re-clear this.
I mean, yeah, exactly. They won't even hear the rotate back, so they stayed outside of the sound radius. He even forced up the paranoia by Plug, throwing a one-way smoke in that spot. So I don't know here. Ben Bao doesn't have the second one to smoke towards front B. That's an opening now for TSM to just fight here towards the B site. Oh,
Wow.
Ten's
That was
cosplay.
been on top of the box. I thought he was smoked off. And he surprises TSM. Now they have to worry about Market and Bao, who just emerges from the smoke, and a flash on top of that Plug. Worked so well together to pinch through TSM, who thought they out-rotated them.
Free reign too. I mean, that's the unfortunate thing of maybe, I'm not sure if the door was closed at the very beginning, but for TSM in their default, not adding that extra set of paranoia to force the rotate outside the A site, to break that door, to force some players out there. Ben Bao, the only thing he had to do was play on top of Tens, just play on top of the news box, and free kill in the first one, and yeah, just doing a great job from that spot too, hearing the full rotate from TSM to allow his teammates to be prepared for that hit. So TSM falling behind now on their attack side. Timeout not being able to do too much, but unless they break this trip early, there might be a re-hit back into a Boba Crunch.
Boba Crunch. Sounds nice. Sounds nice too, is Sim harassing Plug, and they fight back with the fault line. Man, this Neon was able to escape them and get into cover until Plug hunt them down. So Sim and T-Dog missing important parts of this offense. And TSM are barely secure enough on B. With the neural theft, they're gonna get a plant. How much time can you really buy with a Vandal and a Sheriff? 2 flashes though from 7. And you got Market left open. Cages at the top. Ziff hearing Mikey, the shots initially. TSM playing their lives and hoping to bait out for 7. Doesn't work out. Mikey's just smarter and better. And now Ziff in a 1v2. Just the play from main. And just not die.
This is no
Tougher
problem.
said, easier said than done.
Yeah, definitely. I think there was a little bit of a mistake, though. You're throwing out the neural theft. It's supposed to get information, and GMD just gets caught trying to pick up an extra weapon through the smoke. I mean, the weapon gets dropped. So you just spray the audio cue, and you get the lucky kill there onto GMD. And you don't really give a chance for TSM to set up right after, because they were just counting on GMD watching that spot so they could take a triple market control, it seems like. Because after, who was it that got caught there at that spot and tried to fall back? They were bouncing into each other. That was Ziff bouncing into 7, I think, that only had a sheriff. So one's trying to pick up a weapon, one's trying to run away as he's getting pushed by Monsi, and it did not look coordinated in the pulse plan at all for TSM, especially how both of them were together and were isolated towards the end, and now they're just trying to explode towards the A site as a Hail Mary.
Whoa, the timing of just the stun hitting Sim. At least 7 gets a trade. Nightfall happens for T-Dog, and TSM want to take advantage of that window, and with the smokes covering the site, Plugger's still gonna paranoia and try to push through, but they get chased away by, I think, a T-Dog Prowler or something. Stop Plug from infiltrating and retaking right away. So it's just a bit of chess match when it comes to util. And a 1v2 with the spike down. And Ziff has been discovered, and he doesn't know who could wrap around the right side. He takes his time, duel by duel. You just hear that step, and he did! Holy clutch out of Ziff to end our half 7-5.
To even know to put the cage that it's not in the radius of getting players the audio cue when they're walking inside that cage, because he could just walk behind it. So he uses that as an extra obstacle, watches that side. I mean, both ciphers looked really good. Mikey just almost made that winnable there for Plug by getting that double and the hat. Towards the end, it's going to be Ziff that's able to redeem himself from losing that previous 1v2 in round number 11. And for TSM to keep that gap close and not let Plug really run away since the timeout that they called in round number 6 to string like 6 rounds in a row. TSM an important pistol round, pings already towards the front side. We're gonna try to haunt here and try to get the fault line so that Sim could get into tiles.
Plug are 2-1 on pistols, and Sim is just head first right into the action. Head first, 6 feet under until T-Dog just gets 4. Okay, let's watch T-Dog ace, I guess. And the spike is down, and Monsi is a frenzy of all things. He's not gonna be able to switch that out either. 7's jumping around, trying to bait him.
Get it. Or get it, T-Dog, rather.
Soar ace for T-Dog.
And that puts him halfway. That's an ace, 3 orbs away from getting a Nightfall into potentially their bonus round. And it looks like, again, an overkill with the overheat from Sim, but there was method behind that madness. All of that chaos that he creates, all that ruckus, and also getting a dink and damage onto another one, allowed that double push to break that trip and to not allow Plug to be ready for that swing out from T-Dog. Easy taps, everybody swung out one by one. Nobody wide swinging to break the crosshair placement, and TSM win a very big pistol round. Instantly has an opportunity to tie up this game right at this round.
We've seen Plug come back from worse. It's a fault line from 7 to stop the market push out of Plug, and it results in a first blood, and Mikey just jumping out on his own. Plug getting all disconnected because of the chaos, not wanting to walk into the trap. But it's too little too late, and Ace who's flawless for TSM to tie.
And no plans for Plug for the last 2 rounds. So yeah, they'll still have a healthy buy going into this one, but abysmal with what's left in terms of change. Staying back towards the spawn, they're just expecting another TSM pinch fight, potentially. There is a ping there going in towards that, what should be the one-way smoke usually being thrown just around the boxes of the A main. No cameras being thrown up on the side of Plug. They're not really trying to go for an orb. They don't want to bait that out. They just want to put GMD and insert him towards a line where you can try to spot things aggressively. Even a Prowler spots at least one lurker towards B main, and they could just focus on stacking the B site with this lower buy.
Yeah, Ziff is just looking through his camera, waiting for that entry after the Prowler got shot, as you said, and Plug have Monsi lurking. Plug start the fault line. Neon walls, kind of a delayed entry, so but then he still runs into a trip, and even with Jerwin's position discovery, I mean, that aftershock's gonna hurt him, and Felt like Plug could have supported him better, but they were scared on how to enter the site. Now it's a 3v5. The potential thrifty for TSM. Sim with 3, and it's Teague on his lonesome. At least the spike was the last one to enter, so Teague is just playing. He's got the spike, but 4 for Sim. Holy cow.
Yeah, this is a bonus round now won by TSM. Free upgrades across the board for the players that had Spectres. Outlaw in the hands of T-Dog, and we know what he could do with that. Watching the middle when he played against Washed in the previous series. It looks like here they're trying to set up towards the main. They're also pinging out all of that spot that it's potential free real estate for them to take, because TSM are really playing behind that B site and trying to stall as much as they could towards the breach util. But none of that was possible until they actually inserted GMD towards A. So Plug didn't do a good job manipulating the map in their default. And TSM was just always ready for that, no matter what, on that previous round. Abysmal buy that you have for Plug.
Now Plug's still doing well at these lower buys compared to TSM. Still a close affair, but we'll see what the overdrive can do for Sim. What can the overdrive do for you? And Plug was 1 for 1, and 7 was an untradeable spy. Still does so much damage. Monty's at 30. Jeez. Huge, impactful play out of TSM, and GMD goes to clean up.
And that was a hero play from GMD. And they're high risk, actually, to try to push through, because you already had somebody flanking towards the back and really cutting the rotate over to not allow the Plug to really go back towards the spawn. Look, it was already T-Dog in that spot with the Outlaw watching that line. But GMD, I mean, he was on a heater on the first half. Able to get a double kill on this round. We respect it.
Yes, this should do.
Nico, or I guess a Thrifty, only had 2 stingers around the pistol that didn't pan out here for Plug, but at the same time, this is multiple rounds here on their attack side where they're not getting any plants at all, where technically you're playing with the Gecko here. You should be able to at least play post plant.
Now scaling back through mid. Plug have back of mid to worry about. They'll smoke off the one way, so I'm wondering if they're gonna push Jerwin back there. TSM are pinging it and trying to have a crossfire set up in response to that smoke. And Jerwin tries to isolate the one lane, and it's TSM that pieced them up, and they're on the chase off the paranoia from GMD. TSM made quick work of that round. 1v5 for Monty.
Give me another EG spray after that kill here, Sim. Look down, spray it, spray it, spray it.
Asus flawless. At least we get that.
At least we get that for sure. I mean, that is such a nice surprise play from TSM that caught Plug off guard. And unfortunately here, this seems to be a similar story of what we've seen in the first half, where it was back and forth, it was close, but when TSM takes one side, the second half, it's been very one-sided here. On Haven, the only round that they lost was their bonus and maybe another one towards the end. But if anything here, TSM has converted their bonus, broken the econ for Plug for another time. And for the last time, we have Plug's timeout for this series. Well, I mean, at this rate, if TSM closes it out. If not, we might get more timeouts if we go into split.
Yeah, just not winning a single offensive round causes a lot of concern for Plug fans out there. And they'll have From the Shadows bow. Is he thinking about doing something crazy? Now's the time to do it, but with Sheriff buys, maybe, I don't know. But get back there and steal a rifle, just pull off the biggest robbery. It's TSM that also have the overdrive in the back pocket. Outlaw buy from T-Dog?
Yeah, another time knowing that he could just farm on half shields at technically the max until Jerwin is going for full shield and classic. They're really trying to run down T-Dog here.
Oh, okay, spotting the cross at the very least.
My ult's ready.
Putting the haunt down. Plug got the orb. They got their own overdrive. One away from Thrash. One away from Neural Theft. Plug, they could really start an avalanche if they play their cards right. But maybe that's just me coping.
Still a good call though, because they as they're trying to create this ruckus towards the B side, the camera's looking at an aggressive angle. But now there's a one-way, so you can't really spot if there's anybody tucked in that corner. But the idea is potentially to just refight for orb control on A. So you could overdrive behind a Thrash from Monsi and potentially try to do something about it. But TSM has the read.
Okay, he checks out elbow, gets punished, jumping around. Plug race after him to take advantage. And it's the overdrive. Jerwin takes his time, rewarded with a double kill. One member still on the site. He couldn't dance around the walls well enough. Nightfall retake immediately from TSM.
30 seconds
It's
left.
2 versus 2. T gets hit and he takes a step back. And Monty has a Thrash too. They wanted to just even clear off of that, play off of that. And he
just
takes
saw
a
them
stray
both.
bullet.
Ziv saw them both, knows that both players are playing inside the site, but they had to be careful of this Thrash, so they can't be as grouped up. So look at them spread at least
One enemy
as much as they could, and that's the Thrash gone.
1v2 at 35 HP. Being held. The defuse being held. We're right next to the spike. And it's 11 for TSM.
If they try something, I'll see it.
Yeah, I mean, again, just very nice from both players from TSM to walk up towards the elbow. If anything, that was going to be that play to try to leverage a Thrash around the Neon ult. But just catching the first guy, walking up, that's no smokes on the exec. And that also foils the plan of trying to take orb control because you forced out an early overdrive. You forced out early util as well. That doesn't give you as much on the post plant. It's all very nicely played and nicely done from TSM.
Yeah, Sims looks so good in this series. Just this whole tournament. Really glad we invited TSM. Now an overdrive, if definitely know the Cypher's still around here, but not knowing where this trip could be would just be an int, and Sim doesn't care. He can just shoot out a distance, I guess.
This is a
and
gun
Plug.
round from Plug.
Yeah.
Bro.
How many 4Ks has Sim had? I got Ace is flawless, so might as well pay the bills. TSM,
We can all agree.
give us another. Sim's at 20 kills.
Dude, literally at this point with how Sim's been playing in the last 2 maps or last 2 series, we're basically playing in a simulation. Sean Garrison's gonna like that joke.
Glad you're trying to impress him.
I mean, I've impressed a lot of people with that jokes, I'm not gonna lie.
Yes.
12-7
That goes
from the brink of defeat. Plugs buying what they can. It's do or die. Still have the Thrash. Monty getting ready to throw it down the site. And then
Dude.
Market, T-Dog wins with the shorty against Jerwin. Bao gets a trade. It all breaks down in Market, and Plug stands on top in that regard. But TSM flooding immediately off of Sim's contact with the overdrive. And there's no one home.
And he has spike control.
Enemy remaining. Defenders win.
TSM have control of the series, and they are your For Those Who Dare champions. Big congratulations to TSM, taken down, washed, and now this. It was cool. It was great watching them.
I don't know if they wanted to say that. Oh, I guess at this point, they definitely did call it here. Monty mentioned that it was going to be harder for them to play against TSM than it would be against 100 Thieves, and I guess we get to know why. From the first series going into this one as well, seeing how Sim has been so good here with the operator, and they feared against the operator, and they didn't have an answer for that on the first map. The second map has been really around just Sim's Neon and GMD's rifle.
And Ethos, we were asking if we could trust TSM outside of Haven, and our prayers have been answered. TSM closed out a series 2-0. That was fun.
Yeah, absolutely. I think TSM ran a perfect just kind of push-pull, like, micro strategy here where they would, honestly, they would be very aggressive at the beginning, but the second that Plug was trying to make a play with this breach neon, like for example here, and even though they died, they did fall back from close elbow to all the way up to back elbow, where they were in a good crossfire, where the util was already used, and it did just come down to Jerwin just hitting some nice shots, just dry. But overall, I think TSM was doing a good job of making sure that the fights they were taking weren't impossible to win. And overall, that's what the big break was that TSM wasn't allowing that util to get a lot of value and immediately taking those fights, but just 3 seconds later in a different position where the util is no longer there. And I think that TSM was doing a great job of avoiding, but then also just getting in their face before that utility can even come out. So I love that out of TSM. They seemed very proactive. They seemed very reflexive. And overall, I mean, again, Sim, this guy, he just single-handedly sometimes just mowing them down too. But everyone, honestly, like T-Dog had the ace, like GMD was right there with Sim too, like just any kills that Sim wasn't picking up, you immediately saw GMD was just picking up as well. And then you have Seven setting them up and Ziff holding the other side of the map, making sure that they can go ahead and do all the shenanigans that they want.
Yeah, I was a big fan of T-Dog and the Fade, especially getting so much value on the Prowlers and how they're able to clear through A. And then you had Monty, who just like wasn't able to do that same thing in terms of information gathering with the flashes, the thrashes to get any kind of important detains, or even space clearing. It's just the Fade agent ended up being way more useful for TSM.
Yeah.
Dude, Sim dropped 60 kills in 2 sunsets. That's insane.
That is
kind of crazy.
Yeah. I don't know what else to say, man. This guy is so cracked. I think it comes to show where, maybe it was jitters or something like that when he was trialing for EG and playing in the Sentinels tournament, but man, this guy still has what it takes. I'm excited to see what's going to come out here from TSM going into Challengers 3 if we're playing in patch 9.10, right? He's still going to be as effective on a jet. Sometimes he doesn't need to dash away. How many times has he re-pushed up into an angle, not having a dash available, and still getting kills?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a double-edged sword, though, going crazy sometimes. But, I mean, if you have the players that tie them down, I think that it's definitely acceptable. What do you think, Lemon Kiwi?
Yeah, I think TSM are doing just fine. They're going to playoffs. They're looking good. They're able to close out series and not choke at the end. And that's already a big improvement from how last Challengers went. I'm looking forward to seeing the future of Plug because they, upset a huge team to get to this point. And I'm going to be looking forward to hearing from TSM. You're going to interview them shortly, Ethos. So let's get that ready for you. We'll see you guys in a second.
Kitty Jam.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I am Ethos, and this is the For Those Who Dare tournament. The grand finals has just concluded, and TSM are your winners. These guys have been absolutely amazing. They turned heads last season with their Ascension run, and this year, today, they're telling you to keep those heads locked in on them because they are not wet blankets. They're not pushovers. These guys are absolutely looking very, very good, especially when they're coming out on top of teams of like 100 Thieves, Plug, and of course, Mocking. So, but today we have, of course, the IGL T-Dog joining us once again. What's up, Travis?
Yo.
How you doing, man? Congratulations. You are the champion, dude.
Yeah, it's a dope feeling. Happy that we were able to win. We had fun.
Yeah, were you I want to ask, how were you like cheering, like were you screaming nice into the voice comms today, like in the grand finals, or were you just like a chill guy today?
Oh yeah, I'm always the hype man, always keeping the energy up. I just want everybody to stay focused and, focus on their crosshair and let me just be the puppet master that I am.
Yeah, I mean, you were definitely the puppet master, especially on that pistol ace, dude. Like what happened there, dude? You were definitely aiming, let's talk, and like what?
Yeah, we had a good play set up there. Once that happened, the game was automatically over. It was impossible for them to come back and win. But yeah, the energy was good. I think that we're making pretty basic errors. Sometimes just having like a little too much fun, or not reacting in time to someone saying something. But that's how it works when you haven't had a lot of time together as a team. So we're just gonna try to make sure this off season is efficient and get some good results like this. Win or lose, and just keep building forward towards the ultimate goal at the end.
Awesome. I'm sure this tournament win has definitely like boosted your guys' confidence. This is your guys' like first actual like tournament, right? As the lineup, and you guys are looking really good. This is your debut, and you guys won. You guys absolutely killed it. There was a couple close games, close rounds, but ultimately, even with those errors, you guys were definitely adjusting and fixing those little things as you guys went. And I could tell you guys are tightening up a lot, especially towards the end of each game. So, dude, good job on you, man. Just one last question. Again, what's the Dr. Pepper count at now, brother?
Well, we were at like 6 or 7 last time. I'm probably in double digits now, 10 or maybe 11. So it's been a great day. You know what I mean? It's been a great day.
Hell yeah, man. Well, dude, I'm gonna go let you celebrate with your team. Thank you so much for taking the time to interview with me, man. Enjoy that win, bro. You earned that $8,000.
TSM win, absolutely. Thank you, bro.
Absolutely, bro. All right, well, you heard it here first. Again, that was TSM T-Dog, the IGL, the brains behind the operation, behind all that firepower. I'm going to bring back in my wonderful talent back on the desk. We have Vansily and Lemon Kiwi. He's pretty
there
chill.
he goes.
Oh, well, okay. It looks like I'm just going to bring back Lemon Kiwi. Vansily have to go to sleep.
It is getting pretty late for me.
Had Dr. Pepper cotton candy. Did you like? I'm inspecting this whole back. There's so many distractions.
I was going to ask. I was like, what does that taste like? I never tried Dr. Pepper cotton candy because cotton candy is its own flavor, and then you have Dr. Pepper on top of that. It's going to be kind of awesome, no?
Imagine with that $8,000, how much more Dr. Pepper flavor things he's going to get.
Yeah, I don't know.
$8,000 worth of it.
Like a cardboard fortress out of all the boxes that he has, for sure. Oh man. But yeah, he's a chill guy, he's just a chill guy, winning tournaments, calling, IGLing, acing, very casual. We'd love to see that. But before we, continue with the rest of the close, we have to give away a nice monitor. Presented by our presenting partner, Asus ROG. We are giving away an ROG Strix XG27 AQMR gaming monitor. That's 27 inches of absolutely beautiful display goodness, QHD 1440p IPS panel with 300 hertz, a 1 millisecond response time, and it's the perfect balance for every gamer. To enter, this is your final chance. Type the keyword RAZE in the twitch.tv/SOAR Twitch chat. In order to be eligible, you must be a lawful U.S. or Canadian resident over the age of 18. Everyone type raise right now. I think we probably already drew. I'm not sure because there is a delay, but it will be announced in the Twitch chat. Again.
Raise.
Raise.
I'm gonna type it in now because
R-A-Z-E.
you can't DQ
him. DQ him.
No, DQ me. Let me get in there.
Dude, say that monitor name like 10 times fast.
Oh, dude, the ROG Strix XG27 AQMR gaming monitor.
One.
Huge.
Oh my god. ROG Strix XG27 AQMR gaming monitor.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
And Intel and Soar and everyone who's watching. We
Yeah.
did all our shout outs.
And
Thank
the
you.
watch partiers. I think the watch parties were super awesome too. Like I said, to give such a spotlight here on the VCT off season for those who dare, presented here by Soar, Asus, and Intel. But the watch partiers continue to bring the content. So namingly here, Sliggy, Sean Garris, Shanks. I think Curry was doing some watch parties as well. So thank you guys so much. If I missed some, I apologize. Make sure you DM me and send me your threats. But I'll give you guys the shout outs next time. But that has been an awesome last weekend and grand finals day today. I think we've seen, the potential of what TSM could bring in challengers coming up this weekend. And then also the potential of what 100 Thieves could bring with the role changes going to VCT 2025. So I think this is also sick. And also the potential of the tier 2 teams competing to try to make it into Americas in the following years. So that in itself for me is more eyes should come in from the orgs, more support should come in for tier 2 because there's such good talent out there that's still like buried that needs to be like found. And these events allows us to find the diamonds in the rough, to find the Kane Zeras and the Knights of the world. This has been a fun day, a fun event, and awesome to share with you guys too on the desk.
Yeah, absolutely. It was such a pleasure. This was my first time hosting. Again, thank you to everyone
killed it.
supporting. Thank you to my wonderful talent on the desk covering for my mistakes and helping me out with everything. I really appreciate it. There's a couple of mishaps, like not
No
being able
mistakes,
to
no notes.
in Discord and forgetting where the giveaway stuff was at. But ultimately, thank you to everyone, especially the watch partiers, except for Sean Garris. That guy.
Is a worse or Yoru?
No. That's crazy. I'm just kidding. I love Sean. But yeah, thank you again to all you guys for watching. It's been an amazing event. This was so crazy. So many upsets, so many amazing just matches of Valorant. And we got to just see so many crazy up and comers. And make sure to keep watching them. Go support all the up and coming teams. They're all grinding. They're doing this. A lot of them are doing it for free, but they have the talent, they have the skill, and they have the metal. And I feel like that they just need a little bit more to keep pushing and they can get there. So please make sure to support the tier 2 scene, the tier 3 scene, the collegiate scene, the tier 4 scene, the GC scene, all the
Support
scenes.
everyone.
Just support everyone, really.
Most importantly as well, I want to give one final shout out to the people working in the background, the people that produced this time around too. Knights, this is their potential last events in ever. So big shout out here to Flippy, who's been running production for this one as well, but everybody over at the Knights that's been supporting the Valorant scene for the past year, 2 years, or even 2020 when Valorant first came out. Unfortunately, the road ends for them probably after Challengers this weekend, but I just hope for the best for everybody else that's going to be able to land on their feet very soon. So heartfelt message, but that's all I needed to get out. And speaking of getting out, let's do that. Let's do that.
All right. Bye, everyone. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you at the next one.
Bye, everyone.
Down. C.
Here.